Chapter 34-49. You still can't see it? That demon commander scowled miserably, his facial muscles twitching as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh. He had a pained expression on his face. See what? Xiao Wu's frown deepened. That demon commander face-bombed. How could she not see such a clear situation? This woman is really stupid. He immediately explained, those guys' target is your family's master. What? Xiao Wu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. She fixed her gaze and indeed found some clues. The demon king that had flown out from the mountain peak was actually heading straight for Yang Kai's location. It wouldn't be long before they met. She had also seen the deployment of this group of demon kings. A group of fellows with ill intentions sneaking around and setting up an ambush at the peak of the mountain. Only a single demon king had rushed out. It was clearly a bait to lure someone into the trap. Now that the demon commander behind her had reminded her, she finally reacted. Yang Kai was their prey. Perhaps it was an unintentional coincidence, but it could also be intentional. If it was just a coincidence, then it could be said that Yang Kai's luck was bad. However, if it was intentional, then it meant that Yang Kai's previous battle record of killing more than 10 demon kings had attracted the fear of those demon kings, which was why so many demon kings had joined hands. But no matter what, her master was in danger this time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She screamed in her heart, hoping that Yang Kai would change his direction or see through the enemy's scheme. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Yang Kai simply couldn't discover the trap in front of him. That demon king that had rushed out came face to face with Yang Kai after a dozen breaths of time. Xiao Wu saw that demon king didn't say a word and took the initiative to launch a round of attacks. After being easily blocked by Yang Kai, it immediately turned around and fled, turning into a streak of bloody light. Its speed was incomparably fast. It had no intention of fighting to the death with Yang Kai. It clearly wanted to lure him into the encirclement. This was a mid-rank demon king, and a blood demon at that. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai grinned maliciously as he chased after it. He didn't want to reveal his trump card until the final moment, so he didn't use the power of the space laws. Even so, his speed was much faster than the blood demons, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up and kill him. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from the side. Yang! With a thud, an arrow appeared beside his feet. The arrow was 10 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. It was like an indestructible spear. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly and penetrated 3 feet into the ground. Demonic chi lingered on the arrow, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It was obvious that the strength of the person who shot the arrow was extraordinary. Yang Kai turned his head with a cold expression and saw a graceful figure standing a few kilometers away. This figure wore black clothes and held a bow in his hand, the bowstring gently vibrating. Because of this unforeseen event, the fleeing blood demon also stopped and turned his head, frowning. His goal this time was to lure Yang Kai into the trap he had prepared, but who would have thought that a variable would appear midway, causing his originally smooth plan to suffer a setback. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Looking at the feather demon who had shot the arrow, the blood demon seemed to recognize him and felt a headache coming on. Continuing to stay in place wasn't a solution. After all, he was playing the role of being chased by Yang Kai. If he stopped and watched for too long, he would only expose himself, so he only hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away. He had missed a good opportunity this time, but there would be a next time. However, if Yang Kai became suspicious, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The blood demon retreated decisively, so Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue. In any case, it didn't matter who he killed. Everyone in the blood fighting stage had to die. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, he recognized that the person who had shot the arrow at him was the feather demon he had seen when he first came in. A female demon king and a feather demon. Who else could it be but her? Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the tail of the arrow at his feet and pulled it out. He weighed it in his hand a few times to test its weight. Then, Yang Kai raised his head and smiled at the feather demon a few kilometers away. In the next moment, he raised his arm and threw the arrow in his hand in that direction. With a whoosh, a sharp light appeared at the tip of the 10-meter-long arrow. It seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in the world. Carrying a world-destroying momentum, it flew towards the feather demon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the feather demon. Unexpectedly, the feather demon's expression didn't change. With a calm expression, she stretched the bow in her hand forward, brushing against the incoming arrow. With a twist of her fingers, the bowstring was pulled back in an instant. Then, her body suddenly turned. By the time she stabilized, the arrow Yang Kai had shot was already knocked on her bowstring. At this very moment, Yang Kai was only 100 meters away from the feather demon. At the same time he threw the arrow, his entire body rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He secretly praised his good skill. The magic fluctuations emitted by the feather demon showed that she was only a mid-ranked demon king. However, this reaction speed and ability to adapt to the situation were definitely not something a mid-ranked demon king could possess. The force of his throw was enormous, but the other party had only used a slight twist of his body to dissipate most of the force. Such a skilled and daring person was also a rare talent, a fierce general that was hard to come by. He felt that he had somewhat underestimated this demoness. Knocking the arrow on the bowstring again, the arrow in the feather demon's hand shot out again. Yang Kai's momentum didn't decrease. His head tilted slightly, avoiding the disturbance of the arrow by a hair's breadth. His figure quickly closed in on the feather demon. As an outstanding archer, the feather demon naturally knew where her greatest advantage was. She didn't give Yang Kai a chance to close in at all. She didn't seem to move at all, but her figure floated backwards. With a twist of her slender fingers, one arrow after another appeared in her hand. She continuously pulled the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen arrows broke through the barrier of space as if they were chasing the stars and the moon. They exploded in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai first avoided the first few arrows, but he was powerless to continue. The feather demon's archery was a level higher than he had imagined. Helpless, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. As the law of space fluctuated, a pitch-black black hole appeared in front of him. Although he had used the law of space when he killed the demon race before, his methods were very hidden and he wasn't afraid of being seen through. At this moment, with the appearance of this black hole, he was afraid that some of his trump cards would be exposed. But it wasn't a big deal. He had many means, so even if some of them were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. The black hole swallowed everything, and the last few arrows plunged into it and disappeared without a trace. After Yang Kai finished dealing with this, he looked up and saw that the feather demon had a stunned expression. Obviously, she didn't expect Yang Kai to resolve her killing move so easily. However, she was also a person with a calm temperament. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she pulled the bowstring again. This time, it was very different from before. She actually stored up power for 3 breaths. When the sharp arrow whistled over, the arrow shone brightly and bloomed with dazzling light. Yang Kai dealt with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He stretched out his hand again and a black hole formed in front of him. However, just as the black hole was about to devour the arrow, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. The 10-meter-long arrow suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered a large area. This caught the feather demon off guard and she plunged into the black hole with a stunned expression. Asterisk ding ding dang dang, asterisk countless crisp sounds rang out as the arrows shattered. Although there were many of them, their power was greatly reduced. Yang Kai pushed his vigorous Emperor Qi to block them all. When the sound gradually disappeared, he had already broken out of the arrow rain with cold air wrapped around his body. He grimaced for a while and disappeared from the place with a flash. The feather demon was still smiling and admiring her masterpiece when she suddenly saw such a strange scene. Her expression changed slightly and without thinking, she turned the bow in her hand and aimed it behind her. It was at this moment that Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared behind her and punched with all his strength, but it hit the other party's bowstring. The bowstring groaned with difficulty and was severely bent, but most of the force was removed. The feather demon flipped a few times in the air and slithered to Yang Kai's side like a snake. Placing the bowstring in front of Yang Kai's neck, she placed the bow behind his head and pulled the bowstring back. Yang Kai's eyes widened and he reached out to block his throat. With a creak, a tingling sensation came from his palm. It was the result of the bowstring cutting into his skin. Although he knew that his life would not be in danger even if he was cut, Yang Kai still broke out in a cold sweat. This female demon king's reaction was unusually fast. He originally thought that she was a feather demon and would die in close combat. Who knew that her close combat ability was also so outstanding? He almost suffered a loss by borrowing the force of her attack. Exerting force in his palm, he flicked the bowstring away and lowered his head slightly to escape the grip of the strong bow. Yang Kai's arm shook and his fist smashed behind him. His fist smashed into empty air. It was the demoness who did a split and leaned back at the same time, narrowly avoiding the fist. Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw that the female devil's chest was high and his fist had brushed past the tip of her nose. From this angle, he could clearly see the snow-white ravine on her chest. Not in the mood to appreciate it, Yang Kai lifted his foot and kicked out. The female demon king slid and circled around Yang Kai half a circle. Her body suddenly bounced back and she twisted her 5 fingers. Another arrow appeared, but this arrow was only 3 feet long. It was clearly specially made for close combat. Moreover, the arrowhead was dark green. It was clear that it was poisoned. The bowstring was pulled back and the arrow was pointed at Yang Kai's temple, ready to shoot. The female devil looked at Yang Kai provocatively and jokingly said, "You're dead. Your mother's fart." Yang Kai faced her from the side. His expression was also playful as he laughed sinisterly, "You can try and see who dies first." Chapter 3450. As soon as these words came out, the female demon king frowned and looked down at her chest, only to see Yang Kai's 5 fingers forming a claw and grabbing her left chest. His fingertips flickered with a dangerous aura. Tisk. The female demon king curled her lips in displeasure. She was careless and let this guy get back at her. However, feeling Yang Kai's power fluctuations at such a close distance, she finally saw some clues. Slightly frowning, she looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked, "Are you the human that the Holy Senior brought back from Star Boundary?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, "You know me?" The female demon king chuckled. "It is rumored that a human race master was treated unfairly and walked into the fire demon fall to become the demon race. There was no place for him in Star Boundary and he was forced to follow the Holy Senior to Phantom Continent. It seems that it is you." This news spread really fast. Yang Kai had an unhappy expression, as if something shameful about him had been exposed. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The female demon king saw through his thoughts, but she was not afraid and said indifferently, "It is useless for you to kill me. Many people in Holy City already know. After all, you were brought back by the Holy Senior." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "What's more, if you really want to kill me, it is not certain who will die first." Yang Kai's eyes flickered for a while, as if he was hesitating and struggling. His face was fierce, but in fact, he was thinking about who spread the news. He had only been in demon territory for a few days, and Yu Meng herself could not have wantonly spread such a thing, so it could only be done by someone else. But what was the purpose? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the female demon king raised her smooth chin and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hey, you should let go." Hearing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and straightforwardly withdrew his hand. No matter what, for a grown man to put his hand on a woman's chest in front of so many people, it was somewhat unsightly. Seeing this, the other party's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he also withdrew the arrow. This strange scene confused the tens of thousands of spectators in the blood-fighting arena. Just a moment ago, these two fellows were like fire and water, ready to fight to the death. How could they coexist peacefully in the blink of an eye? On the contrary, Xiao Wu and the demon commander behind her both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Seeing Yang Kai being stabbed in the temple by a highly toxic arrow, the two of them almost forgot to breathe, afraid that they would see a scene that they did not want to see in the next instant. Only at this time did the stone in their hearts fall down, and they both went limp in their seats. Just now, it was truly thrilling. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at the female demon king, his expression uncertain. The reason why he had stopped so quickly wasn't because he had tender feelings for the fairer sex. It was because although the opponent's previous series of attacks were dazzling and ferocious, in fact, there was no killing intent. It was more of a probing factor. He also wanted to know what this female demon king wanted to do. Why didn't you stay in the saint's palace? Why did you come to the blood-fighting arena? The female demon king looked at him for a while, then suddenly asked. After that, she showed a look of realization. "Oh, I understand. You came for that prize, right?" She looked very excited and came closer. "How did you know that there would be such a prize in the blood-fighting arena? Do you have any inside information? Can you tell me a little?" "Inside information, my ass." Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said impatiently, "If you have something to say, say it quickly." Such a rude attitude obviously made the other party a little unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. Playing with the bow in her hand, she looked up and said indifferently, "You owe me a life. Shouldn't you say thank you first?" Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe, and a touch of pity appeared in his eyes. His mouth squirmed, and he said, "Crazy woman." He turned around and walked away. The female demon king was stunned. After she reacted, she flashed and blocked Yang Kai's way. She looked at Yang Kai fiercely and said, "Are you scolding me? Get out of my way." Yang Kai stretched out his huge fist at her, and looked terrible. "I don't like to hit women, but it doesn't mean that I can't hit women. If you dare to talk endlessly, I will take your life immediately." He didn't have any psychological burden to kill a female demon king that he didn't know. Killing a demon king here meant that there would be one less enemy in the astral world. The female demon king looked like she was choked. Her big eyes were wide open, and she was so angry that she laughed and said, "Do you think I am joking with you? Do you know that if I didn't stop you just now, you would be a dead man now?" "Oh." Yang Kai's voice was surprised, but his expression was calm. He looked at her indifferently and said, "May I ask how I died?" The female demon king said in a deep voice, "You were lured into a trap. More than 10 demon kings surrounded you, and 3 of them were high-rank demon kings. Do you still have your life?" Yang Kai wrinkled his brows. He thoughtfully looked in the direction that the blood demon had fled, and then looked at the feather demon. "How do you know?" "More than 10 demon kings, and 3 of them were high-rank demon kings. If he was really surrounded by this group of people, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if he could kill his way out of the encirclement, he would definitely expose most of his trump cards. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yang Kai really didn't want such a situation to happen. He came to the demon territory for another purpose. Although Yu Rumeng knew about his ability, others didn't. Yu Rumeng also couldn't spread it everywhere. Hiding his claws would make it easier for him to act in the future. The feather demon sneered, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yang Kai smiled arrogantly. This king betrayed the astral boundary and escaped from the hands of the great emperors. I was lucky enough to survive being chased by the astral boundary's fake emperors. I don't know how to write the word afraid. These words stunned the feather demon. Although she was from the demon race, she also knew what the great emperors and the fake emperors were. They were equivalent to the existence of the holy sage and half-saint in the demon territory. This guy in front of her dared to betray the astral boundary and go against the great emperors and the fake emperors. She was afraid that he was really bold. At that moment, she was too lazy to argue with him. She curled her lips and said, "You don't need to know how I know. Anyway, in the current situation, there are people who don't want you to win the final victory. They have already started to join forces to deal with you." Yang Kai stroked the stubble on his chin and nodded slightly. "If things are really as you said, then this king will owe you a favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the holy sage's palace to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse." He did not doubt what the other party said because it was meaningless to lie to him in this kind of place. What's more, the feather demon was good at shooting and had excellent eyesight. The powerful feather demon could even cultivate a magical eye technique that allowed her to see many things that others could not. Of course, the premise of all this was that she could survive this chaotic battle. Yang Kai did not kill her now, but it did not mean that he would not kill her at the last moment. If it really came to that point, who would care about favors? If you are dead, what's the use of your favor? The feather demon sneered. Then what do you want? Yang Kai glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. The other party saw something and deliberately came to stop him from falling into the trap. It was definitely not out of kindness, but something else. Let's join forces. Although the feather demon was a woman, she was also very straightforward and directly stated her purpose. You, join forces with me? Yang Kai blinked. He pointed at her and then pointed at himself. The corner of his mouth slowly rose and his smile gradually widened. The feather demon's face was gloomy as she flew into a rage. "Bastard, you dare to look down on me?" Saying this, she pulled the bow in her hand and an arrow was placed on the string. She looked like she was going to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Sorry. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured for her not to be impulsive. "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" The feather demon gritted her teeth. The smile of this bastard in front of her clearly had a taste of contempt. She definitely did not see wrong. "I am from the human race and you are from the demon race. Joining forces like this. I feel that it is very strange." Yang Kai casually found an excuse, but thinking about it carefully, with such a helper, it would save him a lot of effort. Perhaps he would not need to expose himself too much. Really? The feather demon looked at Yang Kai from the side. Her bright eyes were filled with distrust. Yang Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky and said with a serious expression, "Really?" The feather demon put away the arrow and snorted, "You better not lie to me, otherwise you won't have a good ending." After pausing for a bit, she said, "What does it matter if you are from the human demon race? In any case, you have already become the demon race out of the star boundary. Although you are not a pure demon race member, you already have a demonic nature. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my demon race. Besides, so what if you are from the human race? This old lady will join forces with you. I will beat anyone who refuses to obey." "Good." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. He rubbed his head and said, "I still have a question." "Speak. If you and I really join forces to break through the enemy, what will happen in the end?" The feather demon pursed her lips into a smile. Her smile was filled with cruelty and coldness. "Of course it will be whoever lives in the end who wins the prize. Oh. Yang Kai had a look of realization. He snapped his fingers and said, in other words, you and I will have to fight in the end. The feather demon looked at him playfully, you can kill yourself. In any case, you are not my match. Yang Kai laughed, keep that confidence. You are the strongest. The feather demon looked unhappy. Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to her and said with a serious expression, Yang Kai. The feather demon frowned. After a while, she realized what was going on. She also extended her hand and said indifferently, Boya. Boya's hand was suddenly scratched. She immediately cursed at Yang Kai, damn, you are taking advantage of me? Saying this, she quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's hand. While shivering, she kept wiping her hand on her clothes with a disgusted look on her face. Yang Kai looked at Boya with a dumbfounded expression, you really like women? When Yang Kai first saw this woman, he wondered why a female demon king would sign up for this battle. Could it be that she had some kind of special hobby? Now that he casually probed her, he realized that things were really as he thought. This female demon king with a voluptuous figure and good looks really did have a unique hobby. Chapter 34:51. It's none of your business who I like. Boya scolded angrily. She didn't show the slightest bit of shame even though Yang Kai had exposed her private matters. Did this she-devil grow up eating shit? Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in his heart, but he was too lazy to care about her bad attitude. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction the blood demon had fled and said, since you've seen through those guys' plot and deployment, you must have a way to deal with them, right? Let's hear it. How should we work together? The corner of Boya's lips curled up. She looked at Yang Kai playfully and said, of course you'll charge at the front and attract their firepower. I'll ambush them from behind and shoot them down one by one. This was the simplest and most direct plan. It didn't guarantee Yang Kai's safety at all. After all, no one could guarantee that Boya wasn't in cahoots with those people, and there was no guarantee that she wouldn't shoot an arrow at Yang Kai when he wasn't paying attention. After saying this, she thought Yang Kai would refuse and discuss a better plan with her. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding and saying, good idea. Let's do it. A hint of astonishment flashed through Boya's eyes. This guy's reaction was a little different from what she had imagined. Was he that confident in himself? The next moment, Boya felt someone pat her shoulder. She was shocked to see Yang Kai looking at her solemnly. Let's work together and cause a ruckus. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Boya's back. She had been hit before she could even react. In other words, if this man wanted to kill her, she might have already died. Was this a warning? Boya's brows furrowed, but she suddenly smiled. The stronger Yang Kai appeared, the higher the chances of them working together. She was really afraid that Yang Kai wasn't strong enough. On the mountain peak, a bloody streak of light appeared, revealing the figure of the blood demon who had left earlier. His face was full of helplessness. Upon seeing this, the demon kings hiding in the surroundings all revealed themselves and gathered around, whispering to one another. Several demon kings immediately revealed furious expressions. No one knew what they were talking about, but the demon race in the audience could almost guess the content of their conversation. It was nothing more than a failed attempt to lure the enemy and another plan. At this moment, a commotion broke out among the audience. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and Boya in a daze. The man and woman seemed to have finished their discussion and were planning to join forces. They were chasing after the blood demon. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the previous encirclement. Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. The demon commander behind her reached out and grabbed his hair, grimacing as he wailed, "What is he doing? Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. My demon crystal. When he saw a winged demon suddenly appear and stop Yang Kai at the crucial moment, he naively thought that Yang Kai was lucky enough to avoid such a trap. Who would have thought that the winged demon was also an idiot and actually followed Yang Kai into the trap? Did these two fellows think that their lives were too long? The demon commander couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown. In the blood arena, Yang Kai's path was unimpeded. Boya was no longer by his side. This woman had already concealed her aura and was following Yang Kai unhurriedly for 5 kilometers. She couldn't easily expose herself unless it was time for her to take action. A few dozen kilometers were covered in less than a moment. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Kai meandered his way. Looking up, he saw the lush forest and the trees swaying in the wind, giving him a sense of danger. Using his divine sense, he found that there were indeed more than 10 Demon King-level auras hidden inside. 3 of them were extremely powerful, reaching the level of a high-rank Demon King. All of this was consistent with the information provided by Boya. He calmly stood in place and looked around for a while. Xiao Wu, who was in the spectator stands, was so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She kept wailing in her heart, "Don't go in, it's a trap." The demon commander behind her also held his breath, staring at Yang Kai's figure without blinking, praying that he would discover some clues and leave this place. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Kai Yang raised his hand to his mouth and called out loudly, "Is there anyone?" The sound waves converged and formed into a thunderous boom, causing the row of trees in front of him to sway left and right, the leaves rustling. The demon commander directly collapsed on his chair, looking weak and powerless, as if he was about to die. 5 kilometers away, Boya, who was slowly approaching with her body concealed, also had a dark expression. She couldn't help but slap her forehead. This guy, what the hell is he doing? With his shout, wouldn't the enemies lying in ambush all know that he's here? How could there be any surprise effect? Boya suddenly realized that cooperating with Yang Kai was probably a wrong decision. This made her have the urge to turn around and leave. In any case, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with her. On the mountain peak, the 10 or so demon kings were still gathered together, seemingly having some kind of dispute. They were discussing left and right, but at this moment, they all turned their heads to look at the foot of the mountain, each of them revealing a look of pleasant surprise. They originally thought that after failing to lure the enemy, they would have to put in more effort to deploy. Who would have thought that the prey would actually take the initiative to deliver itself to their doorstep? This was truly a case of unstoppable luck. The 10 or so pairs of eyes quickly met, and in the next moment, one of the demon kings soared into the sky, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. The others quickly concealed themselves and restrained their auras. The demon king dispatched this time wasn't the blood demon from before. After all, that blood demon had already been repelled by Yang Kai once. If he were to appear again, it might arouse Yang Kai's suspicions. Therefore, another demon king took over the important task of luring the enemy. This was a malevolent-looking bone demon. There wasn't a trace of flesh on its body, and its bones were pitch black. Only 2 dim lights flickered in its eye sockets. Like the blood demon, this bone demon was also a mid-rank demon king. After all, according to the information obtained by these demon kings, Yang Kai had already killed many demon kings in the blood arena. If their strength was too low, they would only be courting death. If their strength was too high, they were afraid of scaring Yang Kai. A mid-rank demon king was their only choice. Diving down from the mountain peak, the bone demon arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few breaths of time. The bone demon's flickering eyes locked onto Yang Kai. It raised its hand and pointed downwards. A sharp bone spear wrapped in pitch-black demon chi shot out. As soon as the bone spear appeared, it was already in front of Yang Kai, seemingly ignoring the obstruction of space. With a swish, Yang Kai lowered his head and stiffened in place. He didn't move, but the bone spear had disappeared without a trace. Hit? The bone demon was also somewhat surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to be very powerful? I've already killed so many demon kings along the way, so why is he so weak? He couldn't help but want to laugh. If Yang Kai really died at his hands, it would be a huge contribution. Thinking so, he didn't care about luring the enemy. If he could really kill Yang Kai here, why would he need to go through so much trouble to lure him up? Taking all the credit for himself was much more tempting than sharing it with more than a dozen people. His figure flashed and he pounced downwards. At the same time, he reached out and pulled out a pitch-black bone from his waist. The bone looked like a sword that had been polished to incomparable sharpness. It flickered with a dim light. Surprisingly, it was a high-quality demon artifact. Moreover, it was a demon artifact refined from the bone demon's own bone. Bone demons like to do this. They would choose the hardest bone in their body and refine it day and night into a demon artifact. When facing an enemy, it would often increase their strength. With the bone sword in hand, the bone demon's killing intent soared. Clearly, he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai in one fell swoop. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised it slowly and grinned at the bone demon that was swooping down. This smile almost scared the bone demon out of his wits. Because the bone spear he thought he had hit Yang Kai was actually bitten by this guy's teeth. It didn't have any effect at all. This is a fucking trap. The bone demon immediately reacted, but he was greedy for merit. At this moment, he was only 300 feet away from Yang Kai. It was too late for him to withdraw, so he ruthlessly swung the bone sword in his hand. Yang Kai grabbed the bone spear in his mouth and swung it diagonally. With a clang, the bone spear and the bone sword collided, producing the sound of metal clashing. It was incomparably ear-piercing, and a shower of sparks scattered like a mini meteor shower. Yang Kai's figure didn't move, but the bone demon felt an incomparably huge force coming at him head-on. It almost knocked the bone sword out of his hand, and his entire skeleton body flipped several times in the air due to this great force. As his vision returned to normal, he saw Yang Kai holding the bone spear and rushing towards him like a bolt of lightning. An indescribable sense of oppression rose from his heart as a sensational sense of crisis enveloped him. The bone demon's eyes flashed wildly as an inconceivable thought flashed through his mind: if he really gets close, I'll definitely die. In any case, he was still a mid-rank demon king. Although he had accidentally fallen into a disadvantageous position, he wouldn't just resign himself to death. Suddenly raising his hand, the 5 fingers on his withered hand flew out and expanded in the wind, turning into 5 bone demons several meters tall. They formed an arrow-shaped formation and rushed towards Yang Kai, each holding a sword, shield, axe, and hammer, giving off a demonic chi. These 5 bone demons formed by his 5 fingers all exuded the energy fluctuations of a low-rank demon king. Moreover, they cooperated with each other seamlessly. The shield-wielding skeletal demon rushed to the front. Its huge shield almost covered its body, providing the most powerful protection for the other skeletal demons. The other 4 skeletal demons flanked it from the left and right. As they opened and closed their teeth, they made a crunching sound. Yang Kai completely ignored them, as if he didn't see the 5 bone demons. With a loud bang, he met them head-on, directly crashing into the huge shield held by the bone demon in the middle. A violent force swept out, and the shield-wielding skeletal demon was unable to maintain its footing. Its body, which was tens of feet tall, was knocked back like a shooting star. The other 4 skeletal demons slashed down with their weapons, but only hit a string of afterimages. Chapter 3452. In the blink of an eye, the bone demon had lost sight of Yang Kai. The 2 dim lights in its eye sockets suddenly became much brighter as it spread out its divine sense like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's figure. There was no one to its left or right, and there was no sound behind it. The Bone Devil stared at the shield-wielding skeleton demon that was charging at it. Its gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the skeleton demon and look behind it. The Bone Devil made a gesture with one hand, and the shield-wielding skeleton demon exploded into a rain of bones that flew backward like an umbrella, covering all directions without any blind spots. However, there was no one behind the shield-wielding skeletal demon as he had expected. The bone demon's heart sank as it suddenly looked up. The next moment, a dim light flashed in its eyes as it finally found the trace of its enemy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai dived down headfirst, spreading out his big hand to cover the ground below in the blink of an eye. A violent surge of Emperor Qi pressed down like a mountain, causing the bone demon's well-honed bones to creak. It desperately urged its demonic Qi to escape, but the terrifying pressure made it unable to move at all. This guy is really so powerful. Although it had long known that Yang Kai had killed many demon kings along the way, many of whom were mid-rank existences, the bone demon did not realize just how powerful this person was until it actually faced him. This was not a power that could be possessed by someone of his cultivation. The bone demon was powerless to resist. There was a loud bang, a shockwave burst out, causing the earth to shake. Even with a powerful spirit array isolating the outside from the outside, the tens of thousands of demon race in the audience could still feel the terrifying power of this palm strike. All of them showed looks of shock as the same thought emerged in their minds: where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? After a short while, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood in the air, less than a meter above the ground, looking down indifferently. Not far in front of Yang Kai, the Bone Devil had been smashed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. The dim light in his eye sockets flickered. Obviously, he was stunned by Yang Kai's attack. His soul was not steady enough. Even the few skeleton devils under his control were dancing unsteadily as if they were drunk. When he finally managed to recover, he felt the light above his head being obscured by a shadow. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai squatting in front of him, reaching out and patting his head, as if he was stroking an exquisite piece of art. In fact, Yang Kai's Emperor Qi had already broken through the bone demon's defenses and surged into his body, sealing his cultivation and making him unable to resist. As their eyes met, Bone saw the playful look in Yang Kai's eyes. The light in his eyes couldn't help but jump, and a feeling of doom swept through his body. If you tell me who ordered you to deal with this king will give you a quick death. Yang Kai lowered his voice and whispered in front of him. In this blood arena, more than a dozen demon king had gathered to deal with him. This was a big deal. Yang Kai did not believe that this was a coincidence. There must be someone behind this. Moreover, he had only been in the demon territory for a few days, and he had not offended anyone yet. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility: Bone Devil remained silent. Knowing that Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he naturally would not let Yang Kai get what he wanted. At this time, silence was golden. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess. You sang, right?" Only this guy had shown such obvious hostility and killing intent during their first meeting. Moreover, Yu Sang was a half-saint, so he had the ability to do something in the blood arena. Bone Devil did not need to respond. When Yang Kai said that name, he clearly felt Bone Devil's soul shake. This made him even more certain of his guess. "Let me ask you another question." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "There is a female demon king called Boya. Is she with you?" Although there was nothing suspicious about Boya's behavior before, Yang Kai couldn't really trust her. It would be best if he could learn something from this bone demon, but even if he didn't gain anything, it didn't matter. He was just casually asking, so it wouldn't be a big deal. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." Bone Devil's teeth opened and closed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. "Why talk so much nonsense? Do you think this king will tell you?" He didn't know why Kai Yang was inquiring about this matter, but since things had already gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything. He could only blame himself for underestimating the enemy and recklessly rushing forward. He hoped that these dozen or so people would be able to learn a lesson and avenge him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his Emperor Qi into Bone Devil's body. With a series of cracking sounds, all the bones in Bone Devil's body were shattered. The two dim lights in his eye sockets quickly dimmed, and he died silently. After dealing with this bone demon, Yang Kai raised his head abruptly and without any hesitation, shot towards the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Halfway up the mountain, a series of fierce attacks suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Fireballs the size of washbasins burned fiercely, lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm crisscrossed into a net, and icicles and wind blades shot out, cutting the towering trees into pieces. Yang Kai seemed to be dancing on the Grim Reaper's scythe, his figure flickering left and right, always managing to avoid the fatal attacks at the critical moment. He climbed all the way to the top of the mountain without suffering any injuries. Without warning, Yang Kai punched out towards a certain spot in the void. A ghostly voice staggered out, its body like a phantom. It was a shadow demon. The shadow demon's figure flickered, but its eyes showed a look of disbelief, as if it did not expect its concealment to be seen through. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang shouted, "Come and die." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai rushed in front of the shadow demon and reached out to grab it. Space principles fluctuated and a pitch-black hole immediately appeared behind the shadow demon. The shadow demon's reaction was also extremely fast, its figure flickering and turning into thousands of black crows, flapping their wings and frantically fleeing in all directions. The black hole swallowed many of the black crows into the void, but it did not completely devour them, allowing some of the black crows to escape. The fleeing black crows gathered not far away, once again revealing the shadow demon's figure, but at this moment, the shadow demon seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, its aura fluctuating. Although it had escaped with its secret technique, many of its black crows had been swallowed up, so it had naturally lost Yuan Qi. For a time, it looked at Yang Kai with fear, no longer daring to rashly approach. But at this moment, a thick blood-red light attacked from the side, its killing intent soaring to the sky. It was the Blood Demon Demon King, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness to attack. It was unknown whether this blood demon was the one who had tried to lure Yang Kai into a trap before. The blood demon had chosen the perfect time to attack, just as Yang Kai and the shadow demon were crossing paths. Sure enough, it was able to create a miraculous effect, the thick blood-red light directly wrapping Yang Kai in the middle. In the next moment, the blood-red light's killing intent increased again, and a sizzling sound came from within. It was obvious that it had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it wanted to refine Yang Kai in this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, completely wrapped in a blood-red sphere, floating in the air. A human face appeared on the surface of the blood-red sphere, which should be the face of the blood demon. At this moment, it was smiling sinisterly, full of killing intent. The surrounding demon kings appeared one after another, all of them staring at the blood-red sphere with indifferent expressions, quietly waiting for the moment when Yang Kai was completely refined and turned into a pool of blood. But soon, the expressions of these demon kings became uncertain, because the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere suddenly showed a stunned expression. Immediately after, the rolling blood-red sphere expanded in all directions, bulging one after another. Although these bulges quickly recovered under the suppression of the blood demon, it showed that the person inside was struggling with all his might. The bulges grew faster and faster, and the extent of the bulges also grew bigger and bigger. The expression of the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere also became more and more shocked, a powerful aura spread out from the blood-red sphere, as if a sleeping dragon had awoken. The surrounding demon kings all had solemn expressions. That face suddenly opened and shouted, "I can't hold on anymore." At this point, the blood-red sphere exploded, and a figure shot out like lightning. It was the furious Yang Kai, who seemed to be in a bad mood after being trapped for so long. His entire expression was sinister and terrifying to the extreme. The moment he escaped, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing a ball of squirming blood. After the blood-red sphere was broken, the condensed blood naturally flew in all directions, but the ball that Yang Kai grabbed seemed to be the key. The scattered blood gathered in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the blood demon's figure. The blood demon felt like crying. He also didn't know how Yang Kai could find his vital point so accurately. Now that he was grabbed by the neck, he couldn't move at all. Heh. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. He raised the blood demon in his hand and looked at him at close range. Then, he opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a ball of raging flames. Fire Dragon's Breath. He had a deep understanding of the dragon race's secret techniques, and with the support of his golden divine dragon source, he could now use the majority of the dragon race's secret techniques. Apart from a few forbidden techniques that he couldn't use, in terms of the number of dragon race secret techniques he had mastered, even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Xiu couldn't compare with him. After all, his source wasn't restricted, but Great Elder and Second Elder could only lean towards a certain attribute, so there was no comparison between them. A mournful scream rang out, as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The blood demon in Yang Kai's hand struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous burning of the dragon fire, his vitality was rapidly evaporating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the blood demon had become a charred corpse. Yang Kai casually threw the charred corpse to the side, turned around, and stared at the shadow demon that he had previously injured. It was better to break 1 finger than injure 10. The shadow demon was good at concealment and assassination. If he didn't get rid of it in one go, it would definitely cause a lot of interference. Chapter 3453. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze sweep over him, the shadow demon knew that the situation was far from good. He had just been heavily injured by Yang Kai when he was at his peak, and now that he was injured, he was even less likely to be a match for him. As such, as soon as he sensed Yang Kai's killing intent, he wanted to retreat. But when their eyes met, he was shocked to discover that there was a golden vertical line in Kai Yang's left eye. This vertical line was filled with majesty and terror, capable of shaking one's mind and soul. Demon Eye of Annihilation. In that brief moment of hesitation, he had missed the best opportunity to escape. A saber light suddenly slashed out from Yang Kai's left eye, silently tearing through the shadow demon's knowledge sea defenses and slashing into his knowledge sea. The Demon Eye of Annihilation combined with the soul-severing saber or the blossoming lotus secret technique was simply unstoppable. Before Yang Kai had reached this level of strength, he had used this combination countless times to deal with powerful enemies, each time achieving miraculous results. Now that he was facing a heavily injured shadow demon, it was naturally easy for him to use this combination. The soul-severing saber light, which had been activated with the heaven-severing saber secret technique, contained boundless power. The shadow demon felt a tearing pain in his knowledge sea, causing him to howl miserably and stop the escape technique he was about to use. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain and stabilizing his soul, he finally had a chance to catch his breath, but before he could do so, a shout entered his ears, "Be careful! Quickly retreat!" Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of him, the myriad sword in his hand slashing out in a cross-shaped slash. The shadow demon froze in place, his entire body frozen in place. With a crash, the shadow demon's body shattered like a falling building block, his vitality quickly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-rank demon kings had fallen. On the mountain peak, all the demon kings who were still alive felt their blood run cold. They had never seen such a valiant person before, truly terrifying. Yang Kai held the myriad sword at an angle, his playful gaze sweeping over the demon kings one after another, filled with aggression. The corner of his mouth curled up, seemingly excited as he said, "Killing makes one happy. I hope you can give this king even more pleasure." Dang 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 dang. Several low-rank demon kings couldn't help but take a few steps back, their expressions changing. This guy was a complete madman. A flame demon took a step forward, his body blazing. He said coldly, "A group of trash, what are you afraid of him for? He's all alone." This was one of the 3 high-rank demon kings. He believed that if he went all out, he could do what Yang Kai had just done, so naturally, he wasn't afraid. With so many demon kings working together, how could they not take down a mere person? The other party was just bluffing. Another high-rank demon king also took a step forward, his body brimming with blood energy. He was also a blood demon. He said indifferently, "Let's do it." Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of sand suddenly rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sandstorm in an extremely short period of time. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to completely trap and kill Yang Kai. The last high-rank demon king had already made his move. The sandstorm whistled over, every grain of sand filled with abundant demonic yuan, possessing extremely powerful killing power. Yang Kai could have dodged, but he didn't move at all, allowing the sandstorm to wrap around him. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he was waiting for something. A streak of light suddenly shot over from 10 li away. It was as fast as lightning, and when everyone was caught off guard, it pierced through the sandstorm. Not only that, this streak of light accurately shot into the head of a low-rank demon king, the berserk energy directly blasting that low-rank demon king's head to pieces. She finally made her move. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the streak of light, his heart greatly calming down. At this time, if Boya still didn't make her move, it would mean that this woman was in cahoots with these people in front of him. Then, he would have many things to guard against. Being targeted by a mid-rank demon king from such a distance was definitely not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, Boya didn't disappoint him. And the reason why this woman had waited until now to make her move and hadn't made a sound before was probably because she wanted to see his ability. If he couldn't even last 1 or 2 rounds, then she would definitely have immediately fled and wouldn't have shown herself. Killing 2 mid-rank demon kings with lightning speed made Boya believe that Yang Kai had the qualifications to cooperate with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Being targeted by a mid-rank demon king from such a distance was definitely not a good thing, but if this feather demon was a companion, then it would be a lot easier. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from within the sandstorm, as if a wounded beast was howling in grief. This high-rank demon king sand demon wanted to trap and kill Yang Kai with a sandstorm, but he was sneak attacked by Boya. Even if his life wasn't in danger, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Just by looking at that sandstorm, one could feel his anger and pain. The sudden death of that low-rank demon king also shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at the source of the light. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai wasn't fighting alone. He actually had an ally. And it was a feather demon that gave them a headache. How could he have an ally? Wasn't he the human that the sage had brought in from the outside? He had only been in the holy city for a few days, so where did he find such a helper? It should be that bitch Boya. Someone suddenly realized, immediately understanding the identity of that feather demon in the distance. Even if they didn't see Boya's shadow, feather demons were already rare, and mid-rank demon king feather demons were even rarer. Only Boya could have participated in this chaotic battle. Damn it! I think she's tired of living. She actually dared to appear in the holy city and participate in this blood battle? What are the people of the blood fighting arena doing? A group of demon kings clamored at the same time. They clearly knew Boya very well and knew her famous name. Those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings couldn't help but move closer to each other, as if they wanted to find some sense of security. Even the two high-rank demon kings revealed deep fear. Although Boya was only a mid-rank demon king, as long as she put some distance between them, she was enough to threaten the life of a high-rank demon king. In an environment like the blood-fighting arena, she was naturally an incomparable headache. Just as the group of demon kings were in a state of panic, another streak of light shot over like a meteor chasing after the moon. Once again, it pierced through the sandstorm, causing the sand devil to roar furiously. With the previous example, all the demon kings were on guard. Sure enough, after that streak of light pierced through the sandstorm, it didn't slow down and attacked a low-rank demon king. Fortunately, this low-rank demon king was already prepared and promptly dodged. Otherwise, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of that low-rank demon king. However, although he dodged, that streak of light strangely changed its angle and attacked another low-rank demon king the instant everyone relaxed. With a snort, the streak of light shot through the low-rank demon king's head, directly shattering it. However, that headless corpse didn't immediately collapse. The flesh around the wound squirmed, as if another head was about to grow out. As long as the demon heart wasn't extinguished, the demon race wouldn't die. This low-rank demon king's vital point wasn't his head. However, it would take some time and a large amount of yuan qi to grow a new head. Even if Boya's arrow didn't kill him, it was enough to make him lose the qualifications to fight. Bitch! That high-rank demon king blood demon looked in Boya's direction with incomparable resentment. With a flicker of his body, he rushed out, clearly preparing to find trouble with Boya. As long as he could find Boya's whereabouts and either restrain or kill her, there would be no need to worry about the power of hidden arrows. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. While the sand demon Yuan Qi was heavily injured by Boya's two arrows, he punched out, breaking through the sandstorm and blocking the blood demon's path. The blood demon didn't even look at him. It turned into a streak of light, wanting to rush past him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it do as it wished. However, before he could stop it, the flame demon had already pounced on him. A pair of flaming wings spread out on its back, and raging flames wrapped around its fists as if it wanted to incinerate the void. It fiercely punched down and roared, "Where do you think you're going now?" Yang Kai frowned. He raised Myriad's sword diagonally and met the flame demon's attack head-on. With a boom, both sides retreated a dozen or so steps. However, the blood demon had already rushed out during this short period of time. It was too late to stop it. Yang Kai pursed his lips and glanced back. He hoped that Boya could deal with it. If she really couldn't, then he could only say sorry. In any case, they weren't that familiar with each other. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Boya wasn't idle. 3 streaks of light pierced through the void in a triangular formation. At this moment, the sand demon, who had been pierced through by 2 of Boya's arrows, finally couldn't take it anymore. It retracted its divine technique and revealed itself. These 3 arrows came at just the right moment, as if they had been predicted. They arrived right in front of the sand demon the moment it revealed itself. The sand demon's eyes widened. Without much time to think, it shook its body and exploded into a cloud of loose sand. It wanted to use this technique to avoid Boya's attack. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows also exploded at the same time. Each arrow contained countless tiny iron shavings that mixed with the sand. The sand demon reformed its body once more, and even the iron shavings were absorbed into its body. Its entire body suddenly froze. It glared into the distance and roared, "Bitch!" Yang Kai was amused. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Boya's 3 arrows contained, he knew that the woman must have used some underhanded trick to make this high-rank demon king sand demon suffer such a huge loss. And that was indeed the case. After reforming its body, the sand demon didn't even have the intention to stay in place. It turned around and flew into the distance. Its body swayed as if it had been poisoned, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had to find a place to expel the foreign object that had entered its body, or its life would be in danger. A high-rank demon king was taken away by Boya just like that. Although it wasn't killed, such a method was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. Yang Kai wanted to keep the sand demon here, but the flame demon kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to free himself. He could only sigh and let the sand demon leave. Chapter 34-54. Loud booms rang out incessantly as the energy in the blood-fighting arena became chaotic. Sand and pebbles were sent flying from the mountain peak, and after each strike, the mountain peak would shrink by several dozen meters. The high-rank demon king Flame Demon wielded a fire Sakura spear. Raging flames soared to the sky, and the spear's momentum was so great that it seemed as if it would burn the entire world. Yang Kai wielded Myriad sword to parry, fighting fiercely. He looked incomparably fierce, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage in a very short time. He had no choice but to do so, not wanting to reveal too many of his trump cards. The two were engaged in a fierce battle, but the other demon kings couldn't interfere at all. Or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. In the distance, Boya was still eyeing them covetously. How could they let their guard down? They could only wait for the blood demon to find Boya's tracks and eliminate this threat before making any further plans. After a short while, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the distance. Looking over, they saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The demon kings were overjoyed. They recognized that it was where Boya's arrow had come from. Such a commotion meant that the blood demon had already found Boya and was fighting with her, perhaps even killing her. The flame demon fighting against Yang Kai also relaxed. He grinned maliciously. You will die without a burial ground. Previously, with Boya lurking nearby, he didn't dare to use his full strength. Now that the greatest threat had been eliminated, he no longer had any worries. Flames suddenly erupted from his body, and an awe-inspiring demonic chi swept out, burning fiercely toward Yang Kai. But at this moment, from the opposite direction, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly. Along with that sound, an imposing aura locked onto him. A stream of light that emitted 5 colors broke through the barrier of space and instantly blasted in front of him. The flame devil revealed a stunned expression. He never would have imagined that there would be an arrow coming from this direction. The energy fluctuations and method of this arrow clearly belonged to Boya, but what was the commotion coming from that location? Was Boya not there? In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to think and instinctively dodged. Even though he was a high-rank demon king, he didn't dare to take Boya's arrow head-on. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? When this arrow came, not only was the flame demon surprised, but he was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly understood that this was probably Boya's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Although he didn't know what method Boya had used to go from one place to another, he didn't have to be too worried since she had the ability. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the flame demon was locked in place, and the expression on the flame demon's face instantly became one of shock. With a hiss, the 5-colored flowing light pierced through the flame demon's chest with incomparable precision and exited from its back, bringing with it a large amount of boiling blood that resembled magma. The flame demon roared in pain, the flames burning on its body becoming even more violent, revealing the fury in its heart. The surrounding demon kings, who originally thought that Boya was doomed and were about to step forward to help, all sucked in a cold breath. They all stopped in their tracks, feeling a chill run down their spines as they inwardly rejoiced. Boom boom. Another 3 arrows flew over. 2 of the spectating demon kings had their heads blown off without a sound. The remaining arrow was still aimed at the flame demon Yang Kai was fighting. After suffering a great loss, the Balrog was already prepared. He could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow, and even though he was injured, it was not difficult for him to dodge it. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Yang Kai smile at him and growl, "Bind." That feeling of having the space around him locked, as if he had fallen into a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The Flame Demon King's eyes widened as he desperately urged his demonic yuan to break free of this invisible seal. But before he could do as he wished, Boya's second arrow had already arrived. This arrow pierced through his abdomen, once again bringing out a large amount of blood that burned the ground. Both arrows hit the Flame Demon King's vital points. The tens of thousands of members of the demon race in the spectator stands cried out in alarm. They didn't know exactly what had happened in the blood arena. They only knew that the hidden arrows were incomparably accurate and terrifyingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as this high-rank demon king couldn't dodge them and was heavily injured. If there were a few more arrows, the Flame Demon King's life would be in danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, the third arrow had already arrived. That streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, its sharp aura aimed straight for the Flame Demon's head. Boya could clearly see that with Yang Kai's help, she didn't have to worry about her arrows being dodged. All she had to do was unleash her firepower from afar. Seeing that streak of light getting closer and closer to him while he couldn't move at all, the Flame Demon finally panicked. Although the previous two arrows had injured him quite badly, they weren't life-threatening. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would really be finished. His pupils constricted to the size of needles as the scorching flames all over his body converged in front of him, forming a wall of fire. The arrow light poured into the sea of flames and pierced the Flame Demon's head with a thud. However, it only pierced 5 inches into his flesh and didn't shatter his brain. The flames condensed from the Flame Demon's entire body weakened the arrow's power by more than half. The berserk power caused the Flame Demon's head to tilt back. Without waiting for him to straighten his body, Yang Kai had already raised his sword and slashed down. The myriad sword cut through the Demon King's protective demonic aura and cut into his neck. The head glared angrily as it flew into the air. Scorching hot blood spurted out like magma from the severed neck. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before quickly retreating. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he chased after the Flame Demon. The myriad sword transformed into a net of swords that enveloped the Flame Demon's body. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his sword, the Flame Demon's body had already turned into fine powder that scattered all over the sky. Thud. Only at this moment did the severed head fall from the sky, facing Yang Kai's direction. His mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. His eyes were wide open as his vitality dissipated. He died with a grievance. In the spectator stands, the tens of thousands of demon race members were deathly silent. Everyone's mind was in chaos as they stared at the blood-fighting arena in disbelief. Yang Kai and Boya were both only mid-rank demon kings, but when the two of them joined hands, they were like a hot knife through butter, crushing the combined forces of more than a dozen demon kings. The battle had only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time, but 2 mid-rank demon kings had already died, 4 low-rank demon kings had died, and 1 high-rank demon king had retreated. 1 high-rank demon king had retreated, and another had died in battle. Such an unimaginable battle record had never appeared in the long history of the blood-fighting arena. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, 80% of the credit should go to Boya. It was her hidden arrows that had killed and repelled those demon kings. Apart from displaying his invincible might at the beginning, Yang Kai's remaining role was to attract attention and act as a target. But only Boya herself knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hit that flame demon so easily. That sand demon from before had courted death, giving her an opportunity to take advantage of. Of the 3 high-rank demon kings, 1 had retreated, 1 had died, and the last blood demon had been lured elsewhere. How could the remaining mid-rank and low-rank demon kings still have the will to fight? When that flame demon was crushed, they already knew that the situation was far from good. After exchanging glances, they fled in all directions without saying anything. Streams of light appeared once again, flowing endlessly. This time, even without Yang Kai's help, the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings couldn't avoid Boya's hidden arrows. Their bodies collapsed one after another, exploding into bloody mists without leaving behind any corpses. Only 2 low-rank demon kings suddenly turned into streaks of white light, disappearing from their original positions. It was unknown what method they had used to escape, but Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect them. He couldn't help but frown. In the distance, a bloody light flashed. It was the blood demon who had left earlier. He originally wanted to look for traces of that bitch Boya, but who would have thought that he would only find a doppelganger? He immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. After hurrying back, he was shocked to find that the dust of the battle had already settled. The dozen or so demon kings were nowhere to be seen, and the ground was littered with broken corpses. The blood demon's pupils shrank, almost suspecting that he was dreaming. He hadn't been gone for long, so what exactly had happened here? How could such an outcome have occurred? Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the blood demon with a playful gaze. The blood demon's expression was incomparably solemn, and a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. His expression changed slightly as he suddenly turned to a certain direction and shouted, "Boya, you dare ruin our plans? You will die without a burial." The response he received was a sharp arrow. Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles to envelop the blood demon. But to his surprise, the blood demon didn't struggle or evade. He simply glanced at him coldly before clenching his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what he was holding, but he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just now, the 2 fleeing low-rank demon kings had also disappeared like this. He had thought that those 2 had grasped some kind of mysterious escape technique, but now it seemed that things weren't as he had imagined. They had definitely used some other method to disappear. Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a contemplative look. There should be some kind of information here that he didn't know. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt an aura lock onto him from afar. Was she going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Yang Kai grinned. Boya was quite decisive. However, what was to come would come. Between him and Boya, one of them had to die. He slowly turned around and faced where Boya was hiding. His gaze was deep, as if it could pierce through the void. That aura, however, didn't erupt. It only grew stronger when Yang Kai was facing that direction. Yang Kai stood there casually, not a single opening on his body. Xiao Wu, who was watching from the spectator seats, turned pale. She had seen Boya's archery before. Yang Kai was simply courting death. Unexpectedly, even after waiting for a long time, Boya still didn't shoot an arrow. Xiao Wu's nerves were tense to the extreme. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai could only feel Boya's aura gradually rising. Soon, it reached its peak. That invisible energy actually caused his blood to boil. He immediately realized that he had underestimated this woman. Even though he had the space divine technique, he wasn't confident that he could completely dodge that arrow. As long as Boya shot an arrow, there was a high chance that he would be injured. Chapter 34-55. Feather demons were indeed worthy of their reputation for being proficient in archery. Boya was a mid-rank demon king. As long as she put enough distance between them, the power she could display was even more terrifying than a high-rank demon king. The mountain range was quiet. A gentle breeze blew, causing the trees to sway and rustle. At a certain moment, the sharp aura that had locked onto Yang Kai from afar suddenly dissipated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of surprise, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Who knew if this was one of Boya's schemes? A moment later, Boya's figure flew over at a leisurely pace. Only then did Yang Kai reveal a meaningful smile. Boya stopped about 300 meters in front of Yang Kai. This was the safe distance she believed to be enough for her to deal with Yang Kai's sudden attack. She tilted her head and sized up Yang Kai. "You are a bit strange." "What's strange about me?" Yang Kai chuckled. Boya slowly shook her head and remained silent. The reason she didn't shoot that arrow just now wasn't because the two of them were working together. Since this was a chaotic battle, everyone was an enemy to her. Choosing to join forces with Yang Kai was only to make it easier for her to eliminate the biggest threat. It turned out that she had made the right choice. She had thought that it would be a bitter battle, but who would have thought that with Yang Kai's cooperation, the dozen or so demon kings would collapse at the first blow? She withdrew her arrow because her instincts told her that even if that arrow could really injure Yang Kai, it definitely wouldn't be able to deal with his violent counterattack. If things went wrong, she might even die here. This guy was definitely hiding his strength. Boya was even more certain of this when she recalled his previous performance. Thus, she decisively withdrew her arrow to avoid making things difficult for herself. "Let's negotiate." Boya pouted at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai frowned at her. He didn't know what else was there to negotiate at this point. Fighting with real swords and spears was the only way out. "How many magic crystals did you bet on yourself?" Boya suddenly asked an unrelated question. Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, but he didn't hide it. 100 million. Boya immediately curled her sexy red lips and whistled. Her expression was as frivolous as it could get. Her eyes lit up as she said, "So many." "It's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. What was wrong with this woman? Could it be that she was eyeing the magic crystal that he hadn't gotten yet? Boya giggled. "Give me half." "Why?" Yang Kai sneered. 30%. Get lost. Although he didn't care much about those magic crystals, he wouldn't allow others to covet them. What belonged to him was his. 10% should be fine, right? "If you give me 10%, I'll leave right now. I really don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to leave just like that. Just take that 10% as my reward for my hard work. Men shouldn't be so stingy." Boya smiled and said, "I really don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to just leave like that. It's not up to you whether I'm stingy or not." Before Yang Kai could finish, he suddenly realized something and stared at her in a daze. "You can choose to leave here." He recalled the two low-rank demon king and high-rank demon king that had turned into white light and disappeared. "So that's how it is." Boya said, "It seems you really don't know anything. Of course you can leave the blood-fighting arena." She then took out an item. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was her number plate. He also had one, but the number was different. Boya waved her number plate at him and said, "Then it's settled. I'll leave first. You give me 10% of the profits." As soon as she finished speaking, Boya turned into a beam of white light and disappeared from where she stood. "Who promised you that?" Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. "This woman is really good at talking to herself. I didn't have any intention of agreeing and she actually left just like that. But this is also good. Unless it's absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to confront Boya. Her amazing archery skills are really a headache." However, after hearing her reminder, Yang Kai hurriedly checked his number plate and found that there was indeed an option to leave. As long as he touched this option, he would be able to leave the blood-fighting arena. After putting away his number plate, Yang Kai looked around. He had killed quite a few demon kings in this battle. Unfortunately, the space rings of those demon kings had already disappeared. He had encountered such a situation before. Whenever someone died here, their space ring would immediately disappear. Now that he thought about it, the blood-fighting arena had probably taken it away. This was simply a robbery. Yang Kai silently cursed. Every year, countless members of the demon race would die here, and their belongings would all belong to the blood-fighting arena. How could he not make a fortune in this damned place? In the demon territory, Yang Kai was poor. The only thing he could count on now was the 100 million demon crystals he had bet. Otherwise, if he wanted to buy anything in the future, he would probably be unable to do so. There was not much suspense in the rest of the battle. Although there were quite a number of demon kings who had signed up for the battle royale, there were only 5 high-grade demon kings. Among them, he and Boya managed to kill one, force another to retreat, and heavily injure the last one. The heavily injured sand demon had probably already withdrawn from the battle royale. As for the remaining 2 high-rank demon kings, they were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown if they had already been killed. As for those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings, Yang Kai didn't put any of them in his eyes. As long as he encountered one, he easily dealt with them. Those who were quick to react naturally retreated to preserve their lives, while those who were a bit slower could only rest here. Half a day later, when Yang Kai finished off his last opponent, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. The mountain range and trees disappeared in an extremely short time, and the spacious field once again appeared before his eyes. The audience was in an uproar. Xiao Wu stood up excitedly, her face flushed red. He won. He actually won. In such a chaotic battle involving 70 to 80 demon kings, Yang Kai had actually survived to the end. This gave her a rather unreal feeling, and it was only now that she felt her heart settle back into her stomach. The demon commander behind her who had bet on Yang Kai was convulsing with laughter, looking as if he had gone crazy. With a bet of 2 million demon crystals and a 10 times payout, that was 20 million. For a demon commander, this kind of number was tantamount to a huge fortune. It was enough to support his cultivation to the demon king realm, and then find a good set of equipment to arm himself. In the past, he had heard of examples of people getting rich overnight in the blood-fighting arena, and there were quite a few of them. Only when it was his turn did he feel the wonders of this world. The demon king in charge of the blood-fighting arena went up on stage once again and said some polite words, while congratulating Yang Kai on his victory. Yang Kai keenly noticed that this demon king's expression was somewhat gloomy, but it was hidden very well. He couldn't help but coldly snort in his heart. Those dozen demon kings had joined hands, and the blood-fighting arena was most likely involved, or perhaps arranged by them. Although he believed that Yu Sang was the mastermind behind the scenes, Yu Sang was still a half-saint. It wasn't convenient for her to personally take action in the blood-fighting arena, so she could only instruct others to do it for her. Now that more than half of the dozen demon kings had died, while he was still alive and kicking, it would be strange if this guy was happy. After a short while, Yang Kai was arranged to enter the blood-fighting arena's VIP room, where he was served the highest quality blood wine. Xiao Wu stood beside him, glancing at him from time to time, her face full of worship. After spending a lot of effort to obtain victory, it was naturally time to collect the spoils of war. Thinking about the 100 million high-rank source crystals that would soon be in his hands, and he could also get Li Shiqing to his side, Yang Kai was in a good mood. This time, he could sell a huge favor to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. If he had anything to ask of her in the future, she probably wouldn't refuse. But what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that no one came to greet him after waiting for so long. Would the blood-fighting arena go back on their word? Logically speaking, this place was in the holy city, right under Yu Rumeng's nose, so they wouldn't do something that would ruin their reputation. However, since the blood-fighting arena had participated in the operation against Yang Kai, they might not really do as he wished. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. If it really came to this point, he would definitely turn this place upside down. At that time, he would alarm Yu Rumeng and naturally someone would stand up for him. He just didn't know if those guys could withstand Yu Rumeng's anger. It would be best to take the opportunity to drag Yu Sang into the water and let Yu Rumeng deal with him. Thinking of this, he actually hoped that the blood-fighting arena would not keep their word and give him an excuse to take action. After a full hour, the door of the VIP room suddenly opened and the middle-aged Demon King, who had previously hosted the blood-fighting arena, walked in with a smile, cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Brother Yang. Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The middle-aged Demon King smiled and said, "I didn't know before, but now I know. Brother Yang, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "No need for pleasantries. I am waiting for my prize. Where is my prize now? Why can't I see it?" The middle-aged Demon King said, "Brother Yang, wait a moment. That human woman will be brought here soon." He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of disappointment in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what he was disappointed about. After a pause, he said, "Before that, let's deal with another matter first." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked up at him. The middle-aged Demon King glanced at Xiao Wu and said, "Is this woman Brother Yang's maid?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The middle-aged Demon King smiled faintly, "Then I must congratulate Brother Yang. According to our investigation, before Brother Yang participated in that chaotic battle, this woman bet 100 million demon crystals on Brother Yang. According to the odds offered by the blood-fighting arena, if Brother Yang were to win in the end, the blood-fighting arena would have to pay 1 billion demon crystals." Saying so, he took out a space ring and shook it on his hand, smiling as he said, "I have brought the demon crystals for the compensation." Xiao Wu's gaze was immediately attracted to the space ring, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. 1 billion demon crystals, this was an unimaginable number. Although she hadn't contributed much this time, seeing Yang Kai win so much at once still made her feel proud. Chapter 3456. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "The blood-fighting arena is really rich. Since you've brought it, this king won't be polite." The middle-aged Demon King's smile didn't falter as he said, "I ask Brother Yang to hand over your space ring so that this king can inspect it." "You want to inspect my space ring?" "Inspect what?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly. What was this guy trying to do? How could a space ring be inspected so casually? Was he trying to pick a fight? The middle-aged Demon King was stunned for a moment before breaking into laughter, looking at Brother Yang's appearance. "I'm afraid you don't know the rules of the blood-fighting arena, right?" "What rules?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong and raised his eyes to look at the door. The middle-aged Demon King explained, "It's like this. In order to make it easier for everyone to bet, the blood-fighting arena has always followed the principle of betting first and paying later. Of course, if you win, the blood-fighting arena naturally has to confirm whether you have enough magic crystals. Brother Yang, you might not be familiar with this since you're new here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They clearly didn't have magic crystals, but they still dared to bet recklessly, causing the blood-fighting arena to suffer a great loss. Since then, the lords in charge of the blood-fighting arena set this inspection rule. As long as Brother Yang has the 100 million magic crystals, this king will immediately pay the full amount." As soon as this statement came out, Xiao Wu's face paled. Others might not know about Yang Kai's situation, but how could she not? Not to mention 100 million magic crystals, Yang Kai didn't even have 1 million magic crystals on him right now. If someone wanted to inspect his space ring, how could Yang Kai possibly take it out? Xiao Wu secretly blamed herself. If she had known this would happen, she would have inquired more about the blood-fighting arena. She didn't know much about the rules of the blood-fighting arena. After all, she had never been here before and had only heard about the blood-fighting arena from hearsay. She had mentioned some things about the blood-fighting arena to Yang Kai before, but she never expected that after winning a bet, they would have to inspect his space ring. If he couldn't pass this hurdle, he would naturally break the rules of the blood fighting arena and wouldn't be able to obtain the 1 billion magic crystals. Is there such a rule? Yang Kai's face twitched as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Judging from her expression, he knew that she probably didn't know either. Either she didn't know, or the blood fighting arena was targeting him. It's always been the case. The middle-aged demon king gently nodded, looked at Yang Kai with a smile that was not a smile, and said, "Brother Yang, don't tell me you can't take out 100 million magic crystals?" Yang Kai sneered, "What's a mere 100 million magic crystals? However, wouldn't this inspection be a waste of time? Can't your excellency make an exception?" The middle-aged demon king smiled and shook his head. "The rules of the blood fighting arena cannot be broken. This is my duty. Please forgive me, Brother Yang." Yang Kai coldly looked at him, and the other side didn't show any weakness. There was even a trace of aggressiveness in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately understood that it didn't matter whether the blood fighting arena had such a rule or not. They were just deliberately making things difficult for him. Yang Kai immediately curled his lips and said, "Since that's the case, this king doesn't want the 1 billion magic crystals. Just bring my prize over." The middle-aged demon king rubbed his forehead, seemingly having a headache, and said, "Brother Yang, you are making things difficult for this king. According to the rules, if you can't take out the 100 million magic crystals, then you will break the rules of the blood fighting arena. If you break the rules of the blood fighting arena, then everything that happened before will be null and void. I'm afraid that the so-called prize will also." Yang Kai suddenly smiled. He had been wondering why this demon king was bothering him about the magic crystals. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. It seemed that the blood fighting arena didn't want to hand over Li Shiqing. "Do you insist on this?" Kai Yang looked at him faintly, his eyes filled with eagerness. As long as the other side dared to say yes, he would immediately cause a ruckus. He could give up the 1 billion magic crystals bet, but he had to take Li Shiqing away. He absolutely couldn't back down. That woman had been brought to the demon territory for some time. Her situation wasn't good. Although she had been using a secret method to resist the demonic qi and prevent herself from becoming the demon race, who knew how long she could last? If it was too late, even if she was saved, it would be useless. The middle-aged demon king had a playful smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the pale Xiao Wu suddenly took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, The bet was made by this servant. It has nothing to do with master." Shua, Yang Kai, and the middle-aged demon king both looked at her. The former didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while the latter's face was as calm as water. In Xiao Wu's opinion, as long as she took the bet, then Yang Kai didn't break the rules of the blood fighting arena. Naturally, the blood fighting arena couldn't seize the prize that belonged to Yang Kai. But if that was the case, she was afraid that she was doomed. A mere servant girl, the blood fighting arena could do whatever they wanted. Even if she was a servant girl in Yu Ru Meng's palace, it would be difficult for her to keep her life. But Yang Kai didn't want to do this. He was still hoping that the other side would give him an excuse to make trouble. Xiao Wu took the bet, so what excuse did he have? "Do you know what you are saying?" The middle-aged demon king had a fierce aura as he looked at Xiao Wu. Immediately, her pale face became even paler, and the scars on her face became even more sinister. Yang Kai's figure moved and blocked in front of Xiao Wu. His eyes were cold as he said, "Your Excellency is really awe-inspiring." The middle-aged demon king looked at Yang Kai indifferently. He was a little surprised by Yang Kai's reaction. After all, was a mere servant girl worth him standing up for? He sneered, "Brother Yang is also awe-inspiring." Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked back at Xiao Wu and said, "It's none of your business. Move to the side." But Xiao Wu raised her head and wanted to say something, but when she met Yang Kai's eyes, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in front of her and stretched his neck. He glanced at the middle-aged demon king and said coldly, "Since we've reached this point, then let's not hide anything. This king wants the prize that belongs to this king, and this king won't give up that 1 billion magic crystals. I'll give you an incense's worth of time to prepare, otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." Since they couldn't get along, it was better to tear off all pretenses and make a big fuss. The middle-aged demon king chuckled, "Brother Yang, where did you get the confidence to act so atrociously in the blood-fighting arena?" Yang Kai suddenly said indifferently, 17, TSK. Your Excellency really thinks highly of me. These words were baffling and Xiao Wu didn't understand at all. However, the expression of the middle-aged demon king slightly changed. This was because the number of demon kings was precisely the number of demon kings lying in ambush outside the door. This time, the blood-fighting arena didn't plan to let Yang Kai do as he wished. They kept forcing him in order to anger Yang Kai. Once he dared to make a move here, the 17 demon kings outside would swarm in. During the chaotic battle, Boya had cooperated with him to kill the enemies. At this moment, he was alone. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with his life from the hands of so many demon kings. At that time, even if the Holy Master knew about it, he wouldn't be able to blame him. Who told him to dare to cause trouble here? However, this guy's sense of smell was too sharp. The demon kings lying in ambush outside were hidden enough, but he still sensed them all. That middle-aged demon king gently smiled and said, "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said indifferently, "Time waits for no one. An incense stick's worth of time isn't much. Your Excellency, don't you need to make some preparations?" That middle-aged demon king faintly smiled and said, "This king doesn't need to prepare anything. On the other hand, Brother Yang, please conduct yourself with dignity." As soon as his voice fell, the atmosphere in the VIP lounge suddenly became austere. Xiao Wu nervously watched from the side. She knew that the situation was far from good. She was also confused. She had just brought Yang Kai out for a stroll around the holy city. How did things turn out like this? And just as the atmosphere in the room became more and more tense, suddenly, the patter of footsteps came from outside. At the same time, an aura that made Yang Kai feel uneasy quickly shrouded him. The aura of a half-saint. Moreover, it seemed familiar. This wasn't Na Yuesang's aura. Although Yang Kai had only met Na Yuesang once, he had a deep impression of that person's aura. Who was this half-saint? Where had he seen him before? Inadvertently raising his head to take a look, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. This was because the middle-aged demon king, who was originally looking at him with hostility, had wrinkled his face like a bitter gourd. He had a miserable appearance, as if he was extremely afraid of the person who had come. "Greetings, Master." An orderly greeting came from outside the door. It seemed that the demon kings lying in ambush outside were saluting. With a creak, the door was pushed open and a tall figure stepped in. The person who had come was wearing white clothes. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He gave people a kind of evil and wild feeling. He was very attractive to women. Yang Kai revealed a stunned expression. He pointed at the person who had come and said, "You." That middle-aged demon king hurriedly bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Master." The person who had come didn't pay attention to that middle-aged demon king. Instead, he stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "I said that we would meet again. Bai Zhua." Yang Kai finally remembered this guy's name. No wonder he felt that his aura was somewhat familiar. It turned out to be him. Back then, he had defended Roaring Tiger City with many experts under his command. He had repelled the attacks of the demon race's army one after another and killed countless enemies. The demon race seemed to have realized the terror of Roaring Tiger City and specially invited a half-saint to come out. Who would have thought that this half-saint would just circle around the city walls and then turn around and leave? Before he left, he even told Yang Kai that they would meet again. At that time, when that half-saint introduced himself, he called himself Baizhua. Later, when he learned that Baizhua was one of the demon race's 12 demon saint, Yang Kai understood why Baizhua decisively retreated. Other demon race members couldn't recognize Yu Ru Meng, but he definitely recognized her. That was why he left so decisively. However, Yang Kai didn't expect that he would actually see Baizhua again in the holy city's blood-fighting arena. Insolent human, how dare you call master by his name? That middle-aged demon king immediately raised his head and angrily shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him and said disdainfully, he didn't even say anything. What are you barking for? The middle-aged demon king was furious. He raised his head and looked at Baizhua, only to see that he was smiling. He didn't get angry because of Yang Kai's rudeness. His heart skipped a beat as a bad feeling lingered in his heart. Master Baizhua and this human seemed to have a good relationship. Chapter 34-57. What are you doing here? Yang Kai looked at Baizhua in astonishment. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in the star boundary? Why was he here? Baizhua turned around and sat down on a rattan chair. The middle-aged demon king immediately walked over and respectfully poured him a glass of blood wine. Baizhua gently shook the transparent glass, and the blood-red wine rippled in the glass, exuding an enchanting aroma. He smiled and said, I am one of the overseers of the blood-fighting arena. Naturally, I can be here. Yang Kai's mouth opened even wider in surprise. You are one of Yu Ru Meng's people. Previously, Yu Ru Meng had told him that the entire demon territory was like a broken mirror. There were countless fragmented continents, and each of the 12 demon saint controlled a different number of fragmented continents. They also had a different number of half-saint subordinates. Only now did he know that Baizhua was also one of the half-saint subordinates of Yu Ru Meng. No wonder he recognized Yu Ru Meng at a glance on the city wall that day. On the side, the middle-aged demon king's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. He thought that this human was really bold. Not only did he call Baizhua by his name, he even dared to call the holy sage by her name. This was going to be a good show. Master Baizhua might not care about what he said before, but this human dared to be rude to the holy sage. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But to his disappointment, Baizhua didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear Yang Kai's blasphemous words to the holy sage. Yes, Baizhua smiled and nodded, I am one of the many half-saint subordinates of the holy sage. I see. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, grinned, and sat down on the chair next to him without hesitation. He looked at him with a smile and said, You just said that you are one of the overseers of the blood-fighting arena? Baizhua smiled and nodded. That makes things easier. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the middle-aged demon king, saying, This guy owes me 1 billion magic crystals. Not only did he refuse to pay, he even tried to embezzle my prize. Tell me, what should I do? He was now fearless. Perhaps most of the people in the Devil Territory did not know about his relationship with Yu Ru Meng. They only knew that he was a human brought back from the astral boundary by the Lord, so they were not afraid of him. However, Baizhua came back from the astral boundary, so he more or less knew how much Yu Ru Meng valued him. In that case, it was not a problem to use his tiger skin as a flag. Moreover, since Baizhua had appeared at this time, he must have some understanding of what had happened today. There was no need for him to explain too much. Sure enough, Baizhua put down the wine cup in his hand and raised his head to look at the middle-aged demon king. Is that true? The middle-aged demon king immediately said, "That is pure nonsense. I beg master to ignore this person's nonsense." Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up. "Damn, you dare to lie through your teeth?" The middle-aged demon king glanced at Yang Kai and said, "This king is just following the rules." He turned to Baizhua and cupped his hands. "Master, the matter is like this. Brother Yang participated in a battle and bet 100 million magic crystals on himself. Although he won in the end, according to this subordinate's investigation, this brother Yang did not have the 100 million magic crystals on him. According to the rules of the blood fighting arena, this subordinate does not have to pay the 1 billion magic crystals and the prize does not count." Baizhua nodded and said, "That is true." Yang Kai glared at Baizhua, thinking, did this guy just come to watch the fun? The middle-aged demon king was overjoyed when he saw this and cupped his hands again. "Master, this person has ulterior motives and intends to break the rules of the blood fighting arena. If we do not punish him severely, I am afraid that the reputation of the blood fighting arena will be destroyed. I beg master to allow this subordinate to punish this person and protect the prestige of the blood fighting arena and the holy senior." Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought to himself, this guy is really sharp-tongued. He actually raised the stakes of a battle to the level of Yu Ru Meng's prestige. It's not that serious. Baizhua laughed and looked at the middle-aged demon king. "Have you checked his space ring? Are you sure he didn't bet 100 million magic crystals?" The middle-aged demon king said, "He didn't, but this person refused to cooperate. He probably doesn't have that many magic crystals." Baizhua nodded when he heard this. It seems that the problem still lies with the 100 million magic crystals. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, "Do you have 100 million magic crystals? If you do, just take them out and let him inspect them." Yang Kai wanted to spit in his face, thinking, where would I get 100 million magic crystals? If I did, I would have taken them out long ago. Isn't this asking the obvious? Just as he was feeling indignant, he saw Baizhua wink at him and glance at his hand. Baizhua then slowly picked up his glass and sipped his blood wine, deliberately showing his space ring to Yang Kai. His cultured and refined manner, coupled with his handsome face, made Xiao Wu, who was standing at the side, stare straight at him. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly smiling, reaching out to Baizhua and saying, "I remember, brother Bai, you should return the 100 million magic crystals you borrowed from me last time." Baizhua almost spat out the wine in his mouth as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. He really wanted to ask him, "When did I borrow 100 million magic crystals from you?" His original intention was to ask Yang Kai to borrow 100 million magic crystals from him. In any case, he would be able to return it later. Who would have thought that Yang Kai wouldn't play by the rules and would actually play such a hand? One was borrowing, one was returning, the other was simply not the same concept. The middle-aged demon king's eyes also widened. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Baizhua, thinking, that's not right, right? Huh. Baizhua forced out a smile and put down his wine glass. He coughed dryly and glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. He really wanted to get up and leave, no longer caring about Yang Kai's affairs. He had never seen such a shameless person before, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only follow along and say, "It's time to return it." Saying so, he actually took out another space ring and fiddled with it. The middle-aged demon king was speechless upon seeing this. How could he not understand such a clumsy play? However, he couldn't understand why Master Baizhua would cooperate with this human. He wanted to say something to dissuade him, but he didn't have the courage to speak up. If Baizhua really wanted to protect this human, there was nothing he could do. If he spoke up at this time, he would only offend Baizhua. More importantly, Yu Sang had already left, otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here. After a short while, Baizhua threw the space ring to Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai pretended not to see it and didn't even check it. He directly threw the space ring to the middle-aged demon king opposite him and said arrogantly, "Check it." The middle-aged demon king pinched the space ring as if it was a hot potato and said with a sad face, "There's no need to check it." This was a space ring that Baizhua had fiddled with. Even if there wasn't a single magic crystal inside, there was still 100 million magic crystals inside. There was no need to check it. Since that's the case, shouldn't you give me my prize and the magic crystals I won? Yang Kai coldly snorted. The middle-aged demon king didn't look at Yang Kai and instead looked at Baizhua with an awkward expression. There's no problem with the compensation of magic crystals, but the prize, as far as he knew, that human woman had only been brought here by Yu Sang to show her face and then taken away by him. She wasn't in the blood-fighting arena at this moment. If Yang Kai wanted a prize at this time, where would he get it? What's wrong with the prize? Yang Kai's expression sank. He had participated in the battle mainly for Li Shiqing. The 1 billion magic crystals were secondary. Now that he saw the demon king stuttering, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Cold sweat seeped out of the middle-aged demon king's forehead as he looked at Baizhua with an awkward expression. Baizhua smiled faintly and reached out to press Yang Kai, "Calm down." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door from outside. Then, the door was pushed open and a tall and sturdy demon race walked in with large strides. Judging from the aura of this demon race, he was surprisingly a high-rank demon king. Not only that, but there was also a woman at his side. She was beautiful and tall. Who else could it be but Li Shiqing? When the middle-aged demon king saw this, he turned pale with fright and looked at Li Shiqing in astonishment. Wasn't this woman taken away? How come she was brought back? Looking at the tall and sturdy high-rank demon king, he understood that Baizhua and Yu Sang weren't on good terms. It was well known that this matter was a secret confrontation between the two. Now, it seemed that Baizhua had won by a small margin. For a moment, his back was dripping with cold sweat. He didn't want to get involved in a battle between half-saints. It was better to withdraw as soon as possible. After the tall and sturdy demon race walked in with Li Shiqing, he cupped his hands towards Baizhua and then turned around and walked out without saying a word. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood something. On the other side, after Li Shiqing was brought in, she looked around nervously. For her, ever since she was brought to the demon territory, she knew that she was doomed. Now, she was trying her best to prevent herself from being corroded by the demonic qi. But no matter what, she couldn't change the fact that she would eventually become a demon. Therefore, she didn't have the slightest good impression of the demon race. But as she looked around, her gaze suddenly stopped and she looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Her eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. She didn't know Yang Kai, but she could see that Yang Kai was somewhat different from the other demon race. He seemed more like a human. How could there be a human in the demon territory? Moreover, he wasn't affected by the demonic qi. Was this man also captured? But it didn't seem like it. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Yang Kai walk towards her step by step and stand 3 feet in front of her. "You." Li Shiqing opened her mouth, but just as she spat out a word, Yang Kai suddenly slapped her. With a crisp slap, Li Shiqing's entire body flipped a few times in the air and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu couldn't help but open her mouth wide. That middle-aged demon king was also extremely shocked. Baizhua's eyes flashed and he revealed a trace of a smile. He once again raised his wine cup and sipped the blood wine as if there was no one present. Chapter 34-58. Li Shiqing was stunned by the slap. Although she had been captured and brought to the demon territory, she hadn't been mistreated in the past few days. The demon race had only treated her a little harshly, but today, she was slapped by a family she suspected to be from the human race. She immediately saw stars and couldn't come back to her senses. Who is he? Why did he hit me? Before she could think of anything, Li Shiqing felt her chest tighten. Looking up, she saw the man who had slapped her standing in front of her with one foot on her chest. He leaned over slightly and looked down at her with a ferocious look on his face. He sneered, "Do you know who I am?" Li Shiqing shook her head in fear, crystal tears overflowing from her eyes. Seeing this, Kai Yang was surprised. How could this woman be so easily tossed around? She's a second-order Emperor Realm Master, what's the point of crying? He didn't really want to hit Li Shiqing, but his current situation was because he had become the demon race and became the demon race's Tao. He had betrayed the star territory and was hated by many masters in the star boundary. At this time, it was only right for him to show some hostility and anger. Who knew that this slap would end up in such a situation? Not thinking too much about it, Yang Kai maintained his ferocious look and bared his teeth at Li Shiqing. Look carefully, this king is called Yang Kai. As soon as he said this, Li Shiqing seemed to be greatly shocked and looked at him in disbelief. She had obviously heard of Yang Kai's name before, but the person in front of her was completely different from the one she had heard of. The Yang Kai she knew was the brightest star in the star boundary and would definitely shine brightly in the future, but the person in front of her was like a gambler who had lost his pants. Yang Kai continued to grin, "From now on, you are mine. You will do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to say no, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Do you understand?" Li Shiqing was in a trance. Only when Yang Kai asked her again and she felt a sharp pain in her chest did she nod hurriedly. Tears as big as beans fell from the corners of her eyes. She looked miserable. Yang Kai curled his lips, revealing a dull expression. He took his foot down, turned around, and stretched out his hand towards the middle-aged demon king. "Where is my magic crystal?" The middle-aged demon king immediately handed over the interspatial ring that he had prepared and looked at him with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, no wonder the Lord brought this person back to the demon territory. His demonic nature is too strong. Yang Kai put away the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he grinned at Bai Zhua and said, "Brother Bai, since this matter is over, I'll be taking my leave first." Bai Zhua smiled and stood up. "Let's go together. I'm going to visit the Lord as well." Yang Kai naturally had no objections. He asked Xiao Wu to take Li Shiqing and left the room. The two chatted along the way, and Yang Kai soon discovered that Bai Zhua seemed to be interested in befriending him. His words and demeanor were quite cordial, which made him somewhat unsure whether he was doing this for the sake of Yu Ru Meng. However, Bai Zhua did not mention the 100 million magic crystals, and Yang Kai did not plan to return it. After all, for a half-saint, 100 million magic crystals should be nothing. After walking for a short while, a person suddenly blocked their path. There was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet from where the person stood. His imposing aura swept out in all directions, making many demon race members retreat. Yu Sang. This person must have received some news from the blood-fighting arena, so he hurriedly rushed over. Yang Kai looked at Bai Zhua thoughtfully, secretly guessing that he had expected this, so he deliberately accompanied him back to the palace. Otherwise, if he was blocked by Yu Sang here alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to get away with it. At this moment, Yu Sang's eyes were spitting fire, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. After glancing at Yang Kai and Li Shiqing, he stared at Bai Zhua indifferently and said in a cold tone, "Why do you want to meddle in my business?" Bai Zhua chuckled. "I have nothing to do, so I have to find some fun." Yu Sang coldly snorted, raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. 30 million demon pills and give this person to me." "Million demon pills?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "What the hell is this?" However, according to Yu Sang's words, he obviously wanted to use 30 million demon pills in exchange for Baizhua to stop. In this place, at this time, as long as Baizhua withdrew, Yu Sang could do whatever he wanted. Although this place was right under Yu Rumeng's nose, as long as Yu Sang acted fast enough, he would not leave any trace. He glanced at Baizhua and found that this guy's expression changed. He immediately knew that the million demon pills must be some kind of amazing treasure. However, that was all. Baizhua slowly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I can't let you get what you want, 50 pills. Baizhua reached out to touch his forehead and said with a wry smile, "What a tempting bargaining chip, 80 pills. Yu Sang's voice rose, as if he had been cut off a few kilograms of flesh. "This is my last bottom line." Baizhua turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, and then looked at Li Shiqing. Yang Kai's heart tightened. Fortunately, Baizhua did not agree. He just said, "Can you change it? I'll return this woman to you." He pointed at Li Shiqing. "Don't even think about it." Yang Kai was furious. He stared at him and said, "This is my trophy." Baizhua heard him and shrugged at Yu Sang, "Then there's no other way." Yu Sang's face was as cold as water. He said coldly, "Are you sure you won't regret it? You should know that angering me won't do you any good." Baizhua smiled slightly, "Don't be an alarmist. I know how powerful you are. If I were you, I'd worry about my own situation first. Do you think the Lord will let you go easily this time?" Yu Sang could not help but be silent. He could not help but burst out with a fierce aura, which made Yang Kai tense up. Baizhua added fuel to the fire, "If you don't do it, we'll leave." As he said this, he actually called for Yang Kai and the others to walk towards him. With him in front, the group of people were not hindered at all. The aura of a half-saint was like a gentle breeze. Not long after, they brushed past Yu Sang. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. He saw that Yu Sang's face was twisted to the extreme. He clenched his fists as if he was trying to suppress his impulse to fight. If he really fought with Baizhua here, he would not be able to bear Yu Rumeng's blame, not to mention whether he had a chance of winning. He could only watch Yang Kai and the others leave. He was very angry. When they were far away from Yu Sang, Yang Kai sighed softly. He looked at Baizhua from the corner of his eyes and said, "You didn't really want to use me to make a deal just now, did you?" Baizhua laughed, "How could I? If I really did that, the Lord would kill me." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Shiqing, whose eyes were red and swollen. "But this woman, if she can be exchanged for 80 infinite demons pills, it would be a good deal." "What is the infinite demons pill?" Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask. Baizhua pretended to be mysterious and said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to ask now." He did not want to say, so Yang Kai changed the topic. Not long after, they arrived at the palace. Baizhua wanted to see Yu Rumeng, so he parted ways with Yang Kai. Returning back to his residence, Yang Kai asked Xiao Wu to arrange a room for Li Shiqing. He took the map he bought and hid in the room to study it. In the demon territory, he could not count on anyone, and it was not easy to ask for the whereabouts of the great emperors of the bright moon. He could only work hard on his own. After careful research, he discovered that the demon territory was extremely vast. There were no less than 500 to 600 fragment continents. Although they varied in size, if one were to calculate the total area, it was definitely much larger than the star boundary. Wanting to find the traces of the great emperors of the bright moon among so many fragments was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. For a while, he did not have the slightest clue, causing him to scratch his head. While he was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered Li Shiqing. This woman had been in the demon territory for a long time. Although her situation was not good, she might know something. Putting away the map, he opened the door and walked out. Calling Xiao Wu, he asked for Li Shiqing's residence and went straight there. The residence that Xiao Wu arranged for Li Shiqing was not far from Yang Kai's residence. It was only a few turns away. Pushing open the door without any trace of politeness, Yang Kai strode in. Looking around, he saw Li Shiqing curled up in the corner. Her hands were hugging her legs and her chin was resting on her knees. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked very pitiful. Hearing the movement, Li Shiqing looked up and saw that it was Yang Kai. Her body trembled subconsciously, obviously remembering the violence that Yang Kai had done to her before. She could not help but want to retreat, but there was a wall behind her. Where could she go? Yang Kai grinned maliciously, causing her to become even more terrified. Waving his hand, Yang Kai closed the door and walked towards her. Li Shiqing's whole body collapsed. Her beautiful eyes widened and her breathing stopped. She could only watch as the tall figure covered the light above her head. Yang Kai looked down at her condescendingly, feeling a little strange. After all, for a long time, Yu Rumeng had appeared in front of him with this face. Raising his hand slightly, he pulled a chair over. But as soon as he moved, Li Shiqing suddenly reached out and hugged her head, whispering, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this woman really the disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors? Why was she so timid? How did she cultivate to the Second Order Emperor realm? Or was it because the Flower Shadow Great Emperors protected her so well that she developed such a cowardly character? Sitting on the chair, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on her head, making a soft thump. In the next moment, Li Shiqing rolled and fell to the ground, her eyes closed and motionless. Yang Kai blinked and reached out to check her breathing with a strange expression. Sweeping her with his divine sense, he facepalmed and was speechless. Li Shiqing had actually fainted. What the hell? I didn't even say a word. I wanted to ask her something, but now I can't ask anything. Helpless, Yang Kai could only wait. Chapter 34-59. After a full 2 to 3 hours, Li Shiqing finally woke up. Her eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai sitting in front of her. She wished she could faint again. Just as she was about to close her eyes and pretend to faint, Yang Kai shouted with a straight face, "Sit properly." Li Shiqing's body trembled. Obviously, she was extremely afraid of him. She bit her red lips and her eyes drifted for a while before she slowly knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head as if she was a little wife who had been bullied. Yang Kai found it funny and asked calmly, "You're called Li Shiqing?" She nodded slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his temples. "The Flower Shadow Great Emperors are your Shizuan?" He nodded his head ever so slightly. "Are you a mute?" She nodded again and then quickly shook her head. She timidly looked up at Yang Kai and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Since you're not, then you'll answer whatever this king asks you. If you dare to deceive me, you'll suffer." I know. Li Shiqing held her head as if Yang Kai's voice was very loud. Yang Kai suddenly felt that the Flower Shadow Great Emperors were very pitiful. How could they teach such a disciple? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Based on your previous reaction, you must have heard of me, right?" "Yes." "Ha." Yang Kai sneered, "No matter what you heard before, this king wants to tell you now. This king has already left the Star World and is incompatible with the Star World. We can't live under the same sky. Sooner or later, this king will fight back and let those guys know how powerful I am." Yang Kai was wondering if he should confess the truth to Li Shiqing so that she could cooperate with him, but looking at her expression now, it was better not to. He didn't want her to be too careless and reveal the truth. This woman's character really wasn't worth trusting. Li Shiqing looked up and seriously looked at him, blinking her eyes. Yang Kai fiercely said, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Understood." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Let me ask you, do you know how you came here? Li Shiqing shook her head and said, I'm not sure. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I was already here. That should be Yu Rumeng's handiwork. He reckoned that Bai Zhua had also put in some effort into it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai asked, rumor has it that Ming Yu fell into the territory of the demons. Do you know where he is now? You mean Bright Moon Master? Li Shiqing didn't understand. Who else could it be? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Bright Moon Master is here? Li Shiqing was shocked. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and looked disappointed. Looking at her reaction, he was afraid that she didn't know where Ming Yu was. It was useless to ask her, so he immediately lost interest in talking. Since he didn't speak, Li Shiqing didn't dare to speak at will and fell silent for a while. After a long time, Yang Kai said, I see that you have been resisting the erosion of demonic qi. Are you sure you can hold on? He didn't know how long she had been like this, but Yang Kai felt that the strength in her body was almost exhausted. When she fainted just now, if it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, she would have been contaminated by the demonic qi. At that time, the demonic qi would have entered her body and would have more or less affected her, possibly even turning her into a demon cultivator. Speaking of this, Li Shiqing's expression was a little bleak as she slowly shook her head and said, 10 days at most. My space ring was taken away. I don't have anything to restore myself with. Yang Kai had already noticed this. Li Shiqing really didn't have a space ring, otherwise, she wouldn't have exhausted her strength. Yang Kai casually flicked a space ring at her and coldly snorted, live well. If you become a demon cultivator, you will have no value to this king. Finished speaking, he got up and walked out. Behind him, Li Shiqing picked up the space ring and checked it, immediately revealing a happy expression. Inside it were source crystals and various spirit pills that she needed the most. With these things, she could restore her strength and continue to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. Yang Kai had just walked out of Li Shiqing's room when he saw Yu Rumeng standing by the flower bed outside with a meaningful smile on her face. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't notice any aura at all and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't reveal any flaws when he was chatting with Li Shiqing, otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resolve the situation. Why are you here? Yang Kai walked up and unceremoniously put his arm around Yu Rumeng's soft waist. Yu Rumeng looked down at his big hand and smiled, Did I disturb your good time? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, Why ask when you already know the answer? What good time do I have? Yu Rumeng pouted her lips and said, You didn't hesitate to make a scene in the blood-fighting arena to bring her back. Don't tell me you don't like her. Yang Kai said angrily, Speaking of which, I want to ask you, what's wrong with my maids? Why are they all like this? Did you do it on purpose? Yu Rumeng giggled, So what? Who knows if you will cheat on me? I can't keep an eye on you all the time, so naturally I have to be on guard. Yang Kai grimaced and said bitterly, You don't trust me too much. Yu Rumeng glanced at him, You have to be trustworthy. She turned around and got out of Yang Kai's arms, walked to the flower bed, picked a flower, and turned around to put it on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai stared at her vigilantly, What are you doing? Don't move. Don't even think about it. Yang Kaisen thought to himself, I'm a grown man, what's the point of having a flower on my head? Do you still want to see others? His figure flickered as he tried to dodge, but who would have thought that Yu Rumeng would follow him like a shadow, gently pushing him away as she retreated. She then tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai, laughing so hard that she was convulsing. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand and pulled the flower off his head, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. He then said fiercely, Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll get it. He turned around and left. But his arm was grabbed by Yu Ru Meng. What else do you want? Yang Kai was sullen. In the Star Territory, Yu Ru Meng was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He could do whatever he wanted with her, but here, this cheap maid had recovered her cultivation. With the power of a demon saint, he couldn't compete with her. Yang Kai suspected that she was taking revenge on him. Are you angry? Yu Ru Meng moved her head closer. Yang Kai tilted his head and said sarcastically, how would I dare? Okay, let's get down to business. Yu Ru Meng looked serious. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond and didn't want to listen, she immediately smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand and put it on her chest. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Kai Yang immediately became radiant with joy. Kneading and playing with it, he nodded his head and said, you tell me, I'm listening. Yu Ru Meng glared at him angrily and said, I need you to go to the Cloud Shadow Continent. Cloud Shadow Continent? Yang Kai frowned. After thinking for a while, he understood the location of the Cloud Shadow Continent. Fortunately, he had studied the new map carefully before. Otherwise, he would still be confused. The Cloud Shadow Continent wasn't far from the Phantom Continent, but it wasn't close either. He needed to pass through several world gates. With his current speed and the tiger-headed chariot, he could reach it in half a day. Why are we going there? Yang Kai didn't understand. Naturally, there is a place where I need your help. That's why I brought you to the demon territory. As for what to do, someone will explain it to you when you get there. Yang Kai pondered for a while. He didn't understand why Yu Ru Meng didn't hesitate to use the Heart Seal secret technique to get him to the demon territory. However, he was sure that she definitely had a plan. This was a good opportunity to find out her intentions. What's more, he couldn't inquire about the whereabouts of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent here. If he went somewhere else, he might have a chance. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart, but on the surface, he said reluctantly, can I not go? Help me. Yu Ru Meng winked at him. Yang Kai couldn't stand it. This woman was not only a demon saint, but also a succubus demon. She was the best at seducing people. A casual wink was enough to make people lose their minds. Is there a benefit? Yang Kai's breath was heavy. Yu Ru Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She glared at Yang Kai and looked into the room. The benefit is that you can do whatever you want with the women inside. I won't care about you. What kind of bullshit benefit is that? Yang Kai curled his lips. Then what do you want? Yu Ru Meng looked at him mischievously. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Ru Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and pulled his ear. She whispered back and touched her red lips with her finger. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking at those gem-like red lips, he said, great. Yu Ru Meng pinched the flesh on his waist fiercely. Yang Kai grimaced and said, speaking of which, it's not a problem for you to let me go to that Cloud Shadow Continent. But what about that guy you sang? I'm afraid that he'll rob me halfway. You know that he's somewhat hostile to me. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I'll be at a disadvantage if I face him. Yu Ru Meng said, you don't have to worry about this. This time, he secretly took Li Shiqing out and used her to lure you to participate in the blood battle. He committed a mistake, so I've already punished him. You killed him? Yang Kai was overjoyed. He's a half-saint after all. How can he be killed so easily? Yu Ru Meng couldn't help but laugh. If she really killed a half-saint for this kind of thing, it would shake her prestige. It wouldn't be good if the other half-saint subordinates had disloyal thoughts. It just so happens that Bai Zhua came back from there. I've already sent Yu Sang to the two-realm battlefield. He's not allowed to return without orders, so you don't have to worry about him finding trouble with you. That's good too, Yang Kai sneered, I'll leave him alive for a few days. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll definitely take his dog life. Then I'll wait and see." Yu Rumeng smiled gently. But in the next moment, Yang Kai hugged her waist and lowered his head, saying, "I've long heard that the succubus demon is best at charming people and seducing souls." This king didn't believe it. "Today, I've come to see for myself." Yu Rumeng reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She giggled, "Then you have to be careful." Chapter 3460. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he walked on the streets of the holy city with a smile on his face, reminiscing about last night's ecstasy. Yu Rumeng was indeed a succubus. All kinds of bedroom techniques made his half-dragon body almost unable to withstand them. Just that little mouth of hers almost made him beg for mercy. If not for his strong physique, he would have retreated long ago. Compared to her, the dragon lady from Shanqing Luo was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the only flaw was that he could not really take her down. Yu Rumeng was the last line of defense, and Yang Kai could do nothing about it. According to Yu Rumeng, it was not that she was unwilling, but as a demon saint, the power of the primordial Yin was enormous. Yang Kai did not have the fortune to enjoy it yet. If they really reached that stage, it might damage Yang Kai's foundation. She only told him to work hard to improve his cultivation. As long as he reached the level of a half-saint, he could really achieve the joy of having sex with her. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. When he reached the city gate, a voice suddenly came from the front. "Brother Yang, your glabella is red, and your eyes are full of love. It seems that you are going to be pregnant." Yang Kai looked up and said in surprise, "Brother Bai, why are you here?" The person in front was Baizhua, whom he had just met yesterday. And looking at him, Yang Kai could not help but wonder, "Brother Bai, are you waiting for me here?" Baizhua smiled and said, "Brother Yang, do you really think that the holy sage will let you go to the Cloud Shadow mainland alone?" Yang Kai showed a look of realization. "Brother Bai, you are going with me?" Baizhua said, "I'm only responsible for sending you over and handing over the information to the Demon King over there. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. The war situation in the two-realm battlefield is pressing, so I can't stay in the demon territory for too long." Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the current situation in the two-realm battlefield, but he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much. So, he only nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai." "Brother Yang, please." Baizhua gestured with his hand. His politeness made Yang Kai suspect that he had some ulterior motives. This guy was a half-saint. Even if he was giving face to Yu Rumeng, why would he be so polite to him? It seemed to be the same yesterday. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. After exiting the city gate, Baizhua was about to cast a spell to take him to the Cloud Shadow continent, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped him. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot he had just bought. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry this time. He didn't even know the purpose of going to the Cloud Shadow continent, so there was no need to rush. He could take advantage of this opportunity to try out this flight-type artifact. After a while, Yang Kai set the route and called out to Baizhua, Li Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to get on the war chariot. The interior of the war chariot wasn't too big, so it was just enough for the four of them. One more person wouldn't be enough. He definitely had to bring Li Shiqing with him so that it would be convenient for him to look after her. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of arousing suspicion, he would have already put Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead, which would save him a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Wu, she had been ordered by Yu Rumeng to serve Yang Kai closely. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Rumeng had sent Xiao Wu to keep an eye on him and not to fool around outside. He didn't have any objections to this. After all, she was just a maidservant. Although she looked a little ferocious, after interacting with her for a few days, he and Xiao Wu had become familiar with each other. It was better than looking for a new maidservant. After slightly activating his Emperor's core, the tiger-headed war chariot immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the nearest realm gate. Soon, Yang Kai discovered the advantage of this thing. It didn't need to be controlled much. The route was set in advance. As long as there was enough power, the tiger-headed war chariot would fly all the way to the destination. Although its speed was not as fast as Baijua's, it was definitely not slow. The power to drive the war chariot could be the Emperor's core and Devil's core, or it could be the demonic crystal. Yang Kai fiddled with the war chariot with great interest for a while before settling down. He turned to look at Baizhua, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Brother Bai, do you know why the holy sage asked me to go to the Cloud Shadow continent?" Baizhua didn't answer but asked, "Didn't the holy sage tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "She only said that when I arrived there, someone would naturally explain the situation to me." Upon hearing this, Baizhua nodded and said, "Since the holy sage said so, then it must be." He caught a glimpse of Yang Kai rolling his eyes and laughed involuntarily. "Well, then I'll reveal a little. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The Cloud Shadow continent is about to disappear." Baizhua sighed and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I'm afraid only you can stop this from happening." "About to disappear?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. "What's going on? How can a continent disappear inexplicably?" Baizhua explained, "This disappearance is not the kind of disappearance that you understand. Strictly speaking, the Cloud Shadow continent exists no matter what, but the portal of this continent is about to close. Originally, it had 5 portals, leading to 5 different continents, but in the past 1,000 years, 4 portals have disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one, which seems to be extremely unstable now. Once the last portal disappears, the Cloud Shadow continent will completely lose contact with the Devil territory, and the Devil territory will also have one less territory. So, Brother Yang, do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Each of the fragmented continents in the infernal domain was equivalent to a small world. However, these small worlds were connected to each other by a realm gate. They could communicate with each other and were not independent. However, if the realm gate of any of the fragmented continents disappeared, it was equivalent to severing the possibility of communication with the outside world. It would be completely isolated. To the infernal domain, this continent was equivalent to disappearing. He said thoughtfully, "The holy sage asked me to come to the Devil territory for the Cloud Shadow continent?" Baizhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's not just for the Cloud Shadow continent. Brother Yang, you may not know, but in the past tens of thousands of years, many continents in the Devil territory have disappeared. The Cloud Shadow continent is not an exception, nor will it be the end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Many continents are like this?" Baizhua said with a serious expression, "In the territories of the holy sages, such things have happened more or less. In the past 10,000 years alone, the entire Devil territory has lost more than 10 continents. If you trace back further, the number will only increase. The space is unstable." Yang Kai's face became serious. When he first came to the Devil territory, although he was amazed by the many magical things in the Devil territory, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Only now did he understand what was wrong. The Devil territory was like a broken mirror. The fragments were originally a whole, so naturally, they could not maintain stability for long after they were broken. The disappearance of the realm gate and the continents was definitely related to this. Baizhua nodded. "Brother Yang is right. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, only those who are proficient in the law of space can do it. This is also why the holy sage values you so much." Yang Kai also nodded. "I understand. In order to protect the Cloud Shadow continent, at the very least, we need to stabilize the last realm gate, right? That's right. Baizhua smiled. Brother Yang, you must know that in the devil territory, the strength of the holy sage and half-saint like me is closely related to the size of the territory under our control. The larger the territory under our control, the more continents we have, and the stronger our strength. What's the reason for this? Yang Kai was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. Baizhua smiled but did not say anything, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and was too lazy to waste his breath. He just frowned and pondered. Just as Baizhua said, the strength of a holy sage was closely related to the size of the territory under their control. The Cloud Shadow continent might just be the beginning. Once he could stabilize the only realm gate and protect the Cloud Shadow continent, Yu Ru Meng might let him search for the missing continents. This was not nonsense. With his attainments in the law of space, shattering the void was a piece of cake. As long as he could determine the location of the previous realm gate, he might be able to find the missing continents. And once he found the missing continents and rebuilt the realm gate, Yu Ru Meng's strength would also increase. Just as he was pondering, Baizhua suddenly spoke. Yang Kai also raised his head. His emperor qi surged, and the tiger-head chariot came to a sudden stop. With a whoosh, a stream of light shot out in front of them. It turned out that someone had launched a sneak attack, but that person did not have any malicious intent. The previous attack was only meant to stop the tiger-head chariot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the void 1,000 feet away. A pair of white wings spread out behind her back and a bow in her hand waved vigorously in his direction with a smug smile on her face. Boya! Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was just wondering who had launched a sneak attack on him, but he did not expect it to be this woman. That day in the blood fighting arena, this woman had left without giving Yang Kai the slightest time to respond, but today she had taken the initiative to block his path. Could it be that she was here for the 10% bet? She was probably going to be disappointed. So it's this girl. Baizhua obviously recognized Boya and said with a smile, Brother Yang, if possible, it would be good to subdue her. Once you go to the Cloud Shadow continent, she may be able to help you a little. Yang Kai coldly snorted, her strength is all right, but her character is beyond praise. Just the fact that she liked women made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy about her. This woman dared to step into the blood fighting arena and participate in the chaos for Li Shiqing. If she was really by his side, there was no telling what kind of trouble he would face in the future. Hearing him say so, Baizhua did not say much. While the two were talking, Boya suddenly flew over and greeted them enthusiastically, hello. After saying so, she suddenly noticed Baizhua and was slightly surprised. She hurriedly cupped her hands and said, Greetings, Master. Baizhua smiled and said, Did you get into trouble again? An unnatural smile appeared on Boya's face as she said bashfully, Master, when have I ever gotten into trouble? Without giving Baizhua a chance to speak, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. She suddenly knelt down on one knee and cupped her hands. Feather Demon Boya is here to serve under Master. Master, please accept me. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Boya, wondering what was wrong with this woman. Chapter 3461. Not to mention that he wasn't very familiar with her. At most, they had only worked together once in the blood arena. Moreover, at that time, he hadn't displayed the spirit and ability to make her bow her head and listen to his orders. Speaking of this woman's character, she wasn't the kind of person who would listen to others easily. Instinctively, Yang Kai thought that she was joking. But soon, his expression changed. He turned to look in a certain direction and sneered. He then turned to look at Boya, only to see an awkward expression on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched as she forced a smile at Yang Kai. Several powerful auras could be sensed several dozen li away. Among them, there was no lack of high-rank Demon King-level existences. From a distance, one could even see the figures of those people glaring at them. Although Yang Kai had only glanced at them, he recognized one of them. It was the middle-aged Demon King from the blood-fighting arena. Those Demon Kings couldn't be here for him, so there was only one explanation: they were here for Boya. This woman's defection was fake, but she was here to seek protection. For some reason, she was actually being hunted down by people from the blood-fighting arena. Thinking up to this point, Yang Kai immediately waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite." Boya said with a mournful expression, "Master, you can't just leave me in the lurch. It's all because of you that I'm in this situation." Yang Kai snorted, "You're the one who offended them. What does it have to do with me?" Boya said, "It's all because of yesterday's blood-fighting arena. They seem to think that I interfered and ruined something good for them, so they've been chasing after me since yesterday. Boya has nowhere else to go, so I sincerely hope that Master can take me in. Master, you've seen Boya's abilities. She's very powerful and definitely won't disappoint you." Yang Kai sneered, "The demon territory is vast and boundless. You can't go anywhere, but you came looking for me. How laughable." Hearing this, Boya looked like a frosted eggplant. She said dejectedly, "If I could leave, I wouldn't have come looking for you. They've sealed all the realm gates. Where can I go?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "There's a saying in the human race. I don't know if you've heard of it." "What?" Boya looked at him curiously. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up. "Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but the sins we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." Even though Yang Kai knew that Boya was being hunted down by the blood-fighting pit partly because of him, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. After that, he waved his hand and said, "Make way." Boya threw herself onto the front of the tiger-headed war chariot and said pitifully, "It's fine if Master doesn't want to take me in, but can you give me a ride? I just need to pass through the realm gate." He paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, take the 10% stake as my reward." "I don't want it." "There's no such thing as a 10% bet, stop spouting nonsense," Yang Kai sneered. Baizhua suddenly said, "Brother Yang, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take her in. This girl is even more powerful than the average high-rank Demon King. She'll really be of some help to you." Hearing this, Boya quickly nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. Master, please take me in. I already have no home to return to." Yang Kai glared at Baizhua in annoyance. He didn't know why Baizhua was so concerned about this matter. He slowly shook his head and said, "I'm worried." He didn't know much about Boya. How could he easily keep her by his side? Baizhua chuckled. "If that's the case, then I can help you with something." As he said this, he suddenly reached out to grab Boya. Boya was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, even though she was strong, how could she be Baizhua's opponent? Baizhua's large hand directly pierced into Boya's head, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Then, Baizhua suddenly withdrew his hand. Boya's body was thrown back, as if she had suffered a heavy blow. She gasped for breath, and her face was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, Baizhua was holding something that looked like a cloud of smoke in one hand. He was twisting and turning it. With his other hand, he took out something that looked like a doll and held it in front of his chest. He muttered some incantations and cast a spell with one hand. He then threw the doll to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Now you can use her without worry." On the other side, Boya's beautiful face turned pale. She took a few steps back and looked at the doll in Yang Kai's hand in horror. "Soul puppet." Baizhua looked at her with a smile and said, "Since you recognize this thing, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." Boya said bitterly, Master Baizhua, how can you do this to me? What did I do to offend you? Baizhua said curiously, am I not fulfilling your wish? You should at least know how to repay kindness. Boya gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her anger. Yang Kai held the doll and asked curiously, what's the use of this thing? Baizhua smiled. It can control her life and death. With this thing, you can guarantee that she won't be disloyal to you. Really? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's fake. Boya shouted and tried to snatch the doll away. Give it to me, and I'll leave right now. Yang Kai wouldn't let her do as she wished. He moved sideways and dodged her attempt to snatch the doll away. He flicked the doll's forehead lightly with his finger. In the next moment, there was a dong sound, followed by a scream from Boya. She seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. She flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing herself. After calming down, a wave of dizziness swept over him. He covered his forehead with his hand and looked at Kai Yang with a face full of resentment. A dark red mark had appeared on his forehead, as if he had been punched. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She had only wanted to borrow Yang Kai's power to pass through the realm gate and then leave this place, never to return to the Phantom Continent again. Who knew that she would run into Baizhua, who sealed her soul in a soul puppet without a word, and she would never be free again. On the other side, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He reached out and pinched the doll's arm. Boya, who was in front of him, also couldn't help but raise her arm and poke the doll. Boya stumbled backwards. Everything that happened to the doll would be reflected on Boya's body. In other words, if the doll was destroyed, Boya would die without a grave. Yang Kai grinned. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about anything. He turned to Baizhua and said, do you have more of this thing? Give me more. Baizhua laughed and said, this thing is not easy to refine and requires the assistance of a corresponding secret technique. Even if I gave you a few, you wouldn't know how to use them. What use would you have for them? Yang Kai grinned and said, just teach me that secret technique. Baizhua reached out and poked him, saying, quit while you're ahead. He obviously didn't want to teach Yang Kai that secret technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only give up and put the soul puppet into his space ring. He then turned to look at Boya with interest. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't trust this woman's character, Yang Kai would have thought that she was actually quite capable. After joining forces with her in the battle yesterday, Yang Kai was well aware of her abilities. Now that he had the soul puppet, it wouldn't hurt to keep her by his side, so he said warmly, since you become my subordinate, you will obey my orders in the future. You will be rewarded for your merits and punished for your mistakes. If you dare to betray me, you will be executed without mercy. The corner of Boya's mouth twitched and she lowered her head, saying, can I go back on my word? Yang Kai said, that's up to you. If you don't want to, I'll give you the soul puppet right now and we'll have nothing to do with each other. Boya looked at him in surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to be so agreeable. Even Baizhua was a bit stunned. It had to be known that although Boya's reputation wasn't great, her strength was obvious to all. Many half-saint realm experts wanted to recruit her, but she didn't want to be restricted in the early years and didn't agree. Later on, her reputation became worse and worse, so no one tried to recruit her. Boya didn't expect that she would become a dispensable existence when she came to Yang Kai, so she couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. However, these words made her somewhat tempted. She looked at the guy from the blood-fighting arena more than 10 miles away and hesitated for a moment. She fiercely rubbed her hair and then put on a posture as if she was ready to die. She said resolutely, it's not impossible to work for you as long as you don't do anything strange to me. Yang Kai's lips curled, you think too much. Boya tilted her head and cupped her hands, saying, may I ask where Master wants to go? Boya is willing to lead the way. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Cloud Shadow Continent." Boya understood. She turned around and took a deep breath. She twisted her fingers and a sharp arrow appeared at her fingertips. She didn't seem to have done anything, but the bow in her hand was already drawn and the arrow was released in one smooth motion. The arrow turned into a streak of light and shot a dozen kilometers away. Boya laughed maniacally. "A bunch of dogs, eat this old lady's arrow." The demon kings a dozen kilometers away all paled and hurriedly dodged. With a loud boom, the sky changed color. When everything calmed down, the group of demon kings retreated another dozen or so miles. Boya no longer paid attention to those guys and arrogantly led the way. The demon kings in the distance watched her leave with gloomy expressions, but no one dared to stop her. With Baizhua here, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. If they missed today's opportunity, it would be impossible for them to find trouble with Boya in the future. Not long after, a realm gate appeared in the sky in front of them. It was leading to another continent. Just as Boya said, there were experts blocking the realm gate. They were probably people from the blood-fighting arena. However, Boya didn't approach and just watched from afar. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, Baizhua cast a spell to wrap them up and pass through. Those people couldn't do anything about it. From the Phantom Continent to the Cloud Shadow Continent, one had to pass through 5 realm gates and pass through 4 different continents. Along the way, it was quite peaceful. In less than half a day, the group arrived at the Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the World Gate, Yang Kai turned his head back and frowned slightly. He found that the realm gate here was indeed as Baizhua had said. It was a little unstable. Ordinary realm gates spanned across the void and didn't change for tens of thousands of years. However, the realm gate on the Cloud Shadow Continent would ripple from time to time, like a bubble that could burst at any time. Chapter 3462. According to Yang Kai's calculations, in less than 100 years, this realm gate would collapse. At that time, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely isolated, losing contact with the greater environment of the demon territory. Furthermore, the further one went, the more unsafe this realm gate would become. Who knows, one might accidentally fall into the void when passing through it, drifting in the void crevices and unable to find a way out. Realm gates were also a type of void passageway, and this kind of unstable realm gate would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yang Kai. He could use it to study the laws of space and comprehend the secrets of space. However, now was obviously not the time. Since he had come to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still needed to meet with the various experts of this mainland. After all, there might be many things that he would need their cooperation in the future. Looking down from the sky, the Cloud Shadow mainland was not small, and one could not see the end of it. From the map that he had just obtained yesterday, it could be seen that the Cloud Shadow mainland was above average in terms of size within the entire demon territory. It was not inferior to most other mainlands. It was only because of the realm gate that the number of talents here had withered. There were only 10 high-rank demon kings overseeing this mainland, and less than 300 demon kings below high rank. After all, no one knew when the realm gate of this mainland would disappear, and once it did, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely cut off from the outside world, and no one would be able to enter or leave. Therefore, those who had the slightest bit of connections or were aware of the dangers had long left this mainland and gone to other places to make a living. Those who stayed behind either had other plans or had no connections. In addition, because of the war with the astral boundary, the Cloud Shadow mainland had also been mobilized by the demon race. Therefore, at this time, there were only 4 high-rank demon kings left, and less than 100 demon kings of other ranks. This information was also unintentionally revealed by Baizhua while they were chatting. In the center of the Cloud Shadow mainland, there was a vast city. Within the city, there were rows upon rows of buildings, arranged in picturesque disorder. Millions of members of the demon race lived in this city. This city was known as the Cloud Shadow City, the most prosperous place in the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. It was also the center of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. Perhaps they had already received the news. When the tiger-headed chariot passed through the clouds and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city, there were already more than 30 demon kings waiting respectfully. 3 of them stood in front, while the rest followed behind. When Baizhua and the others got off the chariot, they all cupped their fists and saluted, "Greetings, Master." Baizhua nodded slightly, glanced at them, and raised his eyebrows. "Why are there only 3 of you? Where's Lai Kuang?" The Cloud Shadow mainland had 4 high-rank demon kings, but here, there were only 3 of them. The last one, Lai Kuang, was nowhere to be seen. A high-rank demon king in the middle immediately said, "Lai Kuang sent a message saying that he was delayed by some matters on the way. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to arrive." Baizhua declined to comment. While he was asking, Yang Kai was also observing the 3 high-rank demon kings. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a shadow demon. Her figure was erratic, and her face was shrouded in a black aura, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. The high-rank demon king who spoke was a little old, and his vitality was already showing signs of decline. The other one was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a pale face. He seemed to be malnourished, and his body was a little emaciated. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Although Yu Meng had asked him to come to the Cloud Shadow mainland to resolve the matter of the Realm Gate's imminent collapse, during this period, the Cloud Shadow mainland was also his territory. Everything here obeyed his orders. In other words, these demon kings in front of him were also his subordinates. It was still okay, but he didn't know what he could do during this period of time. It would be best if he could stir up chaos in the rear of the demon race. Even if that didn't work, he could at least do something to divert the attention of the demon race and reduce the pressure on the 2-realm battlefield. On the other side, Baizhua had already begun to introduce the 3 high-rank demon kings to Yang Kai, as well as their names and responsibilities. Yang Kai casually noted them down. Of these 3 demon kings, other than the old demon king who was overseeing the Cloud Shadow City, the other 2 had come from afar. They usually sat in their own territories and acted like tyrants. The same was true for Lai Kuang, who had yet to show his face. After getting to know each other, Baizhua waved his hand and said, "Let's talk inside." Everyone naturally agreed. After a while, the group followed Baizhua into the hall. The hall was huge and magnificent. Inside, there were 16 pillars that were as thick as several people hugging each other. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, giving off an extraordinary atmosphere. More than 30 demon kings were lined up in several rows below. Yang Kai lifted his robe and sat on the main seat in the middle. His gaze swept around indifferently. Boya was standing 3 feet to the left of him, looking valiant and formidable, like a loyal guard. Behind her on both sides, there were little dancers. This scene astonished many demon kings. They all turned their heads to look at Baizhua, and then at Yang Kai. With Baizhua here, how could this guy still be so arrogant? He actually took the main seat without any trace of politeness. But when they saw that Baizhua didn't look angry at all, they became even more puzzled. Baizhua smiled faintly and said, "The sage has decreed that Yang Kai will be conferred the title of prince. He will be in charge of all matters of the Cloud Shadow mainland. All of you must work together and be loyal to your duties. Those who dare to be negligent will be beheaded without mercy." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of demon kings was in an uproar. Each and every one of them raised their heads to look at Baizhua in disbelief, wanting to confirm if they had heard wrongly. That high-rank demon king female shadow demon's body was shaking violently. Obviously, her heart had been greatly affected. Just now, when Baizhua introduced Yang Kai to them, although his attitude was amiable, letting them know that this strange guy had an extraordinary identity, they never thought that it would be such a scene. There had never been a prince in the demon territory. Many demon kings didn't know what these two words meant. But from the sage's decree and Baijua's attitude, they could tell that Yang Kai's status was at least equivalent to a half-saint, regardless of how strong he was. What did this guy do to make the sage value him so highly and entrust him with full authority of the Cloud Shadow mainland? But since these words were personally conveyed by Baizhua, it shouldn't be wrong. With only a slight hesitation, the three high-rank demon kings bowed in unison and saluted, "Your subordinates greet the king." The demon kings behind them also followed suit and shouted. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He inexplicably felt like he was a mountain king who had taken over a mountain. His style suddenly dropped a few notches. He was too lazy to correct the way they addressed him. He raised his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. In the future, this king will have to rely on all of you in this Cloud Shadow mainland. I hope that all of you can cooperate with me." The old demon king in the middle said, "It must be the king who asked us to do this." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Baizhua looked at him and said, "This matter is over. I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, you can contact the sage directly." Yang Kai stood up and said, "Brother Bai, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you rest for a few days before leaving?" Baizhua smiled and shook his head. No need. To him, half a day's journey was nothing. Now that the two-realm battlefield was in full swing, he didn't have the time to waste here. Although he wouldn't be returning to the Star Realm in the near future, he still had a mission to do these days. He needed to go to various continents to mobilize the demon race's army to support the front lines. When the conversation between the two of them entered into the ears of those devil kings, it caused them to be even more certain of their guesses. This new Grand Prince is really comparable to a half-saint. Otherwise, how could he be brothers with Baizhua? Their hearts instantly shook, and they thought in their hearts that their days in the future would probably not be so carefree. Then, "Brother Bai, I wish you a safe journey." Yang Kai cupped his hands. Baizhua turned and left. When he reached the gate, he suddenly turned back and said to Yang Kai with a smile, "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. The Blue Plains continent connected to the Cloud Shadow mainland is Yu Sang's territory." After he finished speaking, he winked at Yang Kai, then turned into a stream of light and shot straight into the clouds. Yang Kai frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Baijua's words before he left clearly had a hidden meaning, reminding him to be careful of the Blue Plains continent's movements. However, now that Yu Sang had been transferred to the two-realm battlefield by Yu Rumeng, he wasn't afraid. If the Blue Plains continent really came looking for trouble, he would definitely make sure that they wouldn't be able to return alive. Yang Kai lightly sneered, then collected his thoughts. However, when he saw that many demon kings below were looking at him, he immediately coughed lightly and said, "This king has come to the Cloud Shadow mainland under the orders of the saint to protect the realm gate and ensure that the Cloud Shadow mainland is not lost. This is a matter of great importance, so there can't be the slightest bit of negligence. Therefore, I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with this king in the future." Protect the realm gate? All the demon kings revealed shocked expressions. Only now did they know why the saint had sent Yang Kai here. This was great news. These people didn't have the ability nor the opportunity to leave the Cloud Shadow mainland. Once the last realm gate disappeared, they would definitely be buried with the Cloud Shadow mainland. They had thought that there was no hope for them in this life, but they didn't expect that a light would suddenly shine in the darkness. The old demon king said excitedly, "My king, are you serious?" The other two high-rank demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, looking expectant. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, how can this be false? There's no benefit in lying to you. The female shadow demon said, if my king can really protect the last realm gate and not lose it, then the entire continent will be reborn. This subordinate will definitely follow master, even if it means going through water and treading on fire, I won't hesitate. The female demon king's voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, making people feel refreshed. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from her. Thinking about what Bai Zhuo had said before, he somewhat understood what this woman was thinking. Protecting the Cloud Shadow mainland was equivalent to protecting their lives and future. How could she not take it seriously? The pale-faced middle-aged demon king frowned and said, my king, it's not that I doubt you, but if you want to protect the realm gate and not lose it, then you must be proficient in the law of space. But as far as I know, no one in our territory has this ability. May I ask where my king's confidence comes from? Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, no one in your territory is proficient in the law of space, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I forgot to tell you, I am a human. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the void in front of him. 10 feet away, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared, with an imposing manner that could swallow the entire world. Chapter 34-63. The black hole lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before Yang Kai clenched his fist and disappeared. But at this moment, the shock in the hearts of the demon kings was still boiling. Firstly, this new king was really proficient in the law of space. He could shatter the void with a raise of his hand and create a black hole that led to the chaotic void. Obviously, his attainment in the law of space was very deep. Secondly, this king was actually a human. Now that the human race and the demon race were at war, the holy sage actually appointed a human as the king and let him rule over the Cloud Shadow mainland. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai sneered softly, although I am a human, I have already turned against the astral plane. There is no place for me in the human race. Moreover, the holy sage personally recruited me to the demon race's territory, so you don't have to worry too much. The reason why he revealed his origin so readily was mainly because he could not hide it. After all, he would be staying here in the future. As long as he used a little bit of his power, his identity as a human would definitely be exposed. Instead of letting these guys be suspicious and on guard in the future, it was better to be open from the beginning. Without giving these guys a chance to speak, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, Boya, listen to my order. Boya was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She took 2 steps forward, turned around, and cupped her fists. Your subordinate is here. Yang Kai looked at her solemnly and said, I order you to be the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Assist Lao Ku in managing the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. You must cooperate with all your heart. Boya's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said in a deep voice, yes. Lao Ku was the old demon king. He was the commander of the Cloud Shadow City before Yang Kai's arrival. This city was the center of the entire continent and was extremely important. However, before this, Lao Ku was the only one in charge. Now, there was an additional deputy commander, Boya. She was not a fool. Yang Kai had appointed her as the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Obviously, he intended to intervene in the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. After all, controlling this place was equivalent to controlling everything in the Cloud Shadow mainland. It would be convenient for him to do things in the future. After all, Lao Ku and the others were not on the same side. Even with Yu Ru Meng's order, it was still inconvenient to be separated by a layer. Yang Kai had no other choice. He didn't have anyone he could use, and Boya was his only choice. Fortunately, he had the soul puppet, so Boya wouldn't betray him. If Boya could really gain a foothold in Cloud Shadow City, it would be beneficial to him in the future. As expected, this appointment made the 3 high-rank demon kings frown. Lao Ku was old after all, and had already lost his blood. He only hesitated for a moment before calming down. On the other hand, the female shadow demon and the other high-rank demon king both revealed worried expressions. They were afraid that Yang Kai would also interfere in their territory. If that was really the case, they would definitely not be too happy. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no such intention. He said a few words of encouragement to Lao Ku, telling him to take care of Boya and help her familiarize herself with Cloud Shadow City. Lao Ku responded respectfully. As for what he was thinking, it wasn't clear. As it was his first time here, Yang Kai didn't want to say much. He left Boya behind to let her communicate with Lao Ku, then led Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing into the inner hall. The best room had already been prepared for him. There were also rooms on both sides, which he had arranged for the little dancer. After asking Xiao Wu to find someone to get a detailed map of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland and records of the division of forces of each demon king, Yang Kai hid in the room alone and began to investigate. Since Yu Ru Meng had given him this opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. If the realm gate could be maintained, then so be it. If it couldn't, then it didn't matter. However, Yang Kai really wanted to control the Cloud Shadow mainland. When the time came, whether it was to protect himself or to secretly cause trouble for the demon race, he would need the power of this place. After studying for 2 days, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Just as he was putting down all the miscellaneous items, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai raised his hand, and when the door opened, Boya walked in. At this moment, this woman was no longer as respectful as before and her demeanor was much more casual. Looking him up and down, she giggled and said, "Should I call you master or king?" "Up to you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Boya said, "I want to report to you some of the information I've gathered over the past 2 days. Do you want to hear it? If not, I'll be leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and narrowed his eyes at her. "It seems that you don't understand the situation you're in." Saying so, he took out the soul puppet from his space ring and bent his finger, preparing to fire it. Boya couldn't help but take a few steps back, her beautiful face pale as she covered her forehead with both hands and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. I'm very calm right now. As for whether I'll be impulsive or not, that'll depend on your performance." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Boya couldn't help but scoff, curling her lips and saying, "Cloud Shadow mainland has 4 high-rank demon kings. The 3 you've seen are fine, but that Lai Kuang, you'll have to be careful." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Boya said, "Didn't you notice that Lai Kuang hasn't come to see you? It's been 2 days. That Carson and Yin's territory isn't here, but they were able to come 2 days ago. However, Lai Kuang hasn't shown himself yet." Carson was the middle-aged demon king with a pale face, while the female shadow demon's name was a little strange. It was a single word. These 3 people, along with Cloud Shadow City's commander Lao Ku, were the only 4 high-rank demon kings left in Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed it if she didn't mention it, but now that she did, Yang Kai felt that there was something wrong with Lai Kuang. The news of him being conferred the title of prince and ruling over Cloud Shadow mainland must have spread, so Lai Kuang should have rushed over to see him. After all, he was going to be Lai Kuang's superior in the future. But in reality, Lai Kuang hadn't shown himself yet. Lao Ku had said that Lai Kuang was delayed on his way to deliver the message, but no matter how much of a delay it was, it couldn't have taken 2 days. What in Cloud Shadow mainland could delay a high-rank demon king for so long? Is this a show of strength? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Boya laughed coldly. "You're not stupid, are you?" Seeing Yang Kai raise the soul puppet again, the corner of her mouth twitched. "I've asked around. Before you came, these 4 high-rank demon kings were all in their own territories, with no one restricting them. Now that you've suddenly become their king, they have to listen to your orders. I'm afraid none of them will be happy. If you were really a half-saint, that would be fine, but you're just a mid-rank demon king. What makes you think you can ride on their heads? Yang Kai said, that makes sense. Go on. What else did you find out? Boya said, as I said before, Lao Ku is old and frail. Although he's a high-rank demon king, he's nothing to be afraid of. These days, he's been very cooperative with me. I've already taken control of half of Cloud Shadow City's power. Nain and Carson probably want to test your strength. Although they hope that you can protect the Realm Gate and protect Cloud Shadow, they don't know how strong you are, so they naturally can't trust you too much. However, they won't target you either. You can ignore the 2 of them for the time being, but you have to be careful of Lai Kuang. I've heard that he's one of the strongest among the 4, only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Moreover, he has connections with the Blue Origin continent. Yang Kai thought for a moment. So he's in a favorable position. There was only one realm gate in Cloud Shadow continent, and it was connected to the Blue Origin continent. Since Lai Kuang's territory was on the other side of the realm gate, it was indeed convenient for him to communicate with the Blue Origin continent. Boya revealed a gloating expression. So if you want to protect the realm gate, you have to go to Lai Kuang's territory. If you don't deal with him, how will you get his cooperation? Yang Kai stared at her, making Boya feel very uncomfortable. She frowned and said, why are you looking at me like that? I'm warning you, don't even think about doing anything strange to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. As she said this, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and assumed a defensive posture. Yang Kai smiled. I just realized that you're quite capable. 2 days ago, when Yang Kai appointed Boya as the vice commander of Cloud Shadow City, his intention was to send a signal to the other demon kings. He was in charge of everything here, and he didn't expect Boya to help him. Who would have thought that in just 2 days, Boya would be able to gather so much information and control half of Cloud Shadow City's power? Hearing this, Boya smiled proudly. Not only are feather demons good at shooting, but they are also good at gathering information. Yang Kai crossed his arms and rested his chin on them. He stared at her with a burning gaze. If that's the case, then you must know where Lai Kuang is right now, right? Boya didn't say anything. She just pointed at her feet. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. In the city? Boya nodded. He entered the city a day ago, but he's in his mansion right now. Very good. Yang Kai's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment and said, go, call Laok and the others over. Boya couldn't help but have a bad feeling. She frowned. What are you doing? Yang Kai stood up and looked out the window. Someone wants to show me who's boss, so I have to make an example out of them. Otherwise, they'll look down on me. Boya stared at him. Are you crazy? Laok and the others won't help you if you attack Lai Kuang at this time. I'm not counting on them to help me. Boya pointed at herself. Are you counting on me? This isn't the blood arena. I can't help you much. Lai Kuang isn't alone. He brought a lot of demon kings with him this time. If Lai Kuang was alone, she wouldn't be afraid. As long as Yang Kai could hold him back, her archery skills would be enough to make him suffer. But according to the information she obtained, Lai Kuang had brought almost all of his demon kings with him this time. It was obvious that he had come prepared. It's better to have more people. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly. Boya couldn't help but shudder. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade him again, she saw the impatience in Yang Kai's eyes. Knowing that if she tried to persuade him again, she would most likely be punished, so she quickly said, if you insist, I'll obey, but if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Chapter 34-64. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Een stood solemnly, gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon general. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The three high-rank demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, "This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City." Lao Ku's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when?" This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter and give your Majesty an explanation. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary and he has a lot of people. Today, I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City." Hearing this, Lao Ku couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, "This king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders. Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them, if anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately." Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, "Yes. Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. At the front, Yang Kai had an indifferent expression, as if he was at ease. Boya, on the other hand, was restless. Her eyes darted left and right, as if she was looking for a retreat route. Behind the two, the three high-rank demon kings' divine senses were surging. They were obviously communicating. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them even if he noticed. These three were just guessing his intentions, but they would find out soon. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a while, Yin suddenly sent a message, "Our king isn't going to deal with Lai Kuang, is he?" Lao Ku and Kurson were startled. They turned to look at her. Kurson asked, "What did you see?" Yang Kai's so-called missing treasure and capturing the thief was definitely a ruse. They weren't fools. How could they not see through it? Even if there was a treasure, it would be stored in a space ring. How could it be stolen for no reason? Lao Ku and the others thought that Yang Kai was using this to punish them and establish his authority. Later, they realized that wasn't the case. However, he didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people. He definitely had other motives. Yin sneered, "Don't tell me you didn't know that Lai Kuang entered the city yesterday." Lai Kuang didn't conceal himself when he entered the city. He even contacted the three of them after entering the city to inquire about the so-called Grand Prince. How could they not know? Yin pointed forward, "Lai Kuang's mansion is over there." And this direction was exactly where they were heading. Hearing her words, Kurson and Lao Ku's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that this Grand Prince might really be going to deal with Lai Kuang this time. Otherwise, why would he act in such a manner in the middle of the night and even use a clumsy excuse of a missing treasure? Kurson frowned, "If that's the case, what should we do?" Logically speaking, they should listen to Yang Kai's orders. However, they weren't familiar with this Grand Prince and didn't trust him at all. If Yang Kai really asked them to deal with Lai Kuang, they definitely wouldn't be willing. Lai Kuang was a madman, and he was strong. If they really forced him into a corner, at least one of the three of them would have to die with him. Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Yin also frowned. She felt that Yang Kai had given them a big problem. At the same time, she was very annoyed. This guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the Lord behind him? What a fool. Although the Lord had conferred him the title of Grand Prince and was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, without enough power, who would be willing to listen to his orders? Moreover, the realm gate of the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to disappear. The entire mainland would be completely isolated within 100 years. The few of them who had been staying here were the kind of people who were unloved and unloved. They all had the potential to be fugitives. If they really forced Lai Kuang to a certain extent, only Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a while, she transmitted her voice, "Let's wait and see." Anyway, no matter what, she couldn't attack Lai Kuang. Although Yang Kai had given her some hope, that hope was too vague and not enough for her to risk her life for him. It would be best for tonight's matter to end peacefully. If it really got to a point where it couldn't be resolved, she wouldn't stand on Yang Kai's side. At worst, she would just betray the Cloud Shadow mainland and seek refuge with another lord. An upper-grade demon king would be accepted wherever he went. However, bearing the name of a traitor would make life difficult for him in the future. Clearly, Kurson and Lao Ku had the same thought. They nodded and agreed with her point of view. Just as the three of them were secretly communicating, the group had already arrived above a huge mansion. Yang Kai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and looked down at the brightly lit mansion below with a mocking smile. Lao Ku and the other two looked at each other and secretly thought, as expected. This Grand Prince is so daring to attack Lai Kuang. Yang Kai pointed down and said, "The thief who stole this king's treasure is hiding here. I ask the three of you to help this king capture him." His gaze swept to the side. Lao Ku and the other two were quietly looking at him, unmoved. At the side, Boya covered her face with her hands. She was too embarrassed to continue watching. She only felt embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. He smiled faintly and waved his hand, shouting, "Surround him." This order caused Lao Ku and the others to frown. It wasn't that this order was difficult, but rather unexpected. They had thought Yang Kai wanted them to attack directly. If it was just to surround them, they could have cooperated. In any case, as long as they didn't directly clash with Lai Kuang's people, they wouldn't really offend him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Lao Kun nodded to Carson and Ian. Under the Three's orders, the 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and over 10,000 demon general immediately spread out and surrounded the mansion below. At the same time, they secretly passed down orders that without their orders, no one was to attack. At the same time, in the main hall of the mansion below, the lights were brightly lit, and there were signs of singing and dancing. At the head of the table, there was a tall and sturdy demon king with disheveled hair who looked like a madman. He was dressed in black and had 2 women in his arms. At the table below, there were more than 20 demon kings on both sides. The table was filled with fruits, wine, and delicacies. At the center of the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. The sound of wind instruments and woodwinds filled the air. At the head of the table, Lai Kuang was looking down with a face full of smiles. The 2 women in his arms were very good at flattering him. They served him wholeheartedly, making him even happier. Suddenly, a demon king stood up from the table and cupped his hands, saying, "Master, when shall we go and pay our respects to the Grand Prince?" As soon as he said this, the noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. All the demon kings stared blankly at the guy who spoke. Lai Kuang also turned his sharp gaze from the women below. His gaze was bone-chilling, causing the demon king who spoke to break out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong? Could it be that the master didn't come to Cloud Shadow City to pay a visit to the new Grand Prince?" Just as he was in doubt, Lai Kuang suddenly grabbed a wine bottle in front of him and smashed it over. With a bang, the demon king who spoke was smashed on the head. He instinctively tried to dodge, but he didn't dare to. He didn't even dare to use his devil chi to protect his body. Even though his body was strong, this hit still caused his head to bleed. The pain on his head was insignificant. What made him panic was Lai Kuang's reaction. As expected, he said something wrong again. "Is this your first day following this king?" Lai Kuang looked at him coldly. That demon king was terrified. He hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "Master, please calm down. This subordinate knows his mistake." Lai Kuang coldly snorted, "Where did you go wrong?" Chapter 3465. The demon king's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Lai Kuang was on the verge of exploding in anger. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely suffer. But if he knew where he was wrong, he wouldn't have spouted nonsense. At this time, he couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, someone reminded him and he quickly said, "Master, you are so mighty. That guy should be the one paying you a visit." Lai Kuang's face relaxed a little. He glared at the demon king, too lazy to argue with him. If it were someone else, he would definitely punish them. But this subordinate of his had made a mistake in his cultivation in his early years, causing his mind to be damaged. There was no point in arguing with him. Seeing this, the demon king smiled embarrassedly and returned to his seat. But once this topic was raised, the other demon kings couldn't sit still. Someone immediately said, "Master, this subordinate heard that the so-called prince doesn't seem to be very strong. Not only is his strength not high, but he's also a human." It wasn't that they didn't have any connections in Cloud Shadow City. After entering the city yesterday, they contacted many people to inquire about him. The news that Yang Kai publicly admitted that he was a human had long been spread, so it wasn't a secret. But someone who heard this for the first time exclaimed, "Human? How can he be a human? Can this news be confirmed? He is indeed a human. I heard that guy had some mishap in Star Territory. He accidentally became the demon race and became the demon race. He was chased by the great emperors and false emperors and was forced to come to demon territory. I don't know how he caught the eye of the holy sage and was entrusted with such an important task. The holy sage doesn't know how to recognize people. The Cloud Shadow continent should be ruled by the master. Why did she send a human over? This is ridiculous. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but his cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. Sigh, the holy sage has miscalculated this time. The human race is deceitful and changeable. Who knows what kind of flowery words he would say in front of the holy sage. The holy sage is a woman after all. The group of people all talked at once. They all looked like they were fighting for justice for Lai Kuang and felt that Yu Rumeng had been blinded. Bastard! Lai Kuang bellowed, immediately silencing the demon king below. He swept his dignified gaze around. The saint has her own reasons for doing things. How can you casually talk about it? If the words of this place were to spread out, you will have to bear the consequences. It was indeed inappropriate to talk about the Lord behind his back. If the Lord knew about it, he, Lai Kuang, would be severely punished. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Lao Ku was forced to stay in the Cloud Shadow City, but Carson and Ian, those two idiots, actually rushed over to pay their respects as soon as they heard the news. What a disgrace to the demon race. But I, Lai Kuang, don't take them seriously. Do they think that they can control the Cloud Shadow mainland just because they have the Saint's edict? Wishful thinking. That's right. Our demon territory doesn't need the human race. We have always respected strength. If he didn't have the ability, how could he sit in that position? Someone immediately agreed loudly. Lai Kuang sneered and said, I'm afraid you all don't know. A few days ago, that brat offended Master Yu Sang in the Holy City. Master Yu Sang sent an order for me to think of a way to deal with this brat. As long as I complete this task, Master Yu Sang can guarantee that I will control the Cloud Shadow mainland. With this power, I may be able to become a half-saint. The demon kings were overjoyed when they heard that. They all raised their heads to look at Lai Kuang and congratulated him. Master Yu Sang thinks so highly of you. If you control the Cloud Shadow mainland, it will only be a matter of time before you become a half-saint. Ha ha ha. Lai Kuang couldn't help but laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a half-saint. He raised his hand and said, it's still too early to talk about this. What we need to do now is to complete Master Yu Sang as soon as possible. Before he could finish, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, how dare you! With a single slap, the table was smashed to pieces. Wine splashed everywhere as he soared into the sky. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Only at this moment did the demon kings in the Great Hall realize that something was wrong. There seemed to be many auras outside, and they actually surrounded this place. Without hesitation, more than 20 demon kings flew into the sky and passed through the hole. At this moment, in the sky above the mansion, tens of thousands of demon race experts were scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a gloomy face. He swept his gaze around and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. A trace of obvious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, star. One figure after another flew over and appeared behind him. They were none other than his subordinates. 4 pairs of eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and sized up the high-rank demon king in front of him. He was indeed extraordinary. His blood energy was extremely dense and impressive. He was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ku and the others. It seemed that Boya's information was correct. This guy was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang was obviously stunned. However, after seeing Lao Ku and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. This was that human prince? They were just talking about him. He didn't expect to meet him so soon, and under such circumstances at that. As if sensing the playfulness in Yang Kai's eyes, he knew that this guy didn't come with good intentions. He simply pretended not to know and pointed his halberd in front of him. He angrily shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Yang Kai faintly smiled. This king was conferred the title of prince by the saint, the ruler of Cloud Shadow Mainland. "Who are you? Prince? Where did this prince come from?" Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and grinned. "This king has never heard of you. As for me, I am Lai Kuang. Since this guy didn't come with good intentions, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He might as well take this opportunity to take his life. Then, even if the saint investigated, he could say that Yang Kai was rude." Yang Kai tilted his head. "Lai Kuang? I remember now. This king has a subordinate called Lai Kuang, but I haven't met him. What evidence do you have?" Lai Kuang sneered. "What evidence do you want?" The group of devil kings behind him also roared with laughter. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they thought to themselves, "Is there something wrong with this human's brain? He actually wants their lord to take out evidence to prove his identity. Just the cultivation of a high-grade devil king is enough. Or is he trying to find a way out for himself?" Yang Kai nodded. "Looks like you don't have any evidence." He suddenly shouted, "Vice Commander." Boya really didn't want to bother with him. When Lai Kuang appeared, she knew that something was wrong. This guy was stronger than any other demon king she had ever seen. Moreover, he was a stone demon. His defense was naturally strong. Her archery skills might not be enough to deter him. However, she couldn't ignore Yang Kai's shout. Her soul puppet was still in his hands. She braced herself and said, "Here. Look at this person carefully. Is he the one who stole this king's treasure?" Yang Kai pointed. Lai Kuang couldn't help but frown. "Stole the treasure? What the hell?" Boya didn't even look at Lai Kuang. She followed Yang Kai's words and said, "There are some similarities." She didn't dare to be too sure. She didn't want Lai Kuang to hold a grudge against her. "Then it's you." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he said the last word, he rushed in front of Lai Kuang like a ghost. Lai Kuang jumped in fright. He didn't even see how Yang Kai moved. He was almost face to face with him. He instinctively circulated his demon yuan, causing his body to glow with a stone luster. He really was a stone demon. He was born with thick skin and flesh. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. Since his opponent had made the first move, he wouldn't be careless. After all, he had to kill this person tonight, so he didn't hold back in this punch. But just as he moved, he saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye. This vertical slit exuded a strange power, causing his mind to waver for a moment. However, that was all. He was a peak high-rank demon king. His soul was incomparably powerful. Even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't affect him for long. And Yang Kai wanted this short moment. He had just used the soul-severing blade not long ago. The heaven-piercing strike still needed to be nourished, so it wasn't suitable for him to use it again. However, the blossoming lotus secret technique was activated. In an instant, Lai Kuang's vision was filled with a budding lotus flower. He couldn't see anything else. The lotus flower took root in his mind, madly absorbing the power of his soul. The petals bloomed, and Lai Kuang couldn't help but groan in pain. At the same time, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's left shoulder. Everyone was stunned. Lao Ku, Carson, Ian, and even Boya were all dumbfounded. It was only now that they reacted. They had all thought that Yang Kai had come with an army of 10,000 to borrow their strength to deal with Lai Kuang. They all had their own plans. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no such intentions? Instead, he directly attacked Lai Kuang without hesitation. Was he seeking death? Although Lai Kuang was a stone demon and wasn't as strong as the power demon, how could a mid-rank demon king withstand a punch from him? Seeing that punch land on Yang Kai's shoulder, everyone was stunned. They all subconsciously thought that Yang Kai would die without a burial. Boya had already stood up, preparing to snatch Yang Kai's space ring as quickly as possible and then leave this place. However, what she saw in the next moment left her mouth wide open. Lai Kuang's punch had indeed landed on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai actually didn't die. His body only tilted slightly to the side, and he took the full brunt of the punch. Immediately after, Yang Kai opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed towards Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang was already tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique to the point where he wished he was dead. Now that he had taken the full brunt of the dragon roar secret technique, he was seeing stars and his divine sense trembled uneasily. The middle and low-rank devil kings behind him were even more aghast as they lost their footing and their formation was instantly broken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell. As it spun, it rapidly grew in size and enveloped Lai Kuang and himself. Chapter 3466. With a clanging sound, the mountains and rivers bell fell. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang both disappeared, suppressed by the bell. Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin were all dumbfounded. After Lai Kuang's subordinates steadied themselves, they all frowned and stared at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks on their faces. From the looks of it, that human probably wanted to fight Lai Kuang alone with Master Lai Kuang? Otherwise, why would he use such a treasure right from the start? But, where did that guy get his confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was an upper-rank demon king, he was only one step away from half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and enough time, he would definitely be able to become a half-saint. Even Lao Ku and the others, who were also upper-rank demon kings, admitted that they were not his match. How could a mere mid-rank demon king be so daring? He must be tired of living. Even if they thought with their toes, all the demon kings could predict what would happen next. It could only be that the human would be killed by Master Lai Kuang on the spot. There was no other possibility. One of the mid-rank demon king glanced at Lao Ku and the others indifferently and waved his hand. More than 20 of Lai Kuang's subordinates immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the mountains and rivers bell. They clearly did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. Seeing this, Lao Ku and the others' faces darkened. They were not worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wanted to die, there was nothing they could do. However, this mid-rank demon king's attitude of not putting them in his eyes was infuriating. But that was it. There was nothing more to it. Carson and Yin looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The human prince had only been here for a few days and he was already killed by Lai Kuang. It would be difficult to explain to the saint. Compared to this, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would find trouble with them later. For a moment, they were deeply worried. They felt that they had been implicated by Yang Kai this time. Inside the mountains and rivers bell, there was only a space of 20 meters. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood facing each other, the former shaking his head and stretching his muscles, while the latter glared at Yang Kai angrily. Although his life wasn't in danger, Lai Kuang was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His expression was ferocious. Although he was angry, Yang Kai's mind was still clear. Turning his head to look around and using his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood his current situation and could not help sneering, "Human, you're quite bold, daring to act like this." To be honest, what Yang Kai had just done was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said lightly, you are quite bold. This king is ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow. Since you have entered the city, why don't you come to pay your respects? Who do you think you are? You are qualified for me to pay my respects to you. Lai Kuang sneered and raised his arms. He glared and shouted, you have offended Master Yu Sang. Do you think you still have a way out? Yang Kai chuckled, Yu Sang has been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint. Don't you know? This confirmed that Lai Kuang was indeed close to the Lanyuan continent. Baizhua had said before that the Lanyuan continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard this, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai sneered, looks like you really don't know anything. If he knew something, he would not have reacted this way. Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily, don't talk nonsense. Master Yu Sang is deeply trusted by the saint and is regarded as his right-hand man. How could he be sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint? As for you, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life today. I'll return your words to you. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, I have just arrived here, and my foundation is shallow. I want to gather some help. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, it would be a pity to kill you. If you can open your mind and let me plant my soul brand, I can spare your life today. Lai Kuang laughed, ignorant child, shameless boasting. He looked around and said, you are relying on this treasure? Yes, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Although this king has not tried it, I know that it will not be easy to break it. However, your mistake is that you should not have stayed here with this king. In this space of 20 feet, if this king wanted to kill you, where can you hide? Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly, I will give you one last chance. Submit, or die. Lai Kuang's face turned cold and he shouted, I want you dead. As soon as his voice fell, his demonic chi surged as he rushed towards Yang Kai, like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage, unstoppable. Yang Kai did not seem to notice, standing in place and looking at him with a smile. Lai Kuang frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but he did not show any signs of resistance. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gathered a bit more strength and punched out with all his strength. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a large figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Before he could see clearly what it was, a fist the size of a door came at him. The fist had not yet arrived, but it gave Lai Kuang a feeling that he could not block it. It was as if what was coming at him was not a fist, but a mountain. In a flash, Lai Kuang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his innate divine technique, causing his body to glow with a golden light, giving off a feeling that he was invulnerable. With a loud bang, under Lai Kuang's disbelieving gaze, he was sent flying by an irresistible force. Golden light flashed wildly from his body as he slammed into the wall of the mountains and river's bell with a loud clanging sound. His internal organs and blood churning, Lai Kuang struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes trembled as he looked up, clearly seeing what had injured him. It was a Tenjiang-tall stone giant. Its entire body was burning with evil flames, and its body was covered with stone spikes. An aura that made him feel fear was emitted from the evil flames. A divine spirit. There were divine spirits in the demon territory, and some of them were so strong that even a half-saint would have to retreat. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the divine spirit in front of him, he knew that it was not something he could fight against. Excruciating pain came from his arms. His opponent's punch had already shattered his arms, and even a few of the bones in his chest had been broken. If he had not been born as a golem and had his innate magical powers, that punch alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Lai Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart was filled with unease. Compared to the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was more confused about how it appeared here. Obviously, there was only him and Yang Kai here just now, and this place had been sealed off by some unknown artifact, so how could it have entered? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was in turmoil, the avatar shook its head and said, "I can't use it." Although the mountains and rivers bell could change its size, this space was only 20 feet wide, and he felt that his hands and feet were tied. Yang Kai slowly walked out from behind the avatar and said with a smile, "Don't complain, just put up with it." With his current strength, dealing with Lai Kuang was a piece of cake, but if he really fought him alone, it would take some effort. His main purpose here tonight was to intimidate the Cloud Shadow demons, so it was better to finish this battle as soon as possible. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen outside? Hearing this, the avatar did not say anything else and strode towards Lai Kuang. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he followed closely behind. Lai Kuang's heart was filled with danger. He knew that if he did not deal with this properly today, he would really die here. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai grasped the void with one hand and a long spear appeared in his palm. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai roared angrily as he pushed his demonic chi and fiercely thrust the spear behind him. The power of this spear was exerted with all his strength, and it felt like it could shatter heaven and earth. A fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as he could break this treasure, he would be able to receive the help of his subordinates outside, and the situation would be reversed. Even if he could not, he would still be able to escape. This was undoubtedly his only way out. With a rumble, the mountains and rivers bell shook, but it was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Lai Kuang was pushed back by the rebounding force. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had really underestimated the level of this treasure. His full-powered spear attack was actually unable to shake it. This was undoubtedly a Saint artifact-level treasure. This human whose strength was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king, how could he possess such a treasure? Even though life and death were on the line, Lai Kuang could not help but feel jealous. But at this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, an indescribable force enveloped Lai Kuang, making his body feel as heavy as 10,000 caddies, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, strands of dark red aura uncontrollably escaped from his limbs and pores, gathering in the embodiment's large hand. What kind of damned secret technique is this? Lai Kuang turned pale with fright. He clearly sensed that his strength was being absorbed by the other through space. Although the speed was not too fast, if this dragged on for too long, his foundation would definitely be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to advance any further in his cultivation. It would be good enough if he could maintain his realm as a high-rank demon king. Shocked, he turned his spear, wanting to break through the embodiment's secret technique. But at this moment, Yang Kai attacked from the side. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his entire body was filled with draconic might. This caused Lai Kuang's heart to pound, realizing that he had underestimated this human from the beginning. Looking over, it was as if he could see the figure of a giant dragon curled up behind Yang Kai. In his days, Yang Kai had broken through the defense he was so proud of, leaving a 5-finger mark on his body. Normally, this kind of injury would only be a small one, but under the effects of the embodiment's secret technique, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Even though Lai Kuang reacted quickly and used his demonic chi to quickly seal the wound, his momentum still fell in this short moment. Chapter 3467. As the central city of the continent, Cloud Shadow City was always bustling with noise and excitement. But tonight, the city that should have been bustling with noise was strangely quiet. The news that the city palace had mobilized more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and tens of thousands of demon generals to surround a mansion had spread like wildfire. Many members of the demon race had no idea what was going on, so they hid and watched from afar. However, there were some members of the demon race who knew that it was Lai Kuang's mansion. Lai Kuang had just entered the city a day ago, and now the city palace had mobilized so many people. Were they going to attack Lai Kuang? How could Clark be so bold? Or perhaps, this was all the doing of the new prince? No matter what, there would be a good show to watch tonight. Those of the demon race who had a bit of strength could feel that the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to change tonight. The entire Cloud Shadow city was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere. Outside Lai Kuang's mansion, the mountains and river's bell was suppressing a large area. Lao Ku and the others were watching from afar, while Lai Kuang's 20 Demon King subordinates were frowning. Ever since the treasure had trapped the human and Master Lai Kuang within, it had already been half the time it took to brew a pot of tea. As for what had happened inside, they had no idea. All they could hear was some vague sounds coming from within. The fact that the human could last so long under Lai Kuang's master's attack was beyond their expectations. In their minds, with Lai Kuang's strength, he would be able to quickly take down the human and escape from the treasure. But in reality, the movements inside showed the intensity of the battle. Their initial calm had disappeared, and the 20-plus Demon King's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lai Kuang's master wouldn't meet with any mishap inside, would he? After all, the treasure belonged to the human, but they hadn't sensed any signs of the treasure's power being activated. The bell seemed to be only used to block the outside world's view. They tried hard to cast this thought away, and firmly believed that Lai Kuang's master couldn't even deal with a human. They waited quietly. At the same time, inside the mountains and river's bell, Lai Kuang's eyes were wide open in anger as he frantically fled like a stray dog. But where could he escape to in a mere 20 zhang radius? He never thought that he would fail so miserably. At first, he didn't put the human in his eyes, but when they really fought, he realized that the human strength wasn't any lower than his own. And with the help of that strange divine spirit, Lai Kuang was beaten to the point of no return. His originally tall and sturdy figure had already shriveled up like a dried fish. His body had lost a great deal of blood essence, and this was all thanks to the Saint Spirit. He didn't know what kind of evil technique the Saint Spirit had cultivated, but it actually had the effect of devouring everything. Every time a wound appeared on his body, a large amount of blood would gush out and be devoured by the Saint Spirit. It wasn't a big deal if it happened once or twice, but once it happened too many times, Lai Kuang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he could feel that his foundation had been damaged. His cultivation of high-grade Devil King had already dropped to mid-grade, and there was no way for him to recover. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and there was only darkness in front of him. Seeing Yang Kai once again blocking his path and grabbing at him with his sharp fingers, Lai Kuang hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, I surrender, please spare my life, Master. Lai Kuang is willing to follow Master and serve Master with my life. If he delayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. At this time, integrity and reputation weren't important. Saving his life was the most important thing. Yang Kai's dragon claw stopped in front of Lai Kuang's neck. He tilted his head and saw the unwillingness in Lai Kuang's eyes. He grinned, it's too late. If you surrender now, what use do I have for you? If Lai Kuang was an upper-class demon king at his peak, Yang Kai would still be interested in recruiting him. But Lai Kuang had been devoured by the Dharmakaya using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. His strength had dropped greatly, and there was no way for him to recover. There was no point in taking him in. Lai Kuang didn't cherish the opportunity he was given and was forced into a corner. How could there be such a good thing in the world? By the time he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already made a grabbing motion. As the light flashed, the mountains and rivers bell spun and quickly shrank. All the members of the demon race who were looking at this place couldn't help but perk up. Lai Kuang's 20 subordinates were even more excited. Boya's eyelids twitched. She really didn't dare to look, afraid that she would see something she didn't want to see. The soul puppet wasn't bad in Yang Kai's hands. At least in the past few days, Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, nor did he make her do anything she didn't want to do. But if the soul puppet fell into Lai Kuang's hands, Boya was sure that her life would be worse than death. So even though she knew that the chances were slim, she still prayed that Yang Kai could create a miracle and appear in front of her alive. When the mountains and rivers bell rose into the air, the sealed space was finally exposed to the eyes of the demon race. Lao Ku and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Lai Kuang's 20 or so demon king subordinates, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation and disbelief. A chill ran down their spines. Boya was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes as hard as she could, as if to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. Yang Kai really was alive. Not only was he alive, there wasn't a single wound on his body. He stood there majestically, holding a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. A shriveled corpse was propped on the tip of the spear. The corpse looked like it had been dead for countless years. It was so shriveled that it didn't even look human. But from its face and body, one could still see Lai Kuang's shadow. Its dull eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. And that 2-meter-long spear was obviously Lai Kuang's demon treasure. Lai Kuang was actually dead. Everyone felt like their hearts were being hammered by a sledgehammer. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt like they were in a dream. How could Lai Kuang die? How could the ending be like this? Among the 4 high-rank demon kings in Cloud Shadow Mainland, Lai Kuang was the strongest. Even if he encountered another high-rank demon king, he would be fine. And the cultivation Yang Kai displayed was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. According to the human race's classification, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It was impossible for him to kill Lai Kuang without suffering any injuries. Was it the work of that bell-shaped artifact? Although the bell didn't show any signs of releasing its power, who knew what kind of strange abilities it had? Perhaps it was the power of that bell that allowed Yang Kai to achieve this. What made these demon race even more horrified was what kind of secret art Yang Kai had cultivated to actually turn Lai Kuang into a dried corpse. It was not hard to imagine that Lai Kuang had undoubtedly suffered extremely tragic torture before his death. Even his vitality had been completely drained away. And such a secret art would undoubtedly be called a demonic art by the human race. No wonder this guy betrayed the star boundary. With such a demonic art, how could there be a place for him in the star boundary? Yang Kai held Lai Kuang's dried corpse with his spear and looked around coldly. The 20 or so demon kings gathered around him all took a few steps back. They all felt a fierce aura rush towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. Lai Kuang, how dare you steal my treasure and ruin my Cloud Shadow's reputation? You even disobeyed my orders and disobeyed my orders. This king will behead you today. Please take this as a warning. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, his voice spread far and wide. Almost all the demon race in Cloud Shadow City heard it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his hand and nailed Lai Kuang's dried corpse to the top of the tallest building in the city. A strong wind blew, causing the dried corpse to sway. Its angry eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, causing the demon race members to tremble in fear. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the 20 or so demon kings around him and shouted, Lai Kuang's subordinates, you disrespected your superiors and aided the evildoer. I should have killed you all, but since you were just following orders, I will spare your lives for the time being. I will make a decision after the investigation. Waving his hand, Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku, Kusan, Yin, and the others with a burning gaze. Take them all down. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Lao Ku and the others couldn't help but shudder. The gentle impression they had of Yang Kai when they first met him 2 days ago was completely overturned. They had thought that this human was just a sheep pretending to be strong, but who would have thought he was actually a hungry wolf? Tonight's events had instantly exposed his true colors. With Lai Kuang's example as an example, Lao Ku and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Even Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in an extremely short period of time. How could they be a match for him? If they really angered him, their future days would definitely be difficult. Therefore, when the order was given, Lao Ku and the others only hesitated for a moment before waving their hands and saying, "Do it." In an instant, more than 40 demon kings moved out and pounced on Lai Kuang's subordinates. Lai Kuang's subordinates were still in a daze. They hadn't recovered from the shock of Lai Kuang's death. When they heard Yang Kai's harsh words, they immediately panicked. However, although their numbers weren't small, Lao Ku and the others had twice as many people as them. Furthermore, there were 3 high-rank demon kings overseeing them. Therefore, most of the demon kings stood there with gloomy expressions, allowing Lao Ku and the others to seal their cultivations and capture them. Only 2 or 3 demon kings, who were either panicking or truly loyal to Lai Kuang, actually rose up and broke out of the encirclement in anger. They each used their own secret techniques and turned into streaks of light to escape. Fortunately, there were still thousands of demon marshals and over 10,000 demon generals surrounding them. Borrowing the slight obstruction of these demon race, 3 meteor-like arrows pierced through the air and accurately nailed the 3 fleeing demon kings, killing them on the spot. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Boya putting away her bow. After a short while, the dust settled. Everyone in Lai Kuang's residence had been captured. Perhaps they wanted to make up for their previous negligence, but this time, Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin were very cooperative. They carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Lao Ku arrived in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Great King, the 22 demon kings under Berserker Lai's command are all here. 19 of them were captured alive, 3 were killed, and 348 others below the demon king rank have been captured." Chapter 3468. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Bring them all back." Mr. Crook complied. Yin slowly walked forward and handed over a bunch of rings, saying, "My king, these are the spoils of war." Since the group of demon kings had been captured, their space rings were naturally taken as well. There were 22 of them, not one more, not one less. They all belonged to Lai Kuang's demon king subordinates. As for Lai Kuang's space ring, Yang Kai had already taken it. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. Take these things and divide them among yourselves. Treat it as a token of my appreciation." He didn't have much use for the items from the demon race. Taking Lai Kuang's was enough. He might as well use the rest to buy people's hearts. Tonight, he had killed Lai Kuang and intimidated Lao Ku and the others. Now was the time to give them some benefits. Yin was silent, but didn't say anything. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your reward, my king." Although there were many good things in the 20 or so demon king space rings, it definitely wasn't much for everyone. After all, they had sent out quite a few people tonight. However, this signal from Yang Kai made her feel a little more at ease. She knew that Yang Kai still needed their help and wouldn't blame them for their previous neglect. After a while, everything was sorted out. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the demons back home. Lao Ku looked back at the dried corpse nailed to a high place and couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't like Lai Kuang, he never thought that this guy would meet his end in such a way. Lai Kuang's death wasn't a big deal, but after tonight, the Cloud Shadow mainland really did have a new master. The next day, Yang Kai had just come out of the sealed world bead when he sensed several auras waiting outside. It was Lao Ku and the others. He didn't know how long they had been waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door. Lao Ku and the others entered one by one. When they came close, they cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, my king." "What's up?" Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He looked up at them and sneered in his heart. Although he had only been here for a few days, these people had not been so attentive to him in the past few days. They didn't even take the initiative to pay him a visit. But this morning, they all ran over together. It seemed that last night's incident had quite a big impact on them. Lao Ku replied, "Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate and the others followed your majesty's orders and interrogated Lai Kuang's subordinates overnight. We have already obtained the results." As he spoke, he handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slip. He used his divine sense to check the information inside. There was nothing else inside, only information about the 19 captured demon kings, including their race, origin, cultivation, relationship with Lai Kuang, loyalty, and so on. Among them, 5 demon king were highlighted. Lao Ku explained from the side, "Those 5 have been following Lai Kuang since they were insignificant. The shortest time they have been with him is at least 1,000 years. How does your majesty wish to deal with them?" These 5 were undoubtedly Lai Kuang's most trusted subordinates, including the 3 who had been killed by Boya. Since they were his trusted subordinates, he couldn't keep them for long. In any case, he didn't care how many demon kings died here. He immediately looked up at the 3 in front of him and asked, "What do you think?" Lao Ku pondered for a moment before saying, "This subordinate feels that it's best not to keep them, lest something unexpected happens." Een and Kurson also nodded in agreement. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Since the 3 of you are of the same opinion, let's deal with them." Lao Ku's mouth twitched when he heard this. Why did it sound like he and the others wanted the 5 demon kings dead? Wasn't this just following orders? However, although he thought this, he didn't dare say it out loud. He paused for a moment before saying, "The other 14 aren't much of a problem. They don't intend to avenge Lai Kuang. Then break them up and assign them to your respective subordinates." "Yes." Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Seeing that they didn't intend to leave, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Is there anything else?" Lao Ku and the others looked at each other. In the end, Lao Ku braced himself and said, "Your Majesty, you said that you came to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the realm gates under the orders of the saint. Now that Lai Kuang has been killed, the Cloud Shadow mainland is under your control. You can also make arrangements there. When will you be leaving?" This matter was an illness in their hearts. The sooner it was resolved, the sooner they could feel at ease. Therefore, even if it was a little overboard, they couldn't help but want to urge him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In a few days. However, before that, I have something for you to do." "As you command, your majesty." "Find me all the information about the Cloud Shadow realm gates, including the ones that have disappeared. I have some use for them." This was a small matter. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's intention, Lao Ku and the others still agreed readily. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He reached out and took out an exquisite jade box. He said, "Speaking of which, I do have something to ask the 3 of you." Lao Ku and the others didn't dare. Opening the jade box, Kai Yang took out a small black pill about the size of a pigeon's egg, similar to a pill. This black pill didn't look very eye-catching and didn't have the slightest medicinal fragrance. However, if one used their divine sense to perceive it, they would be able to detect the terrifying energy it contained. However, this kind of energy wasn't something that just anyone could digest. The energy it contained was chaotic and evil. If a human were to consume it, they would instantly become the demon race. On the other hand, if a demon race member were to consume it, it would be greatly beneficial and would definitely increase their cultivation. This thing was found in Lai Kuang's space ring. There weren't many of them, only 3 of them. Each one was stored in a jade box and was placed in the deepest part of Lai Kuang's space ring. Obviously, they were very precious. Yang Kai didn't know what this thing was, but he assumed that Lao Ku and the others should know. However, to his surprise, when he took out the black pill, the eyes of Lao Ku and the others suddenly became scorching hot. Even their breathing became slightly rapid as they stared at the black pill. Yang Kai raised his thick eyebrows and asked, "What is this?" Lao Ku gulped and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty is from the human race, so it's understandable that you don't know about this thing. However, to the demon race, especially us demon kings, this thing is a great supplement. This is a myriad demon pill." "A myriad demon pill?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "This is a myriad demon pill?" Yin asked, "Your Majesty knows about the myriad demon pill?" Yang Kai said with a strange expression, "I heard someone mention it a few days ago. That bastard Yu Sang wanted to use 80 myriad demon pills in exchange for Baijua's forgiveness in Holy City." Although he had asked Baizhua about the myriad demon pill that day, Baizhua simply smiled and didn't say anything, leaving him helpless. He never thought that he would actually obtain it today. It was no wonder that a half-saint would use it as a bargaining chip. This thing was truly extraordinary. The energy contained within it was extremely large, comparable to an emperor pill that had formed pill clouds and been nourished for 1,000 years. Yang Kai estimated that if a low-rank demon king were to consume this thing, it would only take a few dozen pills to advance to a mid-rank demon king. Of course, the prerequisite was that the low-rank demon king had enough time to digest the energy within. As for a mid-rank demon king, consuming 400 to 500 pills would allow it to advance to a high-rank demon king. Of course, this was only his own estimate. He didn't know the truth. Who refined this thing? Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he knew that refining this thing was definitely not an easy task. The energy contained within was too large, and only a powerful alchemist would be able to condense it. Naturally, he was interested in the person who refined this thing. With such a miraculous alchemy technique, it was likely that this person was comparable to the wondrous pill great emperors. He never thought that there would be such a person in the demon territory. Yin laughed involuntarily. "My king, you may not know this, but this myriad demon pill is formed by nature, not refined by humans." Formed by nature? Yang Kai was astonished. Indeed, formed by nature. Lao Ku nodded solemnly and explained, "There are several hundred continents in the demon territory, and on 80% of them, there is a myriad demon nest. Every few years, a certain number of myriad demon pills will be produced in the myriad demon nest. These pills are consumed by us demon kings, and can increase our cultivation realm and shorten our cultivation time. More or less, we have all consumed a myriad demon pill before." Yang Kai was amazed. 80% of the continents have this myriad demon nest? He was stunned for a moment before asking, "Then what about our cloud shadow continent?" "There is." Lao Ku nodded. "Just like the realm gate, it is also in Lai Kuang's territory. Every time the myriad demon pills are produced, he is the one who collects them and then offers them to the saint." "You are not involved?" Yang Kai looked at the three people in front of him with a strange expression. Since these things were so useful to them, and they were the high-rank demon kings of the Cloud Shadow continent, they definitely had the right to participate in the supervision. But from Lao Ku's words, this matter was actually handled by Lai Kuang alone. Lao Ku and the others immediately showed a touch of embarrassment on their faces. Carson said, "My king, you may not know this, but in the past, this matter was done by us high-rank demon kings, but ever since Lai Kuang pledged allegiance to Master Yu Sang, we have been excluded. It's easier to do things with someone backing you." Yang Kai sneered, and was about to ask them why they did not pledge allegiance to Yu Sang, but thinking carefully, it was not that they did not want to pledge allegiance, but that Yu Sang did not accept them. After the myriad demon pills were collected, Yu Sang would definitely share some of the profits as a reward. The more people he accepted, the more rewards he would naturally give. Since Lai Kuang was working for him, why would he accept others? How is this nest of myriad demons formed? Why does it exist in more than 80% of the continents? Yang Kai asked curiously. This question stumped Lao Ku and the others. They also did not know how the nest of myriad demons was formed, but since ancient times, the various continents in the demon territory were like this, and they were already used to it. Furthermore, it was normal for them to be able to collect myriad demon pills in the nest of myriad demons. If they wanted to find the reason, they would probably have to ask the half-saint or even the saint venerables. Seeing that they did not know, Yang Kai did not bother to make things difficult for them. He asked a few more questions about the myriad demon pills, and found out that the frequency and quantity of these things were collected was different in every continent. The Cloud Shadow continent basically only collected them once every 10 years or so. Each time, there would be dozens to hundreds of myriad demon pills, and the quantity was not constant, fluctuating. Chapter 3469. The matter of the myriad demon pill caused Yang Kai's heart to sink slightly. No wonder there were more demon kings in the demon territory than in the emperor realm in the star boundary. It turned out that such a thing existed. According to his previous estimates, a few dozen myriad demon pills were enough to promote a low-rank demon king to mid-rank. In other words, in the Cloud Shadow mainland alone, a low-rank demon king could be promoted every decade or so, and there would still be some left over. In the long run, how could the number of demon kings not increase? Of course, although this calculation method was too idealistic, with the myriad demon pill, the experts in the demon territory would have an easier time cultivating, and the time to grow would be shorter than in the star boundary. Why didn't the star boundary have such a good thing? Also, how did the nest of myriad demons appear? How could it give birth to something like the myriad demon pill? Perhaps Yu Ru Meng would know the reason, but he couldn't ask her now. At this time, Yin smiled slightly and said, "Speaking of which, Your Majesty came just in time. This time, the myriad demon pill will be collected soon, within half a year. When the time comes, Your Majesty can go and see for yourself." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Since the nest of myriad demons is in Lai Kuang's territory, did he send people to guard it?" "Yes." Lao Ku nodded. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said, "But as far as I know, Lai Kuang has brought all the demon kings under his command to the Cloud Shadow City. Who is guarding it now?" Lao Ku was startled when he heard this, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate will go to the nest of myriad demons to investigate." The nest of myriad demons was the most important place in every continent, and it absolutely could not be left unguarded. Since Lai Kuang had brought all the demon kings under his command, it was very likely that the nest of myriad demons was unguarded, or that there was someone else guarding it for Lai Kuang. Thinking of Lai Kuang's defection to Yu Sang, it was not difficult to imagine where the person guarding the nest of myriad demons came from. Now that the Cloud Shadow mainland was Yang Kai's territory, the myriad demon pills collected from the nest of 10,000 demons were naturally under Yang Kai's control. How could he tolerate others interfering? "Bring more people, Carson will accompany you." Yang Kai waved his hand. Carson replied, "Yes." The two of them didn't delay any longer, and for the sake of avoiding trouble, they immediately bid their farewells and left. He left behind a voice that was shrouded in black gas and whose face could not be seen clearly. "If my king has no other orders, this subordinate will take his leave. Bring those 5 demon king to me." Yang Kai ordered, then closed his eyes. Yin glanced at him curiously. She didn't know why he wanted the 5 demon king, but she didn't ask. She accepted the order and left. After a short while, the 5 demon kings, whose cultivation had been sealed, were brought to a room. After a night of torture, the 5 demon kings were all in a sorry state. However, at this moment, all of them were glaring at Yang Kai. Some of the more hot-tempered ones were even cursing loudly, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. They also knew that they were doomed, but they couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. So, they just wanted to vent their anger. If they could provoke Yang Kai to kill them, that would be the best. Death would be the end of all troubles. It was better than being tortured again. Waving the soldiers to retreat, he closed the door and laid down a layer of barrier. Yang Kai looked at the 5 people coldly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed them. The next moment, the space principles fluctuated, and the 5 demon kings disappeared. Then, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Inside the small sealed world, in an open space, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged. Even though it was sitting on the ground, its 10-meter-tall body was still towering like a small mountain. It was looking at the 5 demon kings that Yang Kai had brought in with great interest. Yang Kai appeared, and without any nonsense, he raised his hand and said, "Let's begin." The embodiment nodded and formed a seal with both hands, assuming a strange posture. In the next moment, an invisible force fluctuated and enveloped the 5 immobilized demon kings. The faces of the demon kings, who were at a loss because of the sudden change in environment, changed drastically. They felt the blood essence and even Yuan Qi divine senses in their bodies become restless, uncontrollably drifting out of their bodies. As Yang Kai looked over, he saw dark red qi gushing out of the 5 demon kings' bodies and converging towards the embodiment. The embodiment inhaled and exhaled, swallowing the dark red qi into its stomach. In just a few breaths, the dark red qi became incomparably thick, and the bodies of the 5 demon kings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their auras plummeting. This scene made Yang Kai shudder. He secretly thought that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was really overbearing and evil. No wonder the star boundary couldn't tolerate it. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose and wasn't afraid of the many drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, when he was in the star boundary, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid letting the embodiment use this secret art inherited from the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when fighting with others, so as to prevent others from seeing any clues. In the past, the embodiment had also devoured the chi essences of some enemies, but it was just a taste and was rarely used. Now that he was in the demon territory, he naturally didn't have too many scruples. In the battle with Lai Kuang last night, the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to torment Lai Kuang. Moreover, according to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could be used to nurture battle. When devouring the chi essences of others, it could weaken the strength of others and strengthen itself. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it was almost invincible. In the past, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had single-handedly slaughtered many Great Emperors in the War of Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was undoubtedly the most important contribution. Yang Kai planned to let the embodiment properly cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique in the demon territory, so as to increase its strength as soon as possible. Although these 5 demon kings were only below average, their chi essences couldn't be wasted. They could be used to nourish the embodiment. As long as there was enough energy to devour, the embodiment could quickly become stronger. In the demon territory, Yang Kai only had the embodiment as a helper. Naturally, he wanted it to be as strong as possible. The 5 demon kings were no longer in the mood to curse and shout. They resisted with frightened expressions. However, with their cultivation sealed, how could they resist the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique's devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? In just a few dozen breaths, the 5 demon kings stopped breathing and turned into dried corpses. The embodiment maintained its posture, but the chi on its body was surging and flames were rolling. Suddenly, its body shook, and a dark aura escaped. It was the demonic chi that was purified after it digested the chi essences of the 5 demon kings. From this, it could be seen that the embodiment had a unique advantage in cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The stone mongoose's body allowed it to purify all kinds of negative and unfavorable energy. If it was a flesh and blood body that cultivated the battle technique, even if it had the means to resolve it, it was bound to be affected to some extent. In the long run, its temperament would certainly be distorted. I've also asked about this. Yang Kai raised the 3 jade boxes in his hand and casually threw them over. With a thought, he transmitted the information he had learned to the embodiment. The embodiment caught the 3 jade boxes, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Myriad demon pills? Good stuff." After saying that, he cast a spell to open the jade boxes and directly swallowed the 3 myriad demon pills together. He activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to refine them, making Yang Kai's eyelids twitch. The myriad demon pills were created by nature and contained an enormous amount of energy. Before the demon kings took them, they had to be fully prepared, and then spend a lot of time to refine them. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. However, the embodiment directly swallowed the 3 pills in one gulp as if he was eating candy. If the other demon kings saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Even a high-grade demon king didn't have such boldness. The embodiment's chi-ji was surging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a continuous stream of dark aura escaped from his body. The scene of him devouring the chi-ji of the 5 demon kings was much better than before. After tossing and turning for an incense stick's worth of time, the embodiment slowly opened his eyes, and the flames in his eyes flickered. Yang Kai sensed it and knew what it was thinking. He smacked his lips and said, 3,000 pills should be enough for you to reach a higher level. That's quite a lot. One had to know that the Cloud Shadow continent only collected a few hundred myriad demon pills every 10 years or so. 3,000 pills would take the entire Cloud Shadow continent hundreds or thousands of years to produce. However, if it could really make the embodiment's strength reach a higher level, it would be worth it. The embodiment now had the Holy Spirit stone fire origin and the stone mongoose's body as a foundation, so it had extraordinary strength. Its strength was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, but slightly weaker than a half-saint. If it reached a higher level, it would be able to contend with a half-saint. Now, he could only try to collect myriad demon pills. This thing could greatly shorten the growth time of the embodiment, so it was worth investing in. Yang Kai suddenly regretted being so generous last night. He didn't know if there were any myriad demon pills in the space rings of the Demon Kings, but seeing that Lai Kuang only had 3 pills left, the chances of the other Demon Kings were slim. Even if they had a chance to obtain myriad demon pills, they would have taken them immediately to strengthen themselves. In addition, Yang Kai could also capture more Demon Kings and throw them into the small sealed world bead for the embodiment to devour. Although the effect was not as good as taking myriad demon pills, it was still not bad. Leaving the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai waited quietly in his room for a while before Yin brought him a large amount of information about the world gate. Yang Kai spent an hour going through the information, pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the door. "Master." Xiao Wu, who was guarding outside the door, hurriedly saluted, her eyes shining like stars. Yang Kai nodded gently, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look at the room beside him with a strange expression and asked, "How long have you been in there?" "What?" Xiao Wu did not understand. "Boya," Yang Kai glanced at her. Only then did Xiao Wu understand and said, "She has been here since last night." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he hurriedly walked to the door and pushed it open. This was Li Shiqing's room. In order to make it easier to take care of her, Yang Kai deliberately arranged for her to stay in the room next to his. These days, Li Shiqing had been well behaved, perhaps because she was afraid of Yang Kai, so she had been staying in her room and not coming out. But even though she did not come out, someone went to look for her. At this moment, Boya was in her room, sitting next to Li Shiqing. Boya was holding her hand and talking about something, but no one knew what she was talking about. What made Yang Kai feel a chill run down his spine was that Boya, this slut, actually had a look of affection in her eyes. She's hopeless. Hearing the movement, the two women in the room turned to look. Li Shiqing instinctively shuddered and hid behind Boya. She was really afraid of Yang Kai to the extreme. Boya, on the other hand, let out a dissatisfied grunt, as if she was angry that something good had been disturbed. Chapter 3470. After fiercely reprimanding Boya and forcing her to leave, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Shiqing. She was sitting at the innermost part of the bed, curled up and hugging her knees. Her face was drained of blood, and she looked extremely scared. Yang Kai looked helpless. He softened his expression a little and said, "Don't interact with that witch in the future. She's not a good person." Li Shiqing shrunk her body even more and nodded almost unnoticeably. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai knew that she didn't take his words to heart. He guessed that in her eyes, he was the worst villain in the world. He couldn't say anything bad about her behind her back, so he could only stop. After thinking for a while, he casually flicked out a space spirit bead and said, "If you encounter any danger, activate the restrictive spell in this bead. It will keep you safe." He couldn't take care of Li Shiqing all the time, especially when there were many things to deal with later. It wasn't easy to get her out of the blood-fighting arena, so he couldn't let anything happen to her. A space spirit bead was enough to keep her safe. As long as her reaction wasn't too slow, she could use this bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side when she encountered an irresistible danger. Of course, the premise was that she had to be on the same continent as Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai estimated that the chances of her using this bead weren't very high. Now that he had the entire Cloud Shadow mainland under his control, once he gave the order, the Demon King wouldn't dare to disobey. Perhaps no one here would dare to attack his people. After giving the order, he strode out without waiting for Li Shiqing's reaction. Behind him, Li Shiqing looked up at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. After hesitating for a long time, she put away the bead. At this moment, Yang Kai and Sound had already driven the tiger-headed chariot in a certain direction of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Half a day later, in the wilderness, the tiger-headed chariot stopped at a high altitude. Yang Kai and Sound got off the chariot, looked around, and said, "Are you sure it's here?" Sound also turned her head to take a look, and then looked around for a while, as if she was measuring the location. After a short while, she came to a void and stood still, saying, "It's right where I am." Yang Kai nodded lightly, the space principles around him fluctuating as he closed his eyes, silently sensing something. Sound looked at him curiously, her eyes flashing with a strange light. However, she didn't dare to disturb him and waited quietly. After a full hour, Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly shook his head. He looked at the Sound and asked, "When did this realm gate disappear? Where does it lead to?" Previously, he had looked up the information about the realm gates of the Cloud Shadow mainland and confirmed that what Baizhua had said before was true. There were originally 5 realm gates in the Cloud Shadow mainland, which were connected to 5 different continents. However, in the past 1,000 years, 4 of the realm gates had disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one connected to the Lanyuan mainland, which almost caused the Cloud Shadow mainland to be completely isolated. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If he wanted to protect the last realm gate, he must first take a look at the 4 disappeared realm gates. At the very least, he must have some idea of why they disappeared. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he must at least find some clues. However, although he had tried his best, he still found nothing. There was nothing unusual here. If it wasn't for Sound's confirmation, and all the information he had looked up before pointed to the existence of a realm gate here, Yang Kai was afraid that he might have made a mistake. Sound said, "The realm gate here was the first to disappear, about 1,000 years ago. The signs before it disappeared were very similar to the last realm gate. There were some signs of instability. It could have led to the Blood Flame mainland. After a pause, she asked, "Your Majesty, did you find anything?" Although she knew that there was little hope after seeing Yang Kai's performance, she still couldn't help but ask. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything. Let's go to the next place." He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed chariot. Sound naturally had no objection. She got on the chariot with Yang Kai and led the way. Half a day later, the two came to a sea territory. Below them, waves rose and fell, and the sea was boundless. Yang Kai, as before, closed his eyes to sense, while Sound waited quietly beside him. After a while, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The fluctuation of the law of space around him became more and more violent. Sound, who had been paying attention to him, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. She realized that Yang Kai should have found something. The next moment, she saw Yang Kai suddenly open his eyes and look at the void in front of him with a solemn face. The power of space around him was wandering, and he suddenly stretched out his hands to explore the void in front of him. The speed of the advancement of his hands was very slow, as if there was great resistance in the void. What surprised Sound even more was that after advancing about half a foot, Yang Kai's hands suddenly disappeared, as if they had merged into the void. Sound couldn't help but be stunned. The power of space was so mysterious. Then, she heard Yang Kai roar, "Open." With this roar, Yang Kai's hands jerked to the sides. The next moment, the void seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared in front of Sound. Inside the crack was chaos and nothingness. Not only did it swallow the line of sight, but even the divine thoughts that entered it disappeared immediately. Sound, however, was extremely excited and cried out, "Your Majesty." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and exerted more strength in his hands. His clothes fluttered without wind, and the crack in front of him grew bigger and bigger. When it was big enough to accommodate the two of them, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Sound's arm, and rushed toward the crack with her. In a flash, the two of them disappeared. Sound felt that the world was spinning, and her vision was turned upside down. When she came back to her senses, she had already arrived at another world. She collected her thoughts and looked down in a daze. After seeing some familiar scenery, she exclaimed, "Thunder Sky Continent." The portal that had disappeared just now was originally connected to this Thunder Sky Continent. Sound had lived in the Cloud Shadow mainland for thousands of years. In the early years, before those portals disappeared, she often came to the Thunder Sky Continent to do business. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the scenery at the exit. However, since the portal there disappeared, she had never been here again. She did not expect that one day she would see the scenery here again. For a moment, she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that it was not unreasonable for the holy sage to send him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the portal. With such means, it meant that he could really open the portal that had disappeared again, so that the Cloud Shadow mainland would no longer be isolated. "Don't be happy too early," Yang Kai looked indifferent, pouring cold water on Sound's excitement. "Look behind you." Sound was stunned for a moment and quickly turned her head to look behind her, only to see that the crack in the void that they had passed through was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would disappear in less than 10 breaths of time. Her excitement and expectation suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and absent-minded. How could this be? Yang Kai laughed and said, "I just followed a trace of where the portal used to be and forcibly broke through the void to come here. The two continents have their own laws of heaven and earth, so they will naturally repair the interference of external forces and trace back to the source." Then the portal, Yang Kai said, "It's too early to say this, but it's not hopeless. Since the traces of the connection between the two continents are still there, there is a way. Let's go back first." As he spoke, he turned around and tore the almost healed crack again, and returned with sound. After a while, the two returned to the cloud shadow. Looking at the rapidly healing crack, Sound sighed in her heart. However, after experiencing such a thing, she saw a little hope. After that, the two went all the way to the other two vanishing portals, carefully investigating. It took them 2 days to finish investigating the two places. The results made Sound feel better, because the two places were in the same situation as the portal to the Thunder Sky continent. There were still some traces left, enough for Yang Kai to tear through the void and go there directly. Only the first portal to the Blood Flame continent made Yang Kai somewhat helpless. In other words, among the 4 vanishing portals, there was hope for 3 of them to reappear, but there was no hope for the first portal at all. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the 4 vanishing portals were not much different and should be in the same situation, but the place where they first investigated was somewhat different. Sound, think about it carefully. What's the difference between these 4 portals? Especially the portal to the Blood Flame continent, it's different from the other 3 portals. Yang Kai himself could not figure it out. After all, he had not been here for long, so he could only ask Sound. This was also the reason why he brought Sound out. Time? Sound pondered for a moment and proposed a possible guess. Could it be that the reason why the first portal disappeared for the longest time? It's only 1,000 years, but we can't rule out this possibility. What else? Yang Kai frowned. Sound continued to ponder. After a while, she looked up at Yang Kai and said, "By the way, the Blood Flame continent has disappeared. The portal connected to the cloud shadow is the last portal it has." Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? If he guessed correctly, this was the reason why the traces of the portal had completely disappeared. Even the Blood Flame continent had disappeared, so how could the traces of the portal remain? Sound was a little embarrassed. "I forgot." Yang Kai shook his head speechlessly, but he did not mean to blame her. Since he had figured out the reason, the next thing would be easy. In order to protect the portal, Yang Kai had to at least figure out why the portal had always existed. Logically speaking, that kind of thing should have been smoothed out under the effect of the law of heaven and earth. But in fact, there were many continents in the Devil territory. Every continent had at least 2 or 3 portals, and at most a dozen portals. It was extremely strange. So no matter what, he had to make a trip to the only surviving portal. On the one hand, he could check it out. On the other hand, he could use the unstable portal to comprehend the power of space. If he could make further progress in the law of space, that would be the best. Chapter 3471. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Kai did not delay and immediately rushed towards the only realm gate within. When he first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he and Baizhua had passed through this realm gate, but at that time, they did not know that this was Lai Kuang's territory. This time, Lai Kuang was already dead, and the Demon King subordinates of Lai Kuang had also been scattered, so this place had become ownerless. However, without Yang Kai's permission, Lao Ku and the other 2 high-rank Demon King did not dare to occupy this place without permission and could only wait for his decision. Lao Ku and Carson were nearby. Previously, Yang Kai had asked them to investigate the situation of the nest of myriad devils, and now that a few days had passed, they should have obtained some results. Halfway there, he transmitted a message to the 2. When Yang Kai arrived near the realm gate, he saw Lao Ku and Carson leading a group of Demon King waiting respectfully. Before Yang Kai arrived, they hurriedly greeted him and bowed respectfully. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku and asked. Lao Ku cupped his hands and said, "As your majesty expected, Lai Kuang is colluding with the Blue Origin continent. When he went to the Cloud Shadow City, the nest of myriad devils was guarded by Tukuro. Seeing Yang Kai's suspicious look, Yin explained in a low voice, Tukuro is the demon king of the Blue Origin continent. He is a subordinate of Master Yu Sang, and his strength is not ordinary. For Yin to say that his strength is not ordinary, he should be a high-rank demon king. Yang Kai nodded and said, then where is Tukuro now? Lao Ku and Carson couldn't help but reveal awkward expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that they had escaped. However, this was human nature. Although the Blue Origin continent had extended their hands to the Cloud Shadow mainland to get their hands on the nest of myriad devils and the myriad demon pill, they still had a half-saint as their backer. Unlike Lao Ku and the others, who were unloved and unloved, they were in an awkward situation. Even though Yang Kai's killing of Lai Kuang gave them some confidence, they didn't dare to really go against Yu Sang. Although it wouldn't take them much effort to kill Tu Qiao Luo with their current strength, they would definitely get into trouble after killing him. If Yu Sang were to pursue the matter in the future, they would definitely die without a burial place. Therefore, they were only following Yang Kai's orders to take back the nest of myriad devils, and let Tukuro's mind his own business. At this time, when Yang Kai asked about it, they were naturally embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to pursue the matter. He just looked at them deeply, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand and said, now that the situation in the Cloud Shadow mainland is settled and the nest of myriad devils is in our hands, this king will begin to investigate this realm gate and find a way to maintain this only passage. You must cooperate with all your heart. From today onwards, this realm gate will be temporarily closed. Without this king's command, no one is allowed to enter or exit. Since he wanted to study the realm gate and find out the principle behind its continuous existence, he needed a quiet and undisturbed environment. Naturally, the realm gate had to be closed and no one was allowed to enter or exit. Fortunately, there were a lot of people here, enough to set up a defense. Yes. Lao Ku and the others respectfully responded, thinking that their good days had come to an end. The Cloud Shadow mainland had a new master and they would no longer be free. But then again, if Yang Kai could really stabilize this realm gate and ensure that it would not disappear, it would be of great benefit to them. At the very least, they would not have to consider a way out in the future. Yang Kai said again, Lao Ku. Your subordinate is here. Lao Ku answered and stepped forward. Go back to the Cloud Shadow City and bring Boya here. Although he had warned Li Shiqing to be careful of Boya, who knew if that woman Boya would still have designs on Li Shiqing after he left. It was better to bring her here. Moreover, he had to comprehend the secret of the realm gate and would have no time to be distracted. He could not trust Lao Ku and the others too much. Only Boya could take on the responsibility of protecting him when he was concentrating on studying the realm gate. With the soul puppet in hand, he was not afraid that Boya would have second thoughts. Lao Ku accepted the order and left. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and turned to look at Carson and Yin. He said, I've always wanted to ask you, can you buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir? The Infinite Demon's Elixir was very useful for Dharmakayas, but the amount needed was too much. If it could be bought, it would save a lot of trouble. Now that he was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, it could be said that everything here was under his control. With the current situation of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still had the financial resources to buy some Infinite Demon's Elixirs. It's possible, but it's not easy to buy. Carson frowned. Every demon king needs it. Once they get their hands on it, they will consume it and refine it immediately. Yin also said, in the past, every time we collected the Infinite Demon's Elixir, we could get one or two, but we never saved any and used them very quickly. After a pause, she said, Your Majesty, do you want to buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir? Yang Kai nodded. I do have this idea. Yin said, then I advise Your Majesty not to buy it. It's ridiculously expensive. How expensive? Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. Yin replied, 50 to 80 million top-grade magic crystals for one elixir, and there's a price but no supply. Yang Kai could not help but grit his teeth. He had thought that the 1 billion magic crystals he had won from the blood fighting arena was already quite valuable, but according to what Ian said, he could only buy a dozen infinite demons elixirs, and he might not even be able to buy it. And if he threw the 1 billion magic crystals to Dharmakayas to devour and refine, the effect might not be much worse than taking the infinite demons elixir. This was really bad news. It made Yang Kai suddenly lose interest in buying the infinite demons elixir. Even if he could mobilize the resources of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, he was afraid that he would not be able to buy much. Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss the two, and then he flew toward the portal. Standing in front of it, he carefully looked at it, unable to hide the shock on his face. The portal could be said to be a huge void corridor. The chaotic and nothingness aura inside was fluctuating, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Yang Kai knew that with his current attainments in space, it was impossible for him to make such a thing, but if it was to maintain its stability, there might be some ways. Gently taking a breath, he closed his eyes and used his divine thoughts to investigate the situation of the portal. Below, Carson and Ian began to disperse the demon race subordinates. With the portal as the center, they divided the troops within a radius of 30 miles, and prohibited all irrelevant people from getting close to the portal, so as not to disturb Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai cracked the secret of the portal, the demon race of the Cloud Shadow mainland could not leave through the portal. Although this move would cause some demon race to complain, it concerned the future of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, so it was useless to complain. Above the void, Yang Kai's divine thoughts swept through the portal inch by inch, feeling the mysterious power of space contained in it. His face was thoughtful. As he had thought before, comprehending here was indeed helpful to his understanding of the law of space. After all, such a huge void corridor had never been seen in the star world, and the various wonders contained in it were also something he had never experienced before. Just as he faintly felt that he had gained something, suddenly a fluctuation of the law of space came from the portal. This made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. He thought it was the unstable fluctuation of the portal itself, but the next moment, a demon race suddenly appeared in front of him. The cultivation of the demon race was not too high, only in the realm of demon commander. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to see Yang Kai face to face. He thought that someone was lying in ambush here to attack him, so he immediately rushed to the side with his demon chi. After standing firm, he saw Yang Kai looking at him coldly. And there seemed to be countless gazes fixed on him from all directions. The demon commander frowned, looked around, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Down below, there were as many as 10 demon kings eyeing him covetously, and there were many demon commanders and demon generals surrounding him within a radius of several dozen kilometers, making him feel like a sheep that had accidentally stumbled into a wolf's den. Frightened, he forced a smile to Yang Kai and asked bitterly, "Master, is there something you need?" "Scram!" Yang Kai waved at him, in a bad mood. The demon commander felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream, quickly turning around and flying in a certain direction, only gasping for breath when he was far away. Yang Kai shouted down, "Carson!" Carson quickly flew up and cupped his fists, "Great King! Take people to the portal in the Blue Origin continent and block it. Don't let anyone pass through it." The demon commander just now should have come from the Blue Origin continent and happened to be near the portal here. Even if it wasn't near here, once someone passed through the portal, it was bound to cause some ripples, disturbing Yang Kai. How could he comprehend the secrets of the portal? Hearing this, Carson's expression froze. This isn't good, right? That's Master Yusang's territory, we have no right to interfere. What's more, they had just chased away Tukuro a few days ago. If they took people to block the portal now, how could the Blue Origin continent let it go when they found out? A single mistake could trigger a confrontation between the two continents. Yang Kai sneered, "What are you afraid of?" Yu Sang has already been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint. Carson said awkwardly, even if Master Yu Sang isn't here, there are still nearly 10 high-rank demon kings in the Blue Origin continent. We are no match for them. The Blue Origin continent had Yu Sang's protection, so even if the demon race's army was transferred to the two-realm battlefield, there were still more demon kings than Cloud Shadow. If a fight really broke out, Cloud Shadow would definitely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai glanced at him. If they have any objections, let them talk to me. Carson was helpless, knowing that Yang Kai was determined to block the portal on the other side. It was useless to say more, so he could only brace himself and follow the order. After he ordered some demon kings to follow him and went through the portal to the Blue Origin continent, Yang Kai closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The next 2 days were peaceful. No one from Cloud Shadow dared to disturb them, and everyone who wanted to pass through the portal was stopped. It was the same for the Blue Origin continent. It seemed that Carson didn't act carelessly. Boya had already come over, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely from not far away, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her at all, or rather, he didn't notice her gaze at all. He was immersed in the portal. Naturally, he couldn't rely on Boya for his safety. Inside the sealed world bead, the embodiment had been monitoring the surrounding situation. If anyone had bad intentions, the embodiment would immediately rush out of the sealed world bead to protect himself. Chapter 3472. A few days passed and everything was calm. In front of the realm gate, Yang Kai closed his eyes and remained motionless, but the fluctuations of the space principles on his body were constantly visible, and even seemed to be resonating with the realm gate. This made Lao Kun-yin, who had been watching below, very surprised. At the same time, they were secretly excited and looking forward to it. The current situation showed that Yang Kai was deeply studying the secrets of the realm gate. If there was a breakthrough, he might really be able to protect this realm gate. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed gained a lot these days. He felt that his attainments in the space principles had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially when the realm gate was unstable, he could even pry into some secrets that he couldn't normally pry into, and verify them with his own experience. Every time, he would gain something. This was indeed a good place to cultivate the space principles. If it were an intact realm gate, it would definitely not have such an effect. Only this kind of unstable realm gate could help him. He didn't even think about how to protect this realm gate. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of enlightenment, prying into the mysteries of the void and absorbing the nutrients to make himself stronger. Although the demon territory and the star boundary were two large worlds, and the heaven and earth principles were slightly different, when it came to specific principles, they were all the same. The space principles were like this. A few days later, even though Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about protecting the realm gate, he had some vague ideas about how to do so. Of course, it was still too early to say if he wanted to put these ideas into practice. He needed to carefully pry into the secrets of this realm gate to have some confidence. At a certain moment, a trace of abnormal fluctuation came from the realm gate in front of him again, interrupting the state he had maintained for many days, causing him to wake up from the meditative state. He shouted with a gloomy face, "Bastard!" Lao Kun-yin's expressions changed slightly, and they flew up together. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the two of them, his eyes gloomy. "Go and ask Kusun what he's doing. If he can't even handle such a small matter, what use does this king have for him?" The situation just now was obviously caused by someone passing through the realm gate on the Blue Origin continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the realm gate to have ripples out of thin air. Lao Kun-yin accepted the order and hurriedly flew down. They gathered some people and prepared to go through the realm gate to the Blue Origin continent to investigate. Boya, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression. Yang Kai sent her here, making her angry. Demon King. Demon King. Master. Yang Kai looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that this mid-rank Demon King was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body that reached to the bone. He had obviously experienced a fierce battle. This Demon King was one of Master Kursan's subordinates. He had been brought to the Blue Origin continent by Kursan. The disturbance in the Realm Gate just now should have been caused by this person passing through the Realm Gate. Lao Ku, Yin, and the others also looked over when they heard this. The former anxiously asked, "What happened?" The mid-rank Demon King took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "We were ordered by the king to go to the Blue Origin continent to seal the Realm Gate. The past few days were peaceful, but we didn't expect that the Blue Origin continent would suddenly send out 6 high-rank Demon Kings with thousands of subordinates to besiege us." Under the cover of Master Kursan, this subordinate passed through the Realm Gate and came back to report. "I hope the king and the other masters can lend a hand and save Master Kursan." Before this subordinate returned, Master Kursan was already seriously injured. "I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer." "How dare you?" Lao Ku was furious. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai, his face filled with righteous indignation. Although he was old and didn't have the fighting spirit of his youth, it didn't mean that he wouldn't retaliate when he was bullied. Kursan was Cloud Shadow's Demon King and could be considered his colleague. They had been together for so many years, so they had some friendship. Now that he was seriously injured, he naturally felt the cold. In addition, for so many years, the Blue Origin continent had interfered with Cloud Shadow's nest of 10,000 demons, so they no longer had an income of myriad demon pills. This made Lao Ku feel resentful. Now that Yu Sang had been sent to the two-realm battlefield, Cloud Shadow had Yang Kai, the Lord King, to take care of the situation. If they were still bullied like this, it wouldn't be a demon race. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "My king, nothing can happen to Kursan. My Cloud Shadow doesn't have many high-rank demon kings now. Originally, there were only 4 high-rank demon kings left. A few days ago, Lai Kuang was killed, so there were only 3 of them left. If something happened to Kursan, who else in Cloud Shadow could take on the responsibility?" When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already sneered, "Gather your troops and come back later. This king and Boya will go first." One of the more troublesome things about going through the Realm Gate was that after going through the Realm Gate, they would be randomly teleported. Unless they used some method to wrap everyone together, they would appear in the same place after going through the Realm Gate. However, they couldn't be accurately teleported to a specific location, so Yang Kai didn't plan to wait for Lao Ku and the others. It would take some time for them to gather the people scattered here. Kursan's situation was unclear, so he naturally had to go and take a look first. "Yes." Lao Ku and Yin responded in unison, thinking that their king was indeed a lord who wasn't afraid of trouble. Originally, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would be afraid when he heard that there were 6 high-rank demon kings causing trouble, but they didn't expect him to be so decisive. Thinking about it, this person had killed Lai Kuang in just a few days after coming to Cloud Shadow. If he was really a person who was afraid of trouble, why would he do such a thing? They didn't ask for anything else, only that they could save Kursan and protect most of Kursan's subordinates. This way, even if Yuan Qi and Cloud Shadow suffered losses, it wouldn't be too serious. Boya obviously also realized the seriousness of the situation and didn't have the mood to argue with Yang Kai at this moment. She quickly flew up after hearing his words. Yang Kai activated his Emperor's Qi and wrapped her up, then plunged into the Realm Gate. He couldn't control where the Realm Gate would teleport him, but he could ensure that he and Boya wouldn't be separated. His vision blurred, and he had already entered another continent, the Blue Plains continent that was connected to Cloud Shadow. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot, then got on with Boya and drove the war chariot forward. The place where Curson and the others were besieged should be where the realm gate between Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plains continent was located. Although he didn't know the route, the war chariot had already set the route before coming here, so this time he just had to follow the map. Presumably, this place wasn't too far away from the realm gate. After passing through the realm gate, although one would be randomly teleported to a location, generally speaking, one would be within 1,000 kilometers of the other end of the realm gate. It was very rare for one to be teleported to a place more than 1,000 kilometers away. No one knew why this was, but at this time, it was convenient for Yang Kai to rescue Curson. After all, if they were too far away from the realm gate, by the time he arrived, Curson's corpse would probably be cold. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Boya couldn't help but shiver. She turned to look at him, only to find that Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face. She asked, "Master, what are you smiling about? What was so funny about today's matter?" The situation on Curson's side was definitely worrying. If Curson died, then Cloud Shadow would only have 2 high-rank demon kings left. Yang Kai chuckled, "I'm laughing because Blue Plains has finally made a move." Boya was startled, "You expected this?" Yang Kai glanced at her leisurely, "You sang and I have a grudge." Although he was sent to the two-realm battlefield by the Lord, he still tried everything to take my life. In the past, Lai Kuang was ordered by him. Even Lai Kuang was like this, so why would he care about the Blue Plains continent? I'm sure the demon kings on the Blue Plains continent have also received Yu Sang's orders. This time, I've placed an opportunity in front of them. If they don't cherish it, then they are pigs. The meaning of these words was clear, but Boya was confused. After thinking carefully for a while, she said thoughtfully, "You asked Curson to block the realm gate on the Blue Plains continent just to provoke them?" Curson was the demon king of Cloud Shadow, but he interfered in the Blue Plains continent's matters. If she was the demon king on the Blue Plains continent, she would not have just sat by and watched. Who could tolerate this? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I didn't purposely provoke them. This king does need to block the realm gate to maintain peace. I just predicted that they would not cooperate. Once they make a move, this king will have an excuse to make a move on them. I will use this opportunity to completely resolve the Blue Plains continent's matters. Otherwise, this king will not be able to protect the realm gate with peace of mind in the future." Boya had a strange expression on her face. "Didn't you hear the demon king's report just now? 6 high-rank demon kings and 1,000 subordinates have been dispatched from the Blue Plains continent. Where did you get the confidence to provoke them?" Cloud Shadow's high-end combat strength was far inferior to theirs. However, when she thought of Lai Kuang's death that night, she secretly wondered if Yang Kai's trump card was the large bell. Even now, Boya still didn't know how Yang Kai managed to kill Lai Kuang. The only suspicious thing at that time was the giant bell. After being enveloped by the bell, Lai Kuang, a peak high-rank demon king, died in just a few moments. Many people guessed that the reason why Lai Kuang died so quickly was due to the might of the bell. In the past few days, when she was harassing Li Shiqing, she had also intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai. She learned that he was an influential figure in the astral boundary. It was common for the weak to win against the strong. However, Li Shiqing did not know much about Yang Kai. Most of what she knew was only hearsay. Thus, she did not know how Yang Kai had killed Lai Kuang that day. Looking up, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to talk. However, the smile on his face became even more unfathomable. This made Boya feel very disgusted. She felt that humans were just as the rumors said, treacherous and sinister. They were a race that should have gone extinct long ago. And then, Yang Kai's behavior became even more strange. The realm gate was clearly in their field of vision. It was just a few dozen li away, and they could faintly see many figures fighting there. It should be Curson and his subordinates resisting with all their might. However, young Kai did not seem to have any intention of helping them. Instead, he flew in a large circle around the realm gate. Chapter 3473. At first, Boya didn't know Yang Kai's intentions, but she quickly saw through some clues. Within 100 li, there were 3 ambushes, and each of them had a high-rank demon king overseeing them. Although she was only a mid-rank demon king, and her divine sense was not as strong as Yang Kai's, as a winged demon, she had a special eye technique that allowed her to see things that others couldn't. It was because of this eye technique that she was able to discover them. This was clearly the handiwork of the Blue Plains continent. Boya's expression was grave as she pondered. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. She turned her head and looked towards the realm gate. She saw that Curson was leading a group of subordinates in a fierce battle with the demons of the Blue Plains continent. However, even though Carson was strong, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were 6 high-grade devil kings on the other side, and there were plenty of mid-grade and low-grade devil kings as well. They were completely surrounded, and from time to time, someone would die on the spot. Logically speaking, Curson shouldn't have been able to last until now. However, under Boya's divine sense, she found that the Blue Plains continent didn't kill Curson. Instead, they seemed to be toying with him, only surrounding him but not killing him. Curson was constantly on the line between life and death. Besieging to attack reinforcements, Boya suddenly understood. From the looks of it, the Blue Plains continent really did have plans for Yang Kai. First, they used strength that far surpassed Curson's to trap him here, and then took the opportunity to cut off the reinforcements from Cloud's shadow. It could be said that if Yang Kai, Lao Ku, and the others stepped into this encirclement without knowing what was going on, they would most likely die today. After understanding this, Boya couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. For a moment, she admired Yang Kai even more. She didn't know how Yang Kai had discovered the 3 well-hidden ambushes, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have expected it. However, even so, the situation was still extremely unfavorable for Cloud Shadow. The difference in manpower was too great. Whether it was upper, middle, or lower Demon King, the number of Demon Kings on both continents could not be compared. Even if Lao Ku and Yin came to help, they would not be of much help to the current situation. If they wanted to break out of this situation, they would have to depend on Yang Kai's methods. Boya didn't have high hopes for him, but now that things had come to this, she couldn't persuade him. She could only play it by ear. While flying, Boya suddenly noticed that Yang Kai had casually flicked his hand and seemed to have flicked something out. Before she could take a closer look, the tiger-headed war chariot had already swept past and was heading straight in a certain direction. In that direction, a group of demon race from the Lanyuan continent was lying in ambush. Streams of light flashed, and in just a few breaths, the tiger-headed chariot had already crossed several dozen kilometers. Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Boya, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and said, "Don't let this king down." As soon as the last word was spoken, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the chariot, only reappearing a few kilometers away after a breath of time. His emperor chi surged wildly as his body glowed brilliantly like a miniature sun, illuminating his surroundings as he rushed straight towards the ambush. Boya's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she saw this. She had thought that Yang Kai had some kind of elaborate plan, but who would have thought that this guy would rush in so boldly and create such a huge commotion? Was he afraid that the enemy wouldn't notice him or something? How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Since the other side planned to surround the ambush and attack the reinforcements, the 2 of them could also take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the ambush. With her archery skills and Yang Kai's ability, as long as they were careful, it was not impossible. But now, their tracks had been exposed, so there was no opportunity to speak of. But soon, Boya furrowed her brow again. She faintly felt that this was Yang Kai's goal. She immediately focused her mind and a faint blue light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Using her eye technique, she was able to see everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Who is that? At the same time, several dozen kilometers away, a high-rank demon king looked at the small sun rushing over and asked. Another demon king beside him glanced over and said, "It must be that human." The aura rushing over was very unfamiliar, and the energy fluctuations were only at the level of a mid-rank demon king. Coupled with the aura that was different from the demon race, this demon king immediately recognized Yang Kai's identity. Is that the so-called Grand Prince? The high-rank demon king raised an eyebrow and laughed with his hands on his waist. Everyone says that humans are cunning and sinister, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Today's great merit, this king will gladly accept it. Who will go and capture that human for me? Their main goal in besieging Kusan this time was to lure Yang Kai to come to their aid, but they weren't sure whether Yang Kai would come or not. If he didn't come, Kusan would undoubtedly die, which would be a huge blow to Cloud Shadow, enough to shake Yang Kai's rule over Cloud Shadow. If he came, it would naturally be for the best, as the strength of the people here was enough to ensure that he would not be able to return. Before this, they had estimated that the chances of Yang Kai coming were no more than 30%. But in reality, this was not the case. Not long after the news of Kusan being besieged was sent back, this human actually appeared and directly rushed towards them. The high-rank demon king was naturally overjoyed, feeling that a delicious cake had fallen from the sky. Such a good thing had actually happened to him. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. As long as he could capture this human this time, Master Yu Sang would definitely reward him handsomely. The other party was only a mid-rank demon king. Although his momentum was impressive, his cultivation was still there, so how strong could he be? It was to the point that he didn't even have the desire to personally take action. This subordinate is willing. Immediately, 4 or 5 mid-rank demon kings jumped out. This kind of opportunity to perform a meritorious service was right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't easily miss it. The high-rank demon king casually picked 3 mid-rank demon kings and ordered them to meet the enemy head-on, regardless of life or death, as long as they brought Yang Kai back. The 3 mid-rank demon kings gladly accepted the order, but those who weren't picked were sullen, looking at the backs of the 3 departing figures with jealous eyes. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai and the 3 mid-rank demon kings were rapidly approaching each other, and in just 3 breaths of time, they had already violently clashed. When a loud rumbling sound rang out, the energy in the air shook violently, and dazzling rays of light rushed out from the center of the chaos, not losing any of its momentum as it rushed in this direction. Within the light, Yang Kai was completely unscathed. His expression was calm, and there wasn't even the slightest wrinkle on his clothes. Behind him, a rain of blood was dripping down. The high-rank demon king's smile instantly froze on his face, and he absent-mindedly looked forward. The demon race around him let out cries of alarm, and they all revealed looks of disbelief. In just a single exchange, 3 mid-rank demon kings had died without a complete corpse, and that human was completely unscathed? Those members of the demon race who were previously jealous and envious were now rejoicing in their hearts, thinking that it was fortunate that they hadn't been picked, or else their fates wouldn't have been good. In just a short moment of shock, Yang Kai had already charged into the demon race with an unstoppable momentum, and his magnificent might caused all the demon race members to turn pale, and their hearts to tremble in fear. "You're courting death." The high-rank demon king overseeing this place finally reacted, and in a rage, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a copper staff as thick as a child's arm appeared in his hand. Activating his technique, the demon chi on his body immediately rolled, and he swung the copper staff, creating a fierce wind, and smashed it down towards Yang Kai. There was nothing fancy about this attack. It was simple to the extreme. However, the power of this staff caused Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, and he didn't dare face it head-on. He hadn't been able to tell what race this high-rank demon king belonged to before, but this staff strike was enough to confirm his origin. This was a power demon, and he was born with boundless strength. A high-rank demon king's strength was comparable to that of the dragon race, and this was especially true for this angry attack. If Yang Kai really took it, even with his half-dragon body, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. This staff strike seemed simple, but it had sealed off the surrounding space, leaving him no room to dodge. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only urge his space principles and use his nihility secret technique. His figure flickered for a moment before he exiled himself into the void. The staff smashed through his body, and a berserk power erupted, shattering the void, causing Yang Kai's figure to reappear, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Although he had used a self-created secret technique to avoid most of this attack's power, the remaining power still passed through the void, causing his blood and chi to roil and his breathing to become sluggish. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but the power demon seemed to be having an even worse time. This heavy attack, which was supposed to be a sure kill blow, had unexpectedly landed on Cotton, causing his body to sway and lose his footing. Just as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he couldn't understand how Yang Kai could survive his attack, Yang Kai opened his hand, causing his space principles to fluctuate as he shouted, "Bind." The surrounding space instantly turned into a formless swamp, binding the power demon's figure in place, making it impossible for him to move. The power demon's eyes widened, and a tremendous force erupted from his body, causing the void to emit cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the pressure, and small cracks appeared all around. From the looks of it, the power demon would be able to break free in less than 3 breaths' time. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the power demon like he was looking at a dead man. The power demon faintly had a bad feeling, and a chill ran down his spine as he sensed an unprecedented aura of death rushing towards him. Looking up, the power demon saw a stream of light shooting towards him from several dozen kilometers away. Inside this stream of light was a several-meter-long giant arrow, its sharp aura piercing through the power demon's skin. With a thud, the stream of light pierced through the power demon's body and accurately pierced his demon heart, causing it to swell violently. Asterisk thud thud thud, asterisk after the first arrow, 8 more thuds rang out as another 8 arrows pierced through the power demon's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Each arrow struck a vital point, destroying the demon hearts in his body. The power demon's body stiffened in place as he looked up several dozen kilometers away, only to see a pretty figure floating in the void. The corners of the power demon's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. The copper staff-like demon artifact in his hand slipped out and his vitality quickly faded. Chapter 34-74. A few dozen kilometers away, Boya's breathing was ragged. Her face was pale, and her chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Her hand that was holding the bow was trembling slightly. She had used her clan's secret technique to shoot that round of arrows. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. The price she had to pay was that 30% of her demonic chi was gone. In other words, even if she was at her peak, she could only use that kind of archery 3 times before exhausting all her strength. The price wasn't small, but the result was quite satisfactory. The high-rank demon king guarding the other side was already dead. Although there were quite a few people left, it would be difficult for them to make any waves in front of Yang Kai. A gap had been opened in the encirclement, and whether they fought or fled, Cloud Ying's side would have room to choose. She suddenly realized that joining Yang Kai's side wasn't a bad choice. With this guy's spatial divine technique and her exquisite archery skills, they could kill any high-rank demon king that wasn't on guard. It was like this in the blood arena before, and after today's battle, the two of them were even more skilled. Taking a deep breath, Boya put away her bow and held a high-rank demonic crystal in each hand, trying to recover as much of her strength as possible. Although they had unexpectedly destroyed one of the ambush points on the Blue Plain side, there were still 2 more. Moreover, there were still 6 high-rank demon kings guarding the realm gate. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. At this time, she didn't want to miss any chance to recover. But at this time, she suddenly heard a violent noise from the other side, making her look in that direction suspiciously. She saw that a shocking battle seemed to have broken out 100 kilometers away. Light flickered and shadows flew. That was the location of the other ambush point on the Blue Plains continent. Was it Lao Ku and Yin? Their speed was quite fast. With the 2 of them working together, and with Cloud Ying's current strength, they should be able to solve the problem on that side. She subconsciously used her eye technique to look in that direction, and what she saw stunned her. This was because the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Lao Ku, Yin, and even Cloud Shadow's demon race were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a stone giant that was more than 100 feet tall. This stone giant's entire body was burning with flames and covered with sharp barbs. It was unknown what divine technique it was using, but under the observation of Boa's pupil technique, an invisible layer of territory enveloped the area within a 10-mile radius. The demon race within this territory was unable to control their own blood essence. Dark red aura constantly flew out from their pores and converged towards the stone giant. This strange territory actually had the ability to devour all living things. Without a doubt, the stone giant was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Boya had seen with her own eyes how it could turn a mid-grade devil king into dust with a single slap. All of the blood essence and energy had been devoured by the stone giant, leaving behind only some residue. There was also a high-tier demon king overseeing the battle, but it was clearly not the stone giant's match. After a few breaths of time, it was completely at a disadvantage. Fortunately, its subordinates were there to protect it. Where did this guy come from? How could it be so coincidental that the demon race in the Blue Plains continent would make things difficult for it at this time? Boa had a faint feeling that this stone giant was Yang Kai's handiwork, but she still couldn't figure out how it appeared and how it silently approached the Blue Plains continent. It actually launched an attack at the same time as Yang Kai, causing the 2 ambush points in the Blue Plains continent to be nearly paralyzed. What she saw next made her even more certain that this stone giant was Yang Kai's doing. This was because the demon race's existences below the demon king's level were rapidly drying up. First, it was the demon general. Under the devouring of the invisible territory, their bodies quickly dried up. Then, it was the demon marshal. This made Boa think of Lai Kuang's corpse that was hung high up in the mansion. It was very similar to what she was seeing now. So that's how it was. That night, the reason why Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in such a short period of time was because of this stone giant. It was because it had devoured all of Lai Kuang's blood essence, turning him into a dried corpse. He died with his eyes wide open. Boa's eyes lit up. With this kind of help, no one below the half-saint level could defeat him. No wonder Yang Kai was so fearless. Just as Boa was paying attention to the battle situation of the Avatar, Yang Kai was also massacring the demon race. The power demon guarding this place was already dead. The remaining mid and low-tier demon king and demon general couldn't stop him from killing. In just a few breaths of time, over 1,000 demon race members were utterly defeated. More than half of the demon king level existences were dead, and the demon marshal and demon general were also dead. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the remaining demon race members didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Yang Kai casually killed a few of the fleeing demon race members and didn't pursue them. He collected the corpses of the demon race members and prepared them for the Avatar to devour. At the same time, he turned his head and looked 100 miles away. The Avatar had also made his move. It was a one-sided battle. If 4 or 5 high-tier demon kings joined forces, they might be able to somewhat restrain the Avatar. However, there was only one high-tier demon king on the other side. It was impossible for them to interfere with the Avatar. The Avatar was released when he got out of the tiger-headed war chariot. Otherwise, with Boa's ability, there was no way she wouldn't have sensed it. Moreover, the Avatar was born in the stone mongoose race and was naturally proficient in earth escape technique. He approached the ambush point from underground without leaving a trace. Such a surprise attack was indeed successful. Yang Kai lightly sneered and glanced at the realm gate. Sure enough, he saw that the demon race members were in chaos. There was no way they wouldn't have noticed the commotion on the 2 battlefields. It was obvious that they had seen something. He wasn't too concerned about Kursan's death. To him, the more casualties there were in the demon race, the better. Of course, Kursan was now his subordinate. It would be best if he didn't die. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all that the demon race would kill Kursan to vent their anger. With a thought, Yang Kai activated the law of space and disappeared from where he was. In a few flashes, he appeared beside Boa. When their eyes met, Yang Kai noticed that Boa's gaze was different from before. It wasn't as casual as before. Instead, it was more serious. He immediately knew that she must have noticed the Avatar's movements. After muttering to herself for a while, Boa said, "What do we do now? Do we attack the root of the problem directly or eliminate the last ambush point?" If they attacked the root of the problem directly, they would have to go to the realm gate and have a decisive battle with the demon race. However, there were only 2 of them now. Lao Ku and Yin hadn't arrived yet, so their chances weren't too high. Boa was more inclined towards the latter. However, now that they had caused such a huge commotion, it wasn't too likely that they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. The upper-tier demon king at the last ambush point would definitely be extremely careful. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "They have already made the choice for us." Boa was slightly startled. She looked over and saw that a team had suddenly split off from the realm gate. Under the lead of 3 upper-tier demon king, they were flying over. The demon race at the last ambush point was also rushing over. Both sides quickly gathered in one place, looking aggressive. Boa's expression changed slightly. She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I think we should avoid them for now and wait for Lao Ku and Yin to arrive before making a decision." 4 upper-tier demon kings were working together, and there were dozens of mid-tier and low-tier demon kings under them. Even if Yang Kai's previous performance wasn't bad, he definitely wouldn't be a match for these guys. If they continued to stay here, they would only be unlucky. The only thing they could do now was to meet up with Lao Ku and Yin. Only then would they have a chance of winning. "Wait," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Wait? Wait for what?" Boa was puzzled. She watched as the demon race army in front of her got closer and closer. Her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. Even though they were almost 100 kilometers apart, she could still feel the towering rage of the demon race army in front of her. When she thought about it, it wasn't strange. Originally, Lao Ku and his side had the absolute advantage. They had the intention of dealing with Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. However, just as they were about to clash, one of the ambush points had already been cleared out. More than 10 demon kings had died, and one upper-tier power demon had also died. The other ambush point also seemed to be in a stalemate, unable to provide any support. If she were the demon king of Lao Ku and Lao Ku, she would also lose face. She would definitely do whatever it took to get back at them. 100 kilometers seemed quite far, but to the demon kings, it was just a short distance. They would arrive in less than 10 breaths. Seeing that the enemy was getting closer and closer to her, Boa's mouth twitched. "What exactly do you want? Can you tell me? I don't want to die here." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words. He just stared ahead quietly. 70 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 15 kilometers, when the group of guys was only 20 kilometers away, Boa could clearly see their angry faces even without using her ocular ability. Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. He shouted, "Don't resist." Boa was stunned. She unwillingly gave up all resistance. The main reason was that the soul puppet was in this guy's hands. Even if she resisted, it would be useless. In the next instant, Boa felt herself being enveloped by spatial energy. The world spun around her. By the time she came back to her senses, she was no longer in her original spot. Instead, she appeared in another place. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Only a bead at her feet was emitting residual energy waves. This bead looked a bit familiar and Boya quickly recognized it. Li Shiqing also had one of these beads. Apparently, Yang Kai had given it to her a few days ago, saying that if she encountered any danger, she could activate the forbidden technique in this bead and she would be safe. Did her appearance here have anything to do with this bead? She suddenly recalled that when she was passing by this place, Yang Kai seemed to have ejected something from the tiger-headed war chariot. She didn't see it clearly at that time, but now that she thought about it, it should be this bead. Boa looked up thoughtfully. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Dozens of kilometers away, a group of 4 high-rank demon kings led by a demon race team was ferociously pouncing forward like a tiger let out of its cage. Most importantly, these guys had their backs to her. Boa couldn't help but want to laugh. They actually dared to show their backs in front of a feather demon who was proficient in archery? They were simply seeking their own deaths. She instantly understood Yang Kai's plan and his intention of telling her to wait. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment. At the same time, she was terrified. That guy actually schemed to such an extent. This time, the people of the Basket Plains were in for a bad time. Chapter 3475. The Demon Kings on the Basket Plains side naturally saw Boya's sudden disappearance. Although they felt that something was off, they didn't have the energy to investigate further. This was because at the same time that Boya disappeared, Yang Kai had already leapt forward to meet them. The myriad sword in his hand soared into the heavens as he raised it up high and slashed down. The massive sword aura seemed to split the heavens and earth in two, shattering the void as it slashed toward the Basket Plains side. Feeling the might of that sword, the expressions of all the demon race turned grave. They all simultaneously moved to the left and right to avoid the sword aura. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and a fissure more than 3,000 meters long appeared on the ground. Some of the demon race that couldn't dodge in time were ravaged by the sword aura and turned to dust. When the demon kings saw this, their expressions became gloomy. Fortunately, although the power of this attack was extraordinary, only a few demon commanders and demon general were killed. The demon kings all managed to avoid it without any injuries. However, in the next moment, several streaks of light shot over from several dozen kilometers away, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. Since Yang Kai had already made his move, how could Boya remain idle? It was rare for her to encounter a group of idiots who would expose their backs to her. Boya simply couldn't resist the urge to kill them. These arrows weren't as powerful as the 9 arrows that had killed the high-rank demon king. It was clear that Boya hadn't used that secret technique that consumed a lot of energy, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Whether it was their speed or killing power, they were both frightening. Along the way, the arrows shot through a dozen or so demon general and headed straight for a burly high-rank demon king with a pitch-black complexion. The dark-faced demon king didn't expect an attack from behind at all. He was completely focused on Yang Kai's movements and only noticed the arrow when it was about 300 meters away. His expression immediately changed, and he let out a wild roar. The demonic essence in his body churned, and he raised a pair of demonic maces in his hands. He turned around and swung them away. Ding ding dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere as he accurately blocked the arrow. However, he himself was pushed back several dozen meters by the recoil. Looking up, he saw Boya several dozen kilometers away with a cold smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture around her neck. When the black-faced Devil King saw this, his face darkened even more. However, there was no time for him to think about it because there was a fierce aura coming from behind him. This attack came at the perfect time. His blood and chi were tumbling and his devil yuan was unstable, so he couldn't block it with all his strength. In this life-or-death crisis, the black-faced Devil King's body shook violently as his violent demonic chi erupted, turning into a visible shockwave that swept out in all directions in an attempt to repel the enemy. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a flash of cold light. His vision turned upside down and he saw a headless corpse standing in the void not far away. It was holding a pair of swords. Blood spurted out from its neck. Then, a rain of swords fell like a waterfall and turned the headless corpse into dust. His huge head fell to the ground and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. On the other side, after Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity Boya had created to strike, he didn't even look. He slashed his sword and attacked the other high-rank Demon King. This Demon King should have sensed the danger his dark-faced colleague was in and wanted to rescue him, but he was a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai tore his head to pieces. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he also felt his blood run cold. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated this human. Although the feather demon in the distance was troublesome, this human whose cultivation was only comparable to a mid-rank Demon King was the one he needed to be most wary of. The dark-faced Demon King's example made him more cautious. Facing Yang Kai's sword, he didn't plan to meet it head-on. He slipped and retreated. But in the next moment, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Yang Kai's sword had no power at all, it was just a feint. At the same time, Yang Kai's other hand grasped a blue gourd. He didn't know what kind of artifact this gourd was, but as soon as it appeared, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai aimed the gourd's mouth at the densest part of the crowd and poured his emperor chi into it. Wind blades visible to the naked eye emerged from the gourd's mouth and instantly covered a large area. In just an instant, more than half of the thousands of demon race soldiers were killed or injured. Not only were the demon commanders and demon general unable to resist the power of this gourd, but even some of the low-rank demon kings were killed. There were even 3 mid-rank demon kings who died as a result. The demon race soldiers who were still alive were all horrified as they stared at the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand with great dread. On the other hand, Yang Kai grinned, extremely satisfied with the power of this artifact. The wind gourd was something he had obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's Forbidden Zone before coming to demon territory. The astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple was produced by this wind gourd. In the early years, the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple used the astral wind to temper their bodies in the canyon, but no one had ever been able to reach its depths. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had intended to use this battle to test the power of the wind gourd. Now, it seemed that it was quite good. Even if this artifact was not as good as the mountains and rivers bell, it was not far behind. The only drawback was that it consumed too much Emperor Chi to activate, but its effects were also quite remarkable. It was especially suitable for large-scale attacks, something the mountains and rivers bell could not compare to. Just as the demon race soldiers were shocked by the power of the wind gourd, the 9 arrows in quick succession appeared in the distance again. Although Boya's character was not very good, she had an extremely keen intuition when it came to grasping opportunities. At this moment, the wind gourd had attracted everyone's attention, so the 9 arrows in quick succession locked onto the high-rank demon king that Yang Kai had just forced back with a single sword strike. The 9 arrows turned into a single line, chasing after the moon and stars, instantly arriving in front of the demon king. The high-rank demon king finally reacted, roaring in fear as he tried to cast a technique to evade. However, how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? The moment Boya fired the arrows, he had already made his move. The law of space directly enveloped the high-rank demon king, firmly binding him to the spot. Asterisk do do do, asterisk a series of sounds rang out. Just like the high-rank power demon from before, this high-rank demon king was directly shot into a hedgehog. The 9 arrows had all hit its vital points, and the demon heart in its body was completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the demon race had been killed or injured. Not to mention the demon marshals and demon general, even many demon kings had fallen, including 2 high-rank demon kings. And the ones who had caused this situation were actually 2 people, and both of them were only equivalent to mid-rank demon kings. All the demon race soldiers felt that they had lost face, but whether it was Boya's mystical archery or the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand, these demon race soldiers were all afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. So many of them had been unable to do anything to them just now, so what was the point of having only half of them left? Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the remaining demon race soldiers scattered in all directions, collapsing into a group. Yang Kai lightly sneered. He originally wanted to stop the 2 high-rank demon kings, but with a slight movement of his divine sense, he only blocked the path of one of them, allowing the other to escape. However, before that high-rank demon king could escape far, a group of 1,000 soldiers intercepted it from the left and right. It was the 2 late Lao Ku and Yin. Previously, they had been ordered by Yang Kai to gather their men, which delayed them for a while. Furthermore, there were many of them, so their speed was naturally slower. They hurriedly chased after Yang Kai, fearing that something unexpected would happen to him. However, when they arrived, they were greatly shocked. Yang Kai was not surprised. On the contrary, the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were utterly defeated, all of them fleeing in panic. What happened? Lao Ku and Yin looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect this kind of situation to occur. However, right now, they did not have much time to think. Seeing the demon race fleeing in all directions, they naturally ordered people to block and kill them. Meanwhile, the 2 of them stared at the high-rank demon king that was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. Logically speaking, although the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were few, they were not weak. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to fight, but right now, these guys were truly scared out of their wits and did not have the heart to fight at all. On the contrary, the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow's side were at their peak, so as soon as they came into contact, the demon race on the side of the demon race suffered disastrous losses. Not to mention the demon generals and demon general, even the high-rank demon king that was intercepted by Lao Ku and Yin did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. After a few exchanges, a wound appeared on his body, dripping with blood. Adding on the fact that Boya was leisurely killing them from several dozen li away, even if the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were not completely wiped out, only a few would be able to escape. At the same time, Yang Kai was also fighting with a high-rank demon king. It was precisely because he sensed Lao Ku and Yin's arrival that he allowed the other high-rank demon king to leave, leaving only this one in front of him. This one's strength was not bad, a bit stronger than Lao Ku and the others, but it was limited. When he saw that Yang Kai wanted to fight him one-on-one, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He inwardly thought that his luck had truly changed, and the heavens had not forsaken him. In this one's opinion, no matter how outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, his foundation was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to take down Yang Kai. And as long as he could take down this child, he would be able to live, and even help Yu Sang subdue the entire cloud shadow. However, after exchanging a few blows, he sensed that something was wrong. The cultivation of this human in front of him was indeed only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king, but his battle prowess was something that even high-rank demon kings could not compare to. He was actually at a disadvantage even when he used his full strength. The power in his opponent's body, whether it was quality or quantity, was superior to his own by a level. This was especially true for his physical strength, which was somewhat inconceivable. Every time they clashed, his arm would go numb. How was this possible? How could a mere human have such powerful strength? This kind of strength, even the descendants of saint sovereigns could not have, right? With this distraction, the situation became more and more unbearable. In an instant, several holes appeared on his body from Yang Kai's attacks, and blood flowed out. What made him feel even more terrified was that this human in front of him seemed to be at ease, and did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 34-76. After a while, the situation on the basket plains became more and more unbearable. Other than the high-grade demon king who was being besieged by Lao Ku and Yin who was still struggling at death's door, the rest of the people had either fled without a trace, been killed by Boya from afar, or been intercepted by Cloud Shadow's reinforcements. The high-rank demon king who was fighting with Yang Kai was also showing signs of weakness. He almost died a few times and was bleeding profusely. He had already sensed that his situation was not good. Putting aside the fact that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, Boa was about to come out. Once that woman targeted him, he was afraid that he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his divine sense and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai, "Master, please have mercy. Takaruo is willing to give up the darkness for the light and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but his movements were not careless. Every move was deadly. He sneered and said, "You are Takaruo?" Lao Ku had previously reported that when Lai Kuang brought people to Cloud Shadow City, the nest of 1,000 devils was guarded by Takaruo. This demon king was also a high-rank demon king from Basket Plains continent. However, when Lao Ku and Yin brought people over, they let him escape. So it was this guy. What a coincidence. For him to beg for mercy at this time, it was obvious that he felt powerless. If he did not beg for mercy, he would only be waiting for death. Looking at him indifferently, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Give me a reason to spare your life." Takaruo resisted with all his might while continuing to send a message, "After this battle, Basket Plains will definitely not be able to resist Master's might. Blue Plains continent will also be under Master's control. However, as far as I know, Master only has 3 high-rank demon kings. How can 3 high-rank demon kings guard the territory of 2 continents? Takaruo is not talented, but I am willing to share Master's burden." Kai Yang chuckled, "What you said is very reasonable." Hearing this, Takaruo was delighted. He thought that Yang Kai was going to agree, but Yang Kai looked at him coldly and mocked, "Aren't you afraid that Yu Sang will find trouble with you? Changing sides at the last moment is very hateful." Takaruo's face could not help but turn pale. Yang Kai's words were what he was most worried about. There was no problem in begging Yang Kai for mercy at this time, but the key was whether Yu Sang would settle accounts with him after learning about this. Yu Sang was a half-saint, and if he really wanted to take Yang Kai's life, Yang Kai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he had obviously thought of this a long time ago, so he naturally had an excuse. He immediately replied in a serious voice, "Lord Yu Sang has already been sent to the 2-realm battlefield. Obviously, he has done something wrong and angered the Saint Sovereign. Not to mention whether he can return, even if he can, who knows when it will be. Moreover, Master was conferred the title of Prince. Obviously, Master Yusang values you more than Master Yusang. Master Yusang must have some misgivings. After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that if Master does not spare me today, Takaruo will be buried here. Therefore, I beg Master to show mercy. Takaruo will be willing to follow Master's orders in the future. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He snorted, "You are quite sensible." Takaruo's words were sincere, and what he said was the truth. If he could not persuade Yang Kai to spare him today, he would definitely die. Instead of worrying about whether Yusang would come after him, it was of course more important to stay alive. Moreover, Yang Kai did not intend to kill him. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Takaruo said, after today, the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-rank demon king. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Takaruo was a high-rank demon king, Yang Kai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand." Tu Qiao Luo was different from Lao Ku and the others. Lao Ku, Kusun, and Yin were relatively clean, and Yang Kai had Yu Meng's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Qiao Luo was Yusang's subordinate, so how could Yang Kai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Takaruo's life would be in Yang Kai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Takaruo's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, "Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future." Yang Kai snorted, "If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry." Takaruo's face twitched. He thought to himself, "You are not in a hurry, but I am." At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Takaruo could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yang Kai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Takaruo clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I will do as Master says. This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoluo to relax. Staring at Yang Kai for a moment, Tu Qiaoluo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand in Takaruo's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Takaruo's face. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Master, this subordinate can help you subdue 2 more people. What do you think of this, Master?" "Why 2 people?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. There were still 3 high-rank demon kings left at the realm gate. At this time, they were also looking at this side. Kurson and his subordinates had been captured. Kurson and the others were not their opponents. The only reason they could hold on until now was because they were merciful. Seeing that the situation here was not good, the demon kings who were still at the realm gate naturally used their full strength. As early as when Lao Ku and Yin appeared, Kurson had already become a prisoner. They obviously wanted to use Kurson as a bargaining chip to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Takaruo said, "One of them is Yu Sang's confidant. I am afraid it will not be easy to subdue him. Instead of keeping him alive, it is better to kill him directly." Yang Kai chuckled and looked at him meaningfully. With the divine soul brand, how could it not be easy to subdue him? No matter how loyal that demon king was to Yu Sang, as long as the divine soul brand was planted, he would be Yang Kai's man. Takaruo's suggestion was probably not entirely as he said. Maybe he already had a grudge with that demon king and wanted to use Yang Kai to get rid of him. However, Yang Kai did not intend to investigate further. Even if Takaruo really had the intention of intimidating Yu Sang, if there was really one of Yu Sang's confidants over there, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed in Takaruo's eyes, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. He smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any life-saving means?" Takaruo was startled, but soon understood Yang Kai's intention and quickly replied, "Yes." "Then use it," Yang Kai gently nodded, "but be careful, don't get shot to death by that woman Boa." Takaruo's face twitched, thinking that if he really died because of this, he would be wrongly accused. However, he also knew that Yang Kai could not warn Boa now, so he could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He immediately shouted, and a mist of blood spurted out of his pores. His entire body turned into a red light and quickly fled toward the realm gate. With two whooshing sounds, streams of light shot out from dozens of miles away. Just as Yang Kai expected, Boa brazenly shot arrows. These two streaks of light were powerful, and they were launched later but arrived first. However, after Takaruo had executed a life-saving secret technique, he managed to dodge one of the arrows by a hair's breadth, but the other arrow nailed into his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole in his thigh, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Takaruo. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and if he missed this opportunity, Boa would not be able to kill him again. Master. Not far away, Lao Ku and Yin led many elites of Cloud Shadow over. They cupped their fists and carefully examined Yang Kai's condition. After confirming that there were no injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the high-rank demon king that they had intercepted before, Boa had already secretly shot and killed it. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, and leisurely looked toward the realm gate. He saw that Takaruo had already met up with the demon race there, and was saying something to them, causing a commotion. With a chuckle, Yang Kai looked at the embodiment's side. The commotion there had also subsided, and none of the demon race that had been lying in ambush there had escaped. It was a true annihilation. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, all the demon race had turned into dried corpses. At this time, the embodiment was hiding under the ground, quietly approaching the realm gate. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, "That guy was turned over by you?" Yang Kai glanced at her, "You saw through it?" Boa sneered, "If not, why would you deliberately block my attack?" She was not a fool, and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, she had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yang Kai and Takaruo were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. Chapter 3477. Yang Kai said in realization, "So you did it on purpose." Since Boya was able to see through Tu Qiao Luo's defection, then the two arrows from before were obviously just for show. It wasn't a mistake. However, this gave Yang Kai a deeper understanding of her archery skills. Even after Tu Qiao Luo used his life-saving secret technique, Boya was still able to accurately shoot through one of his legs. It was obvious that this woman's archery skills were superb. Boya snorted, "This is more realistic, isn't it?" Yang Kai did not comment. He only paused for a moment before walking forward and saying with a smile, "Let's go meet them." Thousands of people followed behind, valiant and spirited. At the realm gate, the many members of the demon race had bitter and unwilling expressions. This was especially true for the high-rank demon king in the lead. His face was twisted to the point of being sinister. This time, they had planned an ambush, thinking that they would be able to get rid of Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that they would be beaten to a pulp by the enemy, suffering heavy losses? In today's battle, whether it was the early planning or the later confrontation, there were no problems. In terms of numbers and strength, Cloud Shadow's side was several times stronger than Cloud Shadow's side. No matter how one looked at it, Cloud Shadow had the upper hand. However, in the end, Cloud Shadow had obtained a complete victory and Cloud Shadow had suffered heavy losses. Of the 9 high-rank demon kings, only 4 had survived. As for the other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, there were more than a dozen of them dead. The number of demon generals was innumerable. This kind of result made everyone on Cloud Shadow's side feel ashamed. And the main culprit behind all of this was actually a human, a feather demon. They no longer had the advantage of being the first to arrive. On the contrary, the enemy's army was gathered and their morale was high. If they were not careful, they might really be wiped out here. Fortunately, Cloud Shadow still had captives on hand, so it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. Seeing Yang Kai leading the Cloud Shadow army towards them, a commotion broke out at the realm gate. The high-rank demon king in the lead shouted loudly, calming the hearts of the people. They still had 4 high-rank demon kings, so they still had the strength to fight. As long as they could make Yang Kai and the others retreat, they would be able to protect Laoyuan. When Master Yu Sang returned from the 2-realm battlefield, they would naturally be able to regain their face. As for whether Yu Sang would punish them for what happened today, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Some physical pain was better than dying here. After a short while, Yang Kai led the Cloud Shadow army to a place 1,000 feet away from the portal. The army stopped, and a group of Cloud Shadow army elites lined up behind them, glaring fiercely at the portal. The silent and austere pressure caused the demons of Laoyuan to involuntarily tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their expressions changed. One careless move had caused the position of the host and the guest to change. This was truly a great humiliation and mistake. The confrontation only lasted for a few breaths, but the demon race on Laoyuan's side was somewhat unable to bear the tense atmosphere. The high-rank demon king in the lead placed one hand on Kursan's head, and the demonic chi in his palm surged, as if he could take Kursan's life at any time. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression and said, "Human, this king feels that we can sit down and have a good talk." Yang Kai could not help but sneer, and looked at the other party with ridicule. "Talk? What talk? What do you have to talk to this king?" The high-rank demon king coldly snorted, and the demonic chi in his hand moved, immediately causing Kursan to reveal a painful expression. He said seriously, "How about using his life to talk to you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly refused, not interested. Kursan's eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. The high-rank demon king was not surprised at all, and only ridiculed, "You don't care about his life or death at all? In any case, he is still your subordinate." Yang Kai snorted, "This king's subordinates should have the awareness to sacrifice their lives for this king, and disregard life and death. If they are timid in their actions, what use is there for this king?" He then stared at Kursan and said, "Don't worry, this king will kill them all and bury them with you. Not a single one will be left alive." When these words were said, the demons of Laoyuan were in an uproar, and all of them revealed a look of horror. When the high-rank Demon King heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he was playing for real. For a moment, he did not know what Yang Kai was thinking. Although he could easily take Kursen's life, he would have no bargaining chips in his hands. When the time came, he could only meet with weapons. And with the current morale and strength of his side, if it really reached that point, more than half of the people present would die, and he himself would have no chance of survival. Gritting his teeth, he said in a sinister voice, "If that is really the case, then no one will have an easy time today. If you want to fight, then go ahead and try. Let's see if this king can take you all down with him." Having said this, he could only advance in order to retreat, hoping that Yang Kai would make a wise choice and give him a chance to talk. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only laughed sarcastically, "Take you all down with him? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." His face sank, and he shouted, "Kill." When the word "kill" came out, the high-rank Demon King's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. This guy in front of him really did not care about the lives of his subordinates. This was clearly not giving them a way out. And Kursen could not help but close his eyes, as if he was waiting for his death. With a "chi" sound, Boya, who was hiding in the dark, took the initiative to shoot an arrow. Her target was the high-rank Demon King, and in an instant, he felt the aura of death. He instinctively raised his hand and placed Kursen in front of him, wanting to use Kursen as a shield to block this terrifying attack. But just as he moved, a violent demonic aura surged behind him, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from his back, causing his internal organs to tumble. His body staggered forward, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tukuro." Although he did not look back, he knew who had attacked him from behind. After being together for so many years, he could not be more familiar with Tukuro's demonic aura fluctuations. A thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely understood that Tukuro had betrayed him long ago. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this time? So that was it. Escaping back here using a secret technique, and getting hit by an arrow was just a disguise to make him lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. And after Tukuro blasted out his palm, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he anxiously transmitted a message to the other 2 high-rank Demon King, "Don't attack, I'm running out of time, I guarantee that you won't die." These 2 were originally at a loss for what was happening in front of them, but after hearing Tukuro's words, they immediately understood the cause and effect. They only hesitated for a moment before dispersing their demonic aura. At the same time, like Tukuro, they also retreated to show their sincerity. However, both of them let out a long sigh, and a complicated look appeared in their eyes. At the same time, Boya's arrow was already in front of them. Seeing that Kursen was about to be killed by this arrow, the arrow strangely made a turn, swept past Kursen's neck, and directly blasted into the shoulder of the high-rank Demon King behind him. Flesh and blood exploded, and half of the high-rank Demon King's shoulder was almost flattened. The violent power caused his body to lean back slightly. Before he could react, Yang Kai had already pounced over and grabbed Kursen from his hand. Without even looking, he directly threw Kursen behind him. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and sent out a palm strike. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. At this moment, time seemed to stop for a moment. When everyone regained their senses, they only saw the high-rank Demon King spurting blood from his mouth after being hit by Yang Kai. His aura was weak. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk 3 arrows flew over, and Boya, who was hiding in the dark, once again made her move. With incomparable precision, the 3 arrows pierced into the enemy's body, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the demon race or Cloud Shadow, except for a few people who were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. After releasing the flowing time Great Emperor, like a shuttle, Yang Kai didn't make another move. He only watched with a cold expression. He knew that there was no need for him to make a move. There was someone who wanted this guy to die here more than him. Sure enough, after Boya released the 3 arrows and heavily injured the high-rank Demon King, Tokuro immediately roared, "Attack!" He didn't care about the after-effects of using the secret technique and desperately urged his Demon Yuan to rush toward the high-rank Demon King. The other 2 Demon Kings who had been watching with folded arms also followed closely behind, attacking their former comrades at the same time. Lao Ko and Yin were dumbstruck as they watched from the side. They suddenly realized that there was nothing for them to do here. First, they were ambushed by Tokuro from behind, then they were hit by Yang Kai's divine technique, and then they were hit by Boya's 3 arrows. The high-rank Demon King was already heavily injured. Now that Tokuro and 2 other high-rank Demon Kings had joined forces to attack it, how could it possibly win? This Demon King knew that he was going to die, so he didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. He just used all his strength, looking like he wanted to drag someone down with him. However, it was impossible for Tokuro and the others to give him this opportunity. They were very cautious and didn't act rashly. They would rather miss a good opportunity than risk their lives. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the dust settled. Tokuro was gasping for breath, his face was pale, and there was a lingering fear in his eyes. However, he forced himself to stay alert and cupped his fists, saying, "Master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, gently nodded, and said, "Not bad." He then turned his head and looked indifferently at the other 2 high-rank Demon Kings. These 2 already had no way out when they joined forces with Tokuro, so they naturally knew what to say at this moment. They both said, "We are willing to submit to Master. We hope that Master can disregard our former enmity and give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Yang Kai said indifferently, "That depends on your sincerity." These 2 high-rank Demon Kings looked at each other, thinking that they had already shown their sincerity. Yusang's henchmen were killed by them and Tokuro. Now, other than submitting, what else could they do? Tokuro had an awkward expression on his face. He coughed lightly and transmitted his voice to them. When the 2 Demon Kings heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Tokuro in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Tokuro's face turned slightly red, and he transmitted his voice to them again. After a while, these 2 Demon Kings cupped their fists bitterly and said, "We are willing to let Master plant the brand of Divine Soul. From now on, wherever Master points, we will follow." At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, "F***ck, I've boarded a pirate ship. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with all my might. Maybe I would have had a chance to survive." Chapter 3478. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to live, they could only offer their loyalty. At the same time, they blamed Tokuro in their hearts for not making things clear earlier. If they had made things clear earlier, they might not have turned traitor. Instructing the 2 Demon Kings to open their knowledge seas, Yang Kai placed his soul brand in each of their knowledge seas one by one, the cold look on his face finally disappearing, replaced by a warm and friendly one. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to hold back. Lao Ku, Kusun, and Yin also came up to congratulate him. However, they were a little worried in their hearts. Although Yang Kai was conferred the title of Imperial Prince and seemed to be highly valued by the Saint Master, the Saint Master had sent him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the World Gate. Now that this guy had taken down the Basket Plains and led them to kill so many Demon King level masters, they did not know if the Saint Master would blame them if he knew. In the demon territory, although the demon saint had conflicts with each other, causing the continents under the demon saint to be hostile to each other, this was already considered an internal conflict. Whether it was the Cloud Shadow mainland or the Basket Plains, they were all Yu Meng's territory. Especially when the war between the demon territory and the astral world had broken out, it was time to eliminate all internal conflicts and work together to fight against the outside world. Moreover, even if the Lord would not blame him, what about Yu Sang? Yu Sang was indeed sent to the two-realm battlefield, but the Basket Plains was his territory after all. When Yu Sang returned, the Basket Plains would not be settled peacefully. Lao Ku and the other two were worried, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Although Yang Kai was partly responsible for this incident, ordering Kusun to block the Basket Plains boundary gate was an act that had crossed the line. Basket Plains' response was simply too excessive. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Yu Sang's trusted aide had been eliminated, and the remaining three high-rank demon kings, Tukuro, and Tukuro had also been implanted with the Divine Soul brand. The others naturally did not have any thoughts of resistance. In any case, the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With Tukuro and the other demon kings in front of them, they had nothing to fear. After a single battle, the entire grapple plains had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. This was something that the grapple plains would never have thought of. Yang Kai was not prepared to get involved in the matter of Laoyuan. He ordered Tu Cha Luo and the other two to take care of it themselves. He only wanted to maintain the stability of the realm gate. He then ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the Demon King and throw them into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour. Although these Demon Kings were already dead, there was still a lot of energy left in their bodies that hadn't been released yet. It would be useful for the avatars to devour them. As for the spoils of war, Yang Kai kept most of them and gave the rest to Lao Ku. The demons were very grateful and felt that their king was very generous. After dealing with all the matters, Yang Kai brought everyone back to Cloud Shadow to continue his mission. Time flew by and 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been comprehending at the realm gate. Laoyuan and Cloud Shadow were both under his control. The realm gate was completely sealed off, so naturally, no one would disturb him. After 2 months of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot in terms of space principles. However, he didn't make much progress in protecting the realm gate, so he didn't really care. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Laoyuan, it also caused a big disturbance in the holy city. Baizhua had said before that in the demon territory, the strength of a demon saint and half-saint was directly related to the number of territories they occupied. This was not only because the territories they occupied could provide some mysterious luck to the half-saint and demon saint, but more importantly, it was because of the myriad demon pills produced by each continent. The more territories they occupied, the more myriad demon pills they would be able to obtain. The same went for the number of experts under their command. Laoyuan continent was originally Yu Sang's territory. Now that Yang Kai had seized Laoyuan continent before Yu Sang returned, it could be said that he didn't have the right to do so. He even killed 6 high-rank demon kings and dozens of mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, greatly weakening Laoyuan continent's strength. This caused many half-saint guards to be dissatisfied with him. Yu Meng's side had received complaints from the half-saint more than once. They wanted Yu Meng to punish Yang Kai as a warning to others. Of course, Yu Meng wouldn't do that. However, with so many half-saint complaining about this, she couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, it would affect her prestige. A month after Yang Kai seized Laoyuan continent, Yu Meng sent someone over and fiercely reprimanded Yang Kai. She said that Yang Kai's Laoyuan continent wasn't his territory and that he shouldn't do such a thing. She also said that Laoyuan continent's power had been greatly weakened, but there was no suitable person to take charge of it. She asked Yang Kai to temporarily take charge of Laoyuan continent's affairs and wait for Yu Sang to return from the two-realm battlefield. When the news spread, the half-saint felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that the half-saint was a little too biased towards this human. She said that she would wait for Yu Sang to return to Laoyuan continent, but who knew when Yu Sang would return and whether he would be able to return alive? The war in the star boundary was intense. It wasn't impossible for a half-saint to fall. However, since Yu Rumeng had already taken a step back, they couldn't force her too much. This matter was left unsettled. They couldn't use Yang Kai's matter to make an example out of Yang Kai. Instead, they helped Yang Kai to take over Laoyuan continent. This made the half-saint re-evaluate Yang Kai as a human. Yang Kai himself didn't take this matter to heart. In the past 2 months, other than cultivating at the Realm Gate, he had sent people to various continents to gather information. Now that he had people from 2 continents at his disposal, he had sent over tens of thousands of spies out. His main mission in the demon territory was to bring back the Great Emperor's bright moon, but he hadn't made any progress so far. Previously, he had asked Yu Rumeng, but she wasn't too sure either. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the Great Emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for bright moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day, Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the Realm Gate when sounds suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over, he was aware of it, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now, looking at her and Kurson, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty." Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of thousand devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the thousand demons pill is about to take shape." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually, as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good, let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the Nest of Thousand Devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ku and others, the Nest of Thousand Devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the Thousand Demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the Thousand Demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the Thousand Demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The Cloud Shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the Thousand Demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the Thousand Demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, Lao Ku and others said that within half a year, the Thousand Demons pill should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the Nest of Thousand Devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky, and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own and was constantly moving. Lao Ku stood not far away from the Nest of Thousand Devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yu Sang, they had not participated in the collection of the Thousand Demons pill. Every time the Thousand Demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it, and then directly send it to Yu Sang, who would then pass it to the Holy Sage. Originally, Every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the holy sage. However, all these years, the 1,000 demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yu Sang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ku immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king. How's the situation?" Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of 1,000 devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here, there was nothing unusual. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils was like, and why it existed in almost every mainland of suitable size. He had inquired about this before, and knew that the nest of 1,000 devils did not exist in the beginning of the demon territory. It was formed later, and there were many theories about when it was formed. The most popular theory was that the nest of 1,000 devils suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon territory became a fragment of the mainland. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils had to do with the collapse of the demon territory. Looking at the situation, the harvest this time should not be small. There should be at least 70 to 80 pills, or even 100 pills, Lao Ku replied with a smile, looking like an old farmer who had finally reaped a harvest after a year of hard work. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being so happy. After interacting with Yang Kai for the past few months, he found that Yang Kai was quite good. This time, when he collected the myriad demon pills, he would definitely share some with them. Not to mention the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, the high-rank demon kings would at least be able to obtain one as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "You can even tell how much we can harvest?" Lao Ku replied, "I've seen a lot, so naturally I can make some judgments." Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned his head to look around. He saw that many members of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating their qi and cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, "Is it beneficial for you to cultivate nearby?" Yin nodded and said, "My king is right. Every time the nest of myriad devils moves, the yuan qi of heaven and earth will gather. At this time, cultivating in this area is several times more efficient than usual. Naturally, no one is willing to waste such an opportunity." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.